Good morning everyone and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It's a little bit cloudy today but the weather has stayed clear. We've got 4 live games today. Group A, Group B, we have Mr. Maximo's joining us back in the commentary box and all the action starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
So great to have you all back on the European Cricket Network. We've got 4 live games today between Group A and Group B. It's a bit of a mixed day and it's sort of our ending to these group stages where both these teams, and all these teams actually, are trying to get into the quarterfinals. Now, Malta Day are taking on the ECS Knights this morning. Malta Day have had Michael Das. Wow, what a player. He's hit the ball everywhere and is one of the best batsmen I've seen all over Europe. Some of the shots he's been playing. For the ECS Knights, a bit similar as well. Basil George at the top, left-hander, smacking it everywhere. National player, you've got to look out for him because I think this could be a high-scoring morning with the ground being a little bit wet underfoot. Weather conditions, it's actually quite cloudy today and we were expecting some morning rain, but that seems to have gone to the afternoon. I'll tell you why that's super important. If we do get a bit of rain in this competition, it might be that the teams that finish in the top 2 get fast-tracked to the final if we can't get the quarters and the semi-finals off the ground. So ECS Knights are at the top. They're feeling pretty safe. But for Malta Day, can they get from 3rd to 2nd? And maybe if the cricket gods or the weather gods play influence on this competition, they will then get themselves through to a semi-final. We'll have to wait and see. There's plenty of permutations still to go. We have Vinny Sandhu who's back today as well. I know he's super excited, so it's great to have him back while Nish takes some rest. I really can't wait. Group A, Group B action are going to be a fantastic day of cricket. Let's go to the morning coin toss where it's ECS Knights taking on Malta Day. Stefan Gooch is there right now.
Malta Day to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's tails.
I will go for the bat.
Good luck. Have a good game. All the best. Malta Day won the toss there. Batting. Back over to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much. It's Stefan Gooch at the toss. Vinny Sandhu here now, Mr. Maximo, back with you to take you home in Malta. And thanks very much to Corey Ruckers as well for that fantastic introduction. Also, I've got to say, well done to Nish, who has been putting in a big shift, but he's got the day off today. I was watching yesterday, and of course, we had a really entertaining few games, and it was the Warriors and Strikers, kind of natural rivals. First up, the Warriors 94 in match 53, but it wasn't enough. The Strikers getting home with 2 overs to spare, thanks to a quick fire 29 from Push Paraj, and then Tahir got him home with 28 of his own. And of course, those 2 teams would have a bit of a last over thriller in the second game of the day, despite the efforts of Sajith Sukumaran, who took 4 for 8. It was the Strikers that got home with 3 balls to spare. Yeah, that 86 just not holding up in the end. They had their moments where they felt in the game. The afternoon session saw Gozo's Army, the defending champions and ECL representatives for 2024, going head-to-head with the Blasters, who gave a good run for their money. Dinesh Siddiqui 50 off 36, but it was in vain. Didn't get a lot of help. 82 for 2, chasing 98 for victory. Lala, 28 top scorer. A bit of a bits and pieces innings, that one for Gozo's Army. And then they were able to hold on last game of the day. Another thriller went right down to the last ball with Zalmi pulling it out of the fire in the end. Prasath holding on, bowling a really miserly 10th over. And the Blasters needed a boundary to force the result off the last ball of the day. They weren't able to do it, just losing some key wickets. And their set batters going late in the piece. And that meant that Gozo's Army took all the points out of the afternoon session. So, yeah, Group A will be having the final 2 games of Group A this morning between the Knights and Malta Day. So, I mean, both those teams, they are in the 4, but the only thing is whether there might be a little bit of movement as for where they finish, and obviously the higher you finish, the theoretically easier quarterfinal you'll get. This is Group B standings. Gozo's Army on top there. Marsa and Red Stars, well, they'll play later in the day, and well, there's an outside opportunity. I suppose the Red Stars would have hand Marsa a couple of big losses. They might be able to play their way in. So, yeah, 4 games coming up, starting with ECS Knights versus Malta Day, though. Match 57, you saw the news from the toss, that Malta Day winning the toss and electing to bat. Of course, Michael Das, he's been a standout, hasn't he? Former Gozo's Army batter. He's likely to open up. They've listed Cornelius Eunice up there. Sam Aquilina behind the stumps, always like to see him. He's a very experienced wicketkeeper. And, of course, the GOAT, Muthu Kumaran, listed in there for Mudder Day. But the Knights, I mean, have a look at their opening combination. Boom, boom, Basil George and Samuel Stanislaus likely to open. I think they'll be confident of chasing whatever Mudder Day are able to put on the board. Really nothing's out of sight for them. Sukumaran had a good day as well. And you've got players coming through there like Adil Latif, who's had a pretty good tournament. Just Matthew leads the Knights. But, yeah, the big question is how many will the Knights have to get? Yeah, conditions today, pretty sunny to start the day at least. We've got 18 degrees currently. Only expected to reach 19. But yeah, the big thing we'll be watching is the radar, because although we've had a pretty much perfect 2.5 weeks so far of weather, it's in jeopardy today with a bit of rain expected. But we'll keep you apprised of exactly how that's looking as the day goes on. So I want to say a quick good morning to everyone in the chat. Hello to Gwyneth Taylor. Nice to see you in the chat. Maybe let us know where you're watching from, because I've been out of action for a couple of weeks. Had a bit of vacation time after quite a long stint through ECC and then Croatia and a bit of Malta as well. Going back to Italy and Germany as well. Hello to Frankie Spiteri. Good to see you in the chat as well. Christopher Ward, Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. He was saying hello to me bright and early. I'd love to hear from you. And yeah, we'd like to invite you to be a part of the broadcast. I've got to say, Nish and Corey did a really, really good job while I was away. I was lurking, keeping my eyes on things. At the moment, the radar's saying we should be fine this first game, maybe creeping in towards the second, and maybe a lot of rain, but after we're meant to finish. So, look, let's just hope it stays out the way. And then tomorrow and Friday, the radar I've got says we should be okay. But the thing with this ground, it is part of the Master Sports Club, so we need to get clearance to be able to use it if it does get a lot of water. I know the first day of the season, back in January 30, we were here and there wasn't any rain, but the field was too waterlogged to play. So, yeah, it'll be a situation we'll keep up to date with as we go on. So, yeah, Nish has the day off today, but he'll be closing out the series with me tomorrow for quarterfinals, then finals day on Friday. Corey, this is his last day. Tomorrow, he will be off to Barcelona because he's coaching Spain on the weekend. In fact, those squads have come out. Anyway, Just Matthew, the skipper, to get us going here on day 15, and it could be a wicket straight away. Hanging up in the air, and just carries mid off, and that'll be 4. So Das, just could tell it wasn't out of the middle, but that's the power of the guy. Even the miss hit's able to clear the infield. You can see that wasn't that convincing, but having said that, Mudder Day, they'll take the result, 4 runs to get us going on day 15. Gwyneth watching from the UK. Maybe let us know what the weather's like in your neck of the woods. I've got a few miles away. Das plays and misses the next one. Just Matthew does like to bend the ball. Does get good outswing. That one just going a little bit. Now, I was in Australia, which was actually a pretty exciting place to be. Just using my vacation time to catch up with family and friends there. And, yeah, I did catch the World Cup semi-final and final in particular. A lot of excitement about that there, obviously. Another good outswing from Matthew, and Das just losing his shape a fraction. I think when he's on, he's able to hit over cover, and that's actually what he's practicing right now. Just kind of losing that front shoulder a little bit. Hello to Nick, who's watching as well. Also going to say commiserations to all the teams that didn't win the World Cup. In the end, it was a pretty exciting climax through the semi-finals and the final. Loses the handle on this one, Just Matthew. That'll be a wide. Yeah, but India, they were team of the tournament, weren't they? I mean, that's what makes the World Cup, or any tournament, not just the World Cup, but when it comes down to a final, I think the slogan was it only takes one day, and obviously it was Australia's day and Australia's night, wasn't it, on Sunday for the decider. Here's Matthews beaten Das a few times. Das a little bit lucky to survive this first over when you look at it. Did get a boundary from what was really a miss hit, and then he's played and missed a bunch of times. But yeah, the finals format here. Top 4 of the 6 will survive to quarterfinals tomorrow. Obviously the top team will play the 4th team in the other group. The 2nd team will play the 3rd team in the other group in the quarters. Edged and dropped. He just throws a hand at it in the end there. That's Vishnu Tulasita and behind the stumps. No real footwork here. You'll see it here. Takes a step and almost can't believe it's within his grasp, but he didn't really get a spring off the foot. Well, he does take a step. Das It's a tough one, but it's got to go down as a chance. We've seen some spectacular catches to keep us right, actually, in this series. I thought Cedron's actually a really good fielder, but now he's kind of transitioned to the keeping spot for the Knights. Matthew, unlucky not to get Dust early, and Dust could make him pay later. Now he goes straight and he goes handsomely. Well, that sums it up. Who'd be a bowler? Maximo! The first one of the day as Matthew goes for 15. And really, to the cedar, and that'll hurt him behind the stumps to watch the next ball disappear. 15 for 1 after 1. 15 for none, I should say, of course. Maybe should have been a wicket in that first over. A couple of close calls. 25 days until the ECCW. You know, we're really excited about that. 5 nations competing for the first ever Euros of women's cricket. I know I'll be there. Corey will be there, and trying to move a few things around. Maybe we can get Rico there as well to take part in the coverage. I know a lot of people would love to see him there as well. And a few special guests coming up for the ECCW starting on December 17. And I've got to say, I really, really enjoyed watching the ECIs and ECIWs over the weekend as well, with Cyprus and Estonia touring. Watched a real exciting weekend of international cricket there. Okay, maybe not that many close results, but definitely to see the development of some of the teams as well. In particular, it's great to see the Estonian women for the first time on the network. Justin Sharju to bowl over number 2. Nazir been giving the opening spot, and a little bit surprised that they've gone to Nazir. I thought maybe they'd go Cornelius Yunus, kind of left-hand, right-hand combination, but Nazir obviously keen to get out there. He's more of a support act, Nazir, though can give it a thump, but I think early on he's probably just looking to give the strike to the big-hitting Michael Das. Nazir pushes and won't get a run here. Stephen Bishop-Apsey, who is in Cohen, just near Cartmay. Hello, Stephen, of course. Remember you being at the ECC recently. Hope you and your family are really well. He said it's a bit chilly this morning, 14 degrees. Beautiful part of the world. Spent a lot of time working on my Spanish in my 2 weeks off, actually. One of those things, I've taken the advice to put all my devices in Spanish. So my phone and my computer, I'll come back to that in a second. Srijay Patel, late in, by the way, for Mudda Day, and he's a very, very strong hitter of the baller as well. I don't think he'll bat that low. Probably maybe see him in the 3 or 4 spot here. Keeping up to date with the late movements. Sharju has beaten Nazir twice. Nazir's had about enough. He steps across and he horns it. Leg side. Maximo. And that's a bullseye into the archery range. Sharju with the in-swinger, paying the price. Well, he said he's a bit of a pusher, Nazir, but he's a bit more than that. Have a look at that. Kind of chokes up on the bat. You see a lot of the handle outside the top hand, although he only has little hands, Michael Nazir. Here's another man who, actually, he's got fairly normal-sized hands. That's the story he's selling, though. It's Corey Ruckers joining me. And Corey, it's actually our first time and our only time we'll be together during this series, so good morning to you.
Yeah, one and only, Vinny, so looking forward to this. And obviously, Mudda Day, they've improved a lot since the last time you and I were together in February here.
Yeah,
they've improved a lot.
Yeah, well, Michael Das is a big pickup for them. You know, obviously, he was playing for...
Who did he... Yeah.
He was playing for Kozo Zalmi last time.
I don't remember him being
Well,
this
here's
good.
the thing. He had a bit of a run of just going 6-6 out or 6-6-6 out. His top score was 18. And it was a 4-ball 18, but obviously he's a powerful hitter, and he's made a huge difference to Mudda Day, who got their sights set on making a deep run into the tournament. They have kind of had some good performances before in the ECS. I remember the rain has cost them a couple of times in the final series as well.
Well, is there permutations where rain could ruin quarterfinals, and meaning you want to finish top 2?
That's true. You know, obviously. I hope that doesn't happen, but it has happened before. But anyway, we're going to have a little bit of a chat because it's just nice to be back with you. I don't think we've commentated since the ECC final.
Yeah, that didn't count.
3 overs. That's a misfield. They're going to get one when they shouldn't have got one. And that will get the big hitting dust back on strike.
How was your trip down to Australia? You had a couple of weeks off?
I had a great time. You know, the thing that surprised me down there is how many people I'll just be out and about, especially, if we're watching a cricket game out and about in the pub or on the town, and they're like, "Are you from European cricket?"
Really?
Yeah. You'd be amazed. So that's a really good sign. Obviously, with
So it's catching on
with the ECC being
on Fox Sports.
on Fox Sports, so people say, "I think I know you from somewhere." I mean, it probably helps that I'm going to the pub in the green suit that says European Cricket Network.
Yeah, with the big players are on in the page. Oh, that's good, though. I've
got to say well done to you and Nish, though. We were a really interesting pairing.
Yeah, slightly odd couple, isn't it? No, Nish is a lovely young boy. He's earned himself a day off today, and I'm sure he's enjoying a bit of a sleep in. I mean, I'm glad we got the cricket on today. We went to bed last night thinking there could be an overnight storm, so...
Hopefully it lets us get through the day. If it comes through tonight, hopefully because... Okay, they water this ground pretty heavily every day anyway, so obviously it means that they won't water it overnight. Dasha Patanka just doing a few running patterns. Got to see the tank, I should say. Also enjoyed I was talking about the ECIs and the ECRWs over the weekend.
That was good.
And obviously great to see the Estonian women on the network for the first time. Cyprus, okay, they're in a bit of a hard place at the moment, but obviously some positives there. Das. With the readjusted helmet, goes leg side again. Doesn't really time it, but he will get a boundary. So he's lived a bit dangerously so far. Kind of mishit a 4 down the ground first ball. He played and missed a bunch of times. He was dropped a tough one for the keeper. But as long as he's there, Mudday will be confident they can put a good score on the board.
I don't think I've seen a player that's... Well, this is my second time doing an ECS mod. That I wouldn't say is this improved, but the biggest differential from not making a score to make score, because every time he bats now, it looks like he's going to hit 100.
Yeah.
And last time he was a bit unrecognisable. This time, he's there.
This one is going to be a wide. Yeah, no, well, he started with a huge innings. He scored 100.
Always helps. Imagine starting a season. When you play a season, you hit a big score early in your season, you're so set up for the year.
But he was uber aggressive in a stacked Gozo-Zalmi top 5 or 6. So he'll come out and literally probably try and hit every ball for 6. Also, it was his first series, so he probably, sometimes people go a bit too hard, if that makes sense. Sharju, last ball of his over. That's a good one. Beats the outside edge of Das, but he survives, and that's the end of the second over. It's 28 without loss after 2. So I was just saying, I'm obviously going to spend the last 4 weeks of the season in Spain, so I've been working hard on that. As we have a look at the table with the Knights clear in top spot, and they will hold on to top spot regardless, but still, winning form's good form going into the final series. No, the Knights have never won an ECS, even though I think they've come second 2 or 3 times. So always the bridesmaid. In fact, once it was a washed out final and they went down to their arch rivals, Marsa.
So how would this work out if we do get a rain that influences finals and you've got a winner of Group A, a winner of Group B?
It would go to who has the best record.
Really?
Yeah.
Tough, though, because they play different teams.
True, but luck of the draw.
Can you just keep them playing a random final in the future and just it's a one-off battle in 2024?
Good idea.
That would have more weight for me than just going...
Yeah, but you got to... Thing is, you got to have a winner
they've played different. Yeah, but they've played different groups, so it's really hard to weight that net run rate sort of and points and...
It's true. But I mean, that's
an extra game element for the network. You just
we're going to do it
for
a one-off.
Yeah, for a one-off. Fly everybody.
Well, I watched a great documentary on the 2020 for 20 million. This one's flicked away by Nazir. She'll just get the single. Yeah, well, that's how it would be done. But I'm confident it won't get to that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll definitely have to. We'll see. The forecast isn't great.
I'm bullish on the forecast. There's a few that are bearish. At the moment, we've got plenty of sunshine out there. I was going to say I've moved. I've changed my settings and all that on my phone and my computer to Spanish, but then I'm worried that I'm starting to make purchases that I don't recognise. Because,
Is that the robot?
Are you sure you want to buy this?
The robot costume again.
Oh, Mandarin. This is hit really nicely. That's going to be 4. Picks the gap. And Das, who has kind of flown by the seat of his pants through this power play, moves into the 20s.
Yeah, Das again, just doing what he does best, Vinny. He'd be someone to potentially be a wild card for Gozo's Army. If he's still got a relationship with them, I'd be...
well, he'd be eligible.
Well, yeah, because obviously you get 2 wild cards.
Yeah, maybe something for them to get around the table and discuss. Hide the weapons first.
Didn't know it was a frosty, bro. Was it no
I
good?
don't know. I mean, like, he's eligible because he's played a game for them in the last 12 months.
Yeah, but I was more thinking just as a wild card player because I was talking yesterday on air a little bit about Gozo. If they pick up two, their squad's good.
I was listening, yeah.
If they pick 2 good wild cards up out of the group or someone in Malta, I reckon they'll go close.
But my point is, they wouldn't have to spend a wild card on him.
Okay,
because he's genuinely played.
Even better. What a team. Yeah, that'd be an incredible pick. You add that into the Prasad, Lala, Zishan. All of a sudden, your top 5s.
I know that I think they look pretty close at like a Push Parajan,
Has he
for
played
example.
a game? Oh.
No, but to spend a wild card maybe. But you mentioned yesterday, just pick up like a Hamza Dar.
Well, you could pick up anyone in Spain just to catch a quick flight. I'd be making a phone call. Why not? Last ball of the third.
Shot. There wasn't a great ball from Sukumaran, really opened up that zone. So Das just keeps on rocking at the end of the power play. Mudday, a 37 without loss.
Yeah, good batting, isn't it? It's a poor ball, but just has to catch up with it. He'll get it away for 4. The scores have been going up the last few days. What did you, while you were in Perth, did you get to catch much of this cricket, or are you quite busy, obviously, with the kid, with family?
I lurked more than you realise.
Yep.
Sometimes it's tough to get in the chat, but yeah, I actually been keeping up to date with the results. Obviously, seeing how the groups have progressed. Obviously, we know these teams really well. I think this is could be our 7th European Cricket Series here, give or take. So yeah, always really excited to see some new teams involved. Obviously, we've got Gazira United, we've got Red Stars making their debuts in this series, and you got the kind of tried and true teams. So yeah, fun, a few little byplays here. So you got Samuel Senestars playing for the Knights, which is his team, but when the Knights haven't played, he plays for Mudday in the ECS. And you've got Basil George, who has been playing for the Southern Crusaders, again, when the Knights haven't had a team. They haven't always had a team in the ECS. Big edge onto the leg for Nazir. He'll scramble for 1, brings Das back on strike.
Would Malta have the most teams per size
Capita?
of country? Yeah, like it's a very small country, but we're easily able to get 16 teams to play. I can't think of any other country where it's that small we get teams this easily.
Yeah, well, we got 12 in this tournament, but I think, yeah, they are getting to 15 or 16 that are in the country. And you're right, I think the population's about 500,000.
So it's quite a loss, isn't
Actually,
it?
a really good point. Yeah, about just over 500,000.
It is a tiny island, but cricket everywhere. This is one of the better grounds as well.
A bit short cut away. Babu gets too short, too wide, and well picked by Das, who's just working his way into his innings. I like this shot. I think he looked a little bit too leg side conscious earlier, but he just plays the line of the ball this time and he gets 4.
Yeah, good batting. Just good batting. There's always room in this sport for technical players just to place the ball, and you don't always have to be power. He's got a bit of elegance, old Das.
I think there's value there as well, because you rarely have that quarter of the ground protected, and it is where the bowlers are trying to bowl a lot of the time. So I think it's good shot selection. If you're a good cutter of the ball, you're going to get value there. Babu needs to straighten it up a touch, but that has its risks as well to Michael Das. He draws him wide. This one is going to be caught a wide. Did seem like it got a little bit of the line there.
Yeah, fair enough. That it swung late, but I'm pretty sure that's a wide.
Babu's massive frame in the way of the camera shot there. So I want to say hello to Shriyans as well, and I noticed that Corey blocked you for 300 seconds for bringing up the Sikanda Zulfikar innings. I mean, we called it the most amazing innings we'd ever seen, but then maybe the Maxwell just outdone it, because Zulfikar only had the bat for about 10 minutes.
How was that, Maxwell? Did you watch Maxwell's innings?
Well, we were here. Zissel just gets the line. I thought there was a bit of bat in that. Wait for the signal. It's, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's been given runs, Vin. I think it's just a little inside edge.
Have a look at it here, yeah. Certainly a bit back. One of that kind of rolling cutter from Babu. I don't think that Tulasita would be too happy that he wasn't able to at least keep that in front of him. Yeah, the Maxwell innings, I think, was that the day that you arrived in Malta?
No, I was at home watching that.
Okay.
I was at home watching that. That was just beyond.
It was after work. I actually listened to the last 10 to 15 overs of it on BBC radio from a hotel room. That must have been
interesting.
Because I couldn't get it on TV.
Yeah.
So I actually listened to it, and it's been a while since I've heard genuine radio commentary. Edged and gone. So Das's luck runs out. And, yeah, well, he had a lot of close calls there, didn't he, Babu? He just concentrates on that offside channel, and that's a big moment in this game as Dust falls 47 for 1.
Yeah, probably the first time he got a bit sloggy there, lost his shape, head was looking at the moon, and, yeah, little feather edge has to go.
And, yeah, you're right about that. You know, just loses his front half there. It's a lazy shot. I mean,
he's better than that.
He'd played a few of them in the innings and gotten away with them, and you could see every time he'd practiced the correct shot. But in the end, like a lot of human beings, the temptation gets the better of him in the end. And so Babu, he's pretty happy about it. Toseeda could have dropped that if he tried. And it's the end of the big hitting Michael Das. 34 or 15 though. Decent numbers, 7 fours and a Maximo. And look, still with 6 overs to go in the innings, they got batting to come. Srijay Patel coming in at 3. You've still got guys like Yunus in there as well. Although it does kind of fall away a little bit towards the middle and bottom. So they'll be hoping they can keep going at this kind of a rate, about 13 and over.
Yeah, it's a big wicket in the context of this game. Patel comes out at number 3, and, well, Marta Day, they've got a bit of an opening now.
And Patel is exciting. Babu's good, though. He gets that natural kind of in movement again. Swings a long way after the stumps, but Babu, that's why it was uncharacteristic for him to stray under the leg stump, because he is pretty good at bowling one side of the wicket, and now he's back to what he's doing. So, yeah, that Maxwell innings, listened to it on radio, then watched it back. But obviously on radio, they had to be very descriptive of how he was moving. And
nothing like it ever. Ever. He wasn't moving.
I'm trying to think about it. I think it would have been the last night of commentary I did, or last day of commentary I did was the Maxwell innings. So I've actually talked about it on the air as we get to the end of the 4th over. Good one by Babu. Gets the result by dismissing Michael Das. It's 47 for 1 after 4. But, yeah, they were describing it as, you know, he's moving like a penguin, moving like if you got caught on the lavatory and someone knocked at the front door and you still had your trousers around your ankles.
Yeah, and then it got more limited than that. It was freakish and sort of sums up the Australian campaign. I can't believe they've won that World Cup. Good on them. Fair enough.
And actually, I was speaking to Stefan Gooch as well. Stefan made the odd cameo on commentary as well.
Yep.
And we said to each other, this is just what Australia do. They'll probably win this World Cup after that. You know, they just kind of got a sniff of it. I think they also kind of enjoy being underdogs. Not often they are underdogs either in the last 30 years. This will be a wide despite the big step from Nazir, as this is Adil Latif coming on in over number 5. Yeah, it was exciting. And I also think, look, I love in 10 over cricket, 20 over cricket, having very batter-friendly conditions and high scores. I think that's great. But I think for 50 over cricket to survive, it needs to get a bit test matchy, I think, with conditions. I think I actually think in a 50 over game, because of what you're trying to get out of it, you need a bit more of a balance. And so I quite like, you know, let's say 220 to 270 kind of wickets as pars. I think they make for more interesting contests. Because I think if you're just watching like a 20-20 or a 10 over game that goes longer and getting scores 450, I actually don't think it holds your interest as much.
I think obviously everyone sort of likes a low-scoring thriller, but the white ball format is more conducive to high scores, and people do want to see boundaries. Yeah, and you're right about the underdog thing. I think no one ever cheers Goliath, do they? No one ever cheers Goliath. Everyone's always, if you're a bit of an underdog tag, you can use that and sort of put your team in better positions.
There's about 1 billion Goliath fans that are pretty upset on Monday morning.
But they're not Goliath. We are actually Goliath in white ball cricket Australia when I say we. But they did have the underdog tag probably for the first time in a 50 over competition, and they used it well.
I thought you were a Netherlands fan.
I am a Netherlands fan. But to be honest, I'm not emotionally tied to the Aussies as much anymore. It's more Spain and Netherlands. Yeah, I'm a bit... I heard a bit how they carried on against the Dutch, and I'm off the Aussies a bit. Yeah. I've got some good stories I can tell you off air, actually.
Get ready for to spill the tea. 50 comes up. It does take a step here, but I think it is quite wide of, so you see, the line.
It's one of those ones. He's moved a lot, so maybe you could have given it to the bowler.
Maybe you could have given it to him, but, I mean, the umpires are in doubt. They call it. Okay, this one up and over, and that's an unprotected part of the ground. That'll be 4 more. Patel struggling a little bit to get going, but this will help 4 runs. But, yeah, kind of take your point there. But as far as the conditions go, I like to see batters maybe having to contend with some bowler-friendly conditions and pitches. where
I think
they have to
everyone
fight-
truly deep down, like, even if it's a test, you'd rather a 3-day test and it's nipping around than a 5-day test and it's 600 plays 500.
Gotta earn your runs.
Yeah, I think even when we have a low score thriller in T10, there's something about it when there's wickets in a game, it adds emotion.
This one doesn't really.
We look back at some of our high-scoring thrillers on the network, Spain, Netherlands, Spain, Italy. They're great, but I think I vividly remember the Albi Zalmi and the Frankfurt. The low-scoring ones, because there's wickets, it just adds a layer of just, yeah, it's hard to describe.
It's just my opinion with 50-over cricket. I think you've got to bring it back to the bowlers in that form of the game. So I do think in 20-over cricket, 10, particularly what we do, I mean, the high-scoring dynamics means anything's possible. As well,
everything's been broken now. The game's broken because I don't think you remember at the ECC we're in the group stage. I came up after Group A and said we're going to see some big scores, maybe the highest score and things like this. But I don't think we thought it would break in the manner it did. That's a good ball. In the finals week, it actually broke further than I think any of us really realised. Like we were thinking some high scores, but that became absurd. And maybe the writing was on the wall. We had Rome, Bangla, Morning Sun in Rome, 175. We had Hungary, Portugal. And maybe these were glimpses to what could happen.
We should have had 170 a couple of days ago, by the way, but that got botched.
Yeah, it should have been chased easy. And the thing is, those 170s were chased in 8. So
it's 57-1 after 5 overs. I am back, and I'm really happy to be back. Just one day with Corey, though, because, Corey, I know that you are heading to Barcelona tomorrow to prepare for the ECIs, Spain, Portugal, and Romania. We might even be able to bring you those squads pretty shortly. But yeah, if you'd like to get in touch, you can always get me at Mr. Maximo. Yeah, Corey Rutgers, Nish with the day off today. But he'll be back with me for the last couple of days of Malta as Corey is heading off. Wayne just saying he's got a spare KO password. I am able to watch it if I'm in Australia. But
can we watch it over here? I don't think we can.
The reason, because I listened on radio, right? The reason was I was in Malta. And that's why, as we have Dot start the 6th over. Yeah, so that's why I could have gone to one of the places that was showing it. Quite a few places were showing it here on the... Of course, we kind of stay on the strip in Gazira, which has a fair few bars and restaurants that were showing the game. But I was just back in my room. I was mesmerised. And Nazir, for me, yeah, he has to get out of the way one way or another now. Babu is bowling well to him outside this off-stump channel. And I just think, when you think of the Knights batting lineup, what they're going to throw at Mudday in the second innings, Nazir has to be a bit more productive. Well, that's a better shot. It's going to test the fielder, but he's up to the test there, Latif.
I was thinking about all the records we do have on the network. It's so the high score ones will probably keep advancing. We'll get the odd big one here in an ECS or ECC, ECL. But the other opposite end, I don't know if we'll see much lowest chases. I don't know if that's going to take some time now because the ball's different and the scores are flying. Are we going to see a 40 defended?
Well,
that makes that even harder.
I'm not sure if you're even aware of this, but I'm going to show you something in a second.
Go on.
As this gets through Patel. Babu's been really good. He's been really disciplined. I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to show you. This is a record that went down in fairly recently. But I agree with you as far as that. Because you look at these record
it's going the opposite way then.
And you look at how many 2023s are in there. It all started with the Barcelona Bash last year.
Yeah, it did. That was the start, and we didn't realise. Start of something crazy.
Start of a new
era. And then we
era.
were saying then, even then when we had the Horn Day and we're like, the balls are flying, 115 sixes in a day, and that's just caught on. That was the start of it. That really was the start of it.
And yeah, but one thing that we did have go down. So again, lowest score for a team, completed innings, 6. I think it's going to be a while before.
Oh, that's stuck.
Yeah.
That really is stuck.
Because it would require a mismatch of teams, which you rarely get.
Beyond mismatch.
And some sort of ruthlessness streak that means that...
No edges for 4.
Yeah. 2 of them were extras, I think, as well. All right, this is in the air, and it's not going too far at all. It's a simple catch there for Jace Matthew. Patel doesn't click here in match 57. He'll be the second wicket to fall, 58 for 2.
Yeah, good length, heavy length, and it's a bit of a loose shot. Doesn't go anywhere near the middle of the bat, I should say. And Patel, he'll have to depart. But yeah, go on.
Now, we've had some of our predictions come true. I think you predicted we'd have the highest individual score beaten during the ECC, and that that came true. One of the
There was,
things
there was a ruthlessness to that.
yeah, that's true.
Of
24
Derbyshire
sixes,
captain
22.
deciding to take down the Turkish team. That was one of the crazier innings I've seen. But fair enough.
I also said I think at some point we'll see a team defend one in the 50s, and it happened during Croatia. Ljubljana defended 56 against the Zagreb Assassins, and the Assassins actually will be at EC. Both those teams actually will be at ECL. Ljubljana from Slovenia, Assassins from Croatia.
I guess it would have to be a more recognised, slightly weaker place because the average scores was 80, wasn't it?
Well, you saw the scoring rate in Croatia.
Yeah.
And also the conditions. That was the Halloween.
How did Moncada Royale defend 65 versus Hero Sabadell?
Yeah, some of them are in Barcelona. I mean, the men in blue.
Wait till you see the squads
63.
in Barcelona. Should be an interesting tournament.
Yeah, can't wait. We'll probably
Are
already
you going straight to Barcelona on
Friday night.
Oh, so you're doing the ECIs this weekend?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Me and Rico.
Yeah, cool.
And maybe we can grab you for a few overs in your game off.
Yeah, it's Sunday. We're playing 4 Saturday,
That's
so
true.
there's quite a lot going on Saturday, but Sunday's good. But yeah, that's okay. So you and Rico are doing the Nationals. That should be a nice little event. Back to Barcelona. It's good to get cricket back up there.
You'll be going home for a little bit of a break after the ECIs, and then
fly Monday, then back the following Sunday.
and we'll finish the year together. Whoa, that one takes off.
It's always when it hits that pop increase, isn't it? There's always you bowl a full ball Yorker every now and then, it can just take right off like that.
It's pretty lucky not to be given a wide because I think that 10% of that ball was on the line, but
See,
probably lucky it wasn't a...
I don't mind when it... I agree, there's 10% hitting the line there, but I don't mind if you give the leeway to the bowler there.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's like when there's 10% hitting the ball, the stump for an LBW and DRS. They don't give it to the bowler.
Well,
always goes
the other way you could say, if you wanted to bring it back a bit, is to give that whole line to the bowler like baseball. As it gets any bit of that zone, maybe then you don't move the line. Maybe then you say, look, the line's the line. We'll give you that much. But, you have like a set zone just to make it easier for the umpires. But see, if you say 10%, then what about when it's 20%? It starts to bring down into it. Well, that's well hit by Nazir. He likes that shot, and it's gonna carry the field. A good effort out there by Nias Mohammed. But Maximo, 6 to Day, who have just been kind of strangled a bit since the wicket of Michael Das.
Yeah, nice shot, isn't it? It goes for 6, just getting it over the rope. Yeah, it is funny, but that ECC final did break the game. It was the first time I've ever seen a sport it just broke all the realms of what we thought was possible, and now it's about damage control. Who's going to be able to find a way to keep teams to 150?
Yeah, well,
I think that the rules need a tweak now. I actually think from a coach's perspective, but it won't too much, but I think teams should be given a third person outside the power play.
Yeah.
Just one. I might save a couple extra, but just the 2 is like, you can't have a third man, so the ball gets dead, you're like, 4. it's
I don't
so
know.
difficult.
I'm backing bowlers to be able to come up with something. Like maybe they need...
I don't know. You got to remember, these balls, 100% confirmed, they're flying 20 to 25% further on a small
Can I be honest,
boundary.
though? I don't think the bowlers bowled very well. It's a combination of things.
Yeah, but
I didn't see enough Yorkers nailed.
Yeah, but anytime someone beat someone with an edge, edges now weren't just hitting the barrier thing. They were going over the fencing.
These balls were flying.
They're
Grizzlies.
He's edged it, and that is 6 runs.
Flying Grizzly Bears.
Flying Grizzly Bears is good. Yeah, it was a very interesting experience.
Steps across this time, drives into the gap. In fact, this will go to the boundary, so Nazir, liking this from him. He's certainly found it a bit tough going.
Good shot.
He's a kind of plucky player. He's got a little bit of the Alan Border about him. You know what I mean? He leads by example, and he's maybe not the swashbuckler that some other guys are in his team. But anyway, end of 7, 69-2. Hey, talking about the ECIs, these are the squads. Well, we've got the Spanish coach here. Why don't you take us through your squad? Particularly some of the new names we might not have seen.
Yeah, you've got some regular names there because they all live in Barcelona, so they wanted to be rewarded playing the home ground. But 3 names to look out for: Mustafa Ghulam, Hamza Salim's brother. Shiraz Iqbal from Kowloon Tigers gets his debut. Those are pathway players. And Sebastian Hughes Panane, actually the young boy at the Durham Academy. Durham tweeted about us last night and him getting a call up to T10.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. So everyone in Durham's all excited for him. He's got a Spanish mother from Madrid, and that goes for 4, semi-through Tufu.
So Eunice is back, by the way. He's come out.
Super exciting. There's a little article that's come out on Sebastian Hughes. He's a 17-year-old. He debuted County 2s last year at 16.
Wow.
Just a left arm offie. So he's probably going to get whacked in the T10. But, and then you've got regular names. One of the more exciting ones to get back is Prince Demad. We haven't seen him all year. We've missed him. Good to have him back. And the rest are pretty household names these days.
You do have a pretty good spin option there, obviously, in Lorne Burns. You've got Yasser Ali as well.
Lorne's the only one flying out from Barcelona. He's coming from Malaga from the weekend. The rest are based in Barcelona. So good squad, nice guys, and a good way to finish a year.
This is hit straight and should just be a single. So, yeah, with Lorne, I suppose, being a weekend, he's a bit more available. I know that
he can always play weekends.
Yeah.
Weekend, he's with the Calpel Giants, and he's already seen that on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday. He'll be able to play Saturday, Sunday, so he's excited.
Great.
Yeah, weekend cricketer. He's very tight with his work and his boss.
Got to work on him, maybe.
I've tried.
Throw the checkbook at him.
No, we've tried.
This is dabbed away and finds the gap. This will be 4. So Nazir fighting away at the moment. What a day. Yeah, probably a little bit behind the 8 ball here, given what they are going to face in the second innings. But, I mean, same thing with the Knights. I mean, if you get those guys early, maybe you can defend 110 or so here.
Good shot from Nazir, just pushing in the offside. Yeah, just put a little link in about Sebastian. The good thing about young Sebastian, his father and his family have watched the ECC. They've always watched our ECC, so they know it's they know it's crazy. They're not coming into it. I've even sent them videos of Barcelona because he's going to play on a hybrid baseball side. This isn't England.
Might be as cold as England that time of the year if we're not careful. So how was that introduction, mate? Is this a Liam Day find?
No, Liam's got this a girl that's playing in the ECCW. So that's also Liam. But this is a Burtis found this one a year ago.
Burtis.
And so there's a name you need to look up, and we found it, and we called the family, and yes, Spanish mother from Madrid, and the family is excited, but we're looking to get him more involved in T20s. We just thought this is a good time. He's got no other commitments, just to come over and have a bit of fun.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's good that Lorne's coming as well, because those two are a little bit of spin twins. And
yeah. So left arm orthodox.
And then you've got
bats a bit, or
we don't know about the batting. Left arm orthodox is his main thing. Spoke to Cambo last night because Cambo's at Durham.
Of course.
So he said, yeah, good young kid, and we'll enjoy him. So him and Charlie, 2 17-year-old left arm offies, really weird.
might have to tweak his batting a bit.
Yeah, we might send him in at 3 to make 10 off 20. But and then obviously good to see like Ishan, Baba. All these guys are super excited. It's the first ever international at Barcelona. So all their families, all their friends are all coming. Of course
it is, yeah.
They're over everyone they know is coming to watch them play.
That's going to be huge on the weekend as well, Saturday, Sunday.
It'll be busy. It'll be busy.
Fill the stands, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Bring a jacket. This is probably just missing. Eunice is nervous, so he takes off on a run that's not there. That'll be the end of the 8th, and it's 79 for 2.
It's as cold as you think, Vinny. Let me take it.
Tell me what it is at the moment. I've just got...
Yeah, the weekend we're looking at... Okay, it's fresh.
I told you to ring the hand warmers.
It's a 16 and 14 for Saturday, Sunday. That's not awful.
10 more than it has been sometimes at Barcelona.
Yeah, this time, yeah. 16 and 14.
Hey, and it'll go into the night as well. Have you ever done a night game there?
No.
When the sun goes, it takes about 20 degrees with it.
Is there anywhere indoors we can commentate as well?
Thought about it. All right, 9th over, beginning.
There must be somewhere indoors we can set this up, because that must
It's a long way from the centre, though. There is like a media room, because it was where they did the Olympic baseball, right?
Does the media room look over the field?
Probably need your binoculars, but
it's good enough.
It's something we might look into.
Yeah, especially for the night games. Is it, because how many games a day is the weekend? Is it?
It's 5 and 4.
5 and 4.
Yeah. So
yeah, I know we play 1, 2, 3,
4 and 5.
4, 5 on day 1.
And you'll play 7 and 8.
Yep. Yeah, busy first day.
Oh, straight through his legs.
Yeah, nutmeg.
He wants a wide, but it was right under his midsection there, Eunice.
I think the scores, looking at the Portuguese squad that's quite good in Romania, and you know how Barcelona is.
We're going to look. We'll look at that throughout the day.
That ball potentially is going to fly there. You know how far it goes in Barcelona.
I do. Oh, now again.
They've got a new pitch apparently as well. So they've got a new, longer, wider pitch that's rolled out, and apparently it is flat as a tack, doesn't swing, doesn't spin. It's just flat.
To be honest.
There was a game the other day.
The old one didn't help the bowlers too much either.
Yeah, but it looks a bit better because it's wide. Remember how the other one was super narrow?
Yeah. Wide is good.
But there was a 280 versus 290 in the T20 the other day.
Eunice does get some bat on this one. Up in the air, away from the fielder.
So I've come up with a plan. let Portugal bat first, let them make 190, and then I can get that graph fixed because Spain will chase it down.
Portugal, actually, they feature on that graph pretty heavily.
Good team as well.
Yeah. Sean Gomsh back.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Sean and Juan Henry from England are flying in.
One played in the ECC recently. It was good.
Good. He struggled a little bit, but it takes people to find...
It's a good opportunity for him.
It takes people time to figure out how to play T10.
Could be a big part of their T20 setup as well, which obviously is a big focus on that.
Oh.
Wow. Good night. That one's going, and gone. Maximo Nazir. He's only little, so what's the height on this? Probably okay, but yeah, because he's a step forward.
Step forward, always think.
Yeah.
The step forward gives that bowler a little bit more margin because then we all naturally think dipping.
Yeah, have a look at this.
So, plan
you see
is...
Portugal actually on the wrong end of Hungary, who had the record.
The writing was on the walls. We should have noticed that something crazy was going to happen.
Portugal also feature against Sweden.
I think the 8 over chases just show that 190 could be chased. 200 could be chased. Do you reckon there's one day 200 chased down?
I mean, yeah, it could happen. How big's this step here? Let's have a look. So he's 4 stumps outside.
See, that's
probably
one. I'd say bowler should get away with that.
Yeah, because however wide he goes outside of something, that's how much the line moves. So fair enough. 87 for 2 after 9. So, well, we almost had a 200 chase, but this is the thing. Just like 200 scores, you often think they're on for 200 here, but even just one normal over takes it away. So there was a game in Switzerland was 203 to 178.
Yeah,
and they needed 51 off the last 3. And that was Idris Hark, remember, from Switzerland, who was just going crazy.
I think that the biggest differential is back in last ECC, 2022, last year, teams, we could hit 2 boundaries and over and everyone was comfortable with 2 boundaries and over. Now it's like if you don't hit 3 boundaries and over, you and 3 boundaries, there's a 6, a 6 and a 4. So there's already 16.
16, yeah.
So...
And then maybe a dot.
I think in the game versus Italy in that chase, I listened to that one back as they're going to think about 2, but just one. You said Spain had the highest first 5 over score, and we're on 131 off 5.
Yeah.
So we're on for 260 there.
Who was that against?
Italy, when we're chasing 1-8. Right. Danny, Hamza, and Ishan just all clicked. And Yassine, sorry. So next TCC, I'm having nightmares still. What do you do? We had Adam Algar, Awais Ahmed, and Mohamed Ishan practicing off-spec because we didn't know who to bowl.
I remember you just giving them all an audition. He's lucky to get away with that one, I think.
Pretty funny. It is pretty funny looking back. We had a crazy week. Every game we played was just bonkers.
That was good.
Funny times.
The Jersey game.
Hey, I'm super excited for ECL, though. ECL is going to be as good. I love the ECL. I think it's better.
Swing and a miss.
You weren't here, I don't know if you heard, but I went through the ECL groups like massively the other day and went through how many genuine contenders.
Yeah.
And there's 14, I think, genuine could win it. And that's exciting. I love that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome to hear.
A lot of people talking about the Danish team, Skanderborg.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently.
They're hungry. I mean, they qualified before, but it got pandemicked out.
Yeah, that's right. Now, remember the poor English team? Imagine that. Because that's so hard to come back.
By the way, things have ground to a bit of a halt here. Nazir just hasn't been able to find the boundaries or really any runs towards the back end of this innings. So
they're under par big time. 115's par here these days, and the Knights looking to continue their winning formula.
Charger's a good performer. I mean, isn't one guy also in a Maltese shirt? Always gives them a lot. Well, finally, Nazir goes, but it is going to be just far enough. Bit of a bottom of the bat job there from Michael Nazir, but Maximo badly needed from Day. Now another one of those would get them up to the 100. Last ball to come.
Yeah, nice shot. It's a half volley and gets enough air on it. 52 metre 6. It's all that matters.
So yeah, we've been kind of ships in the night, haven't we, as far as commentating together. The next time we'll commentate together, technically, will be week 3 in Barcelona, I think.
Yeah, Monday morning, right?
Yeah. I've got a little bit of a mini break again. I'm due for some more time off after how much I did. It's outside the line, so won't be out. And we'll get a leg by, I think, to finish. So 95 for 2 will be the final score. And so, yeah, I've seen Michael Duss. When he went, a lot of the runs went with him, I think. Although he was a little bit lucky, I think, to survive as long as he did. Was living pretty dangerously here on morning 15 of this tournament. I think the Knights fairly comfortable with that, but Day, they'll be hoping they can spring a surprise, maybe catch a couple of big fish in the power play as we look back at the highlights of the first innings of the day. Day winning the toss and batting. The Michael Das, well, he was a bit streaky, but he was scoring. And as usual, he was the key. That was a tough chance, but a chance nonetheless to throw a cedar and behind the stumps. But Das, that was a pretty as a picture shot, but just, I suppose, occasionally just losing his form, and that cost him in the end.
Yeah, 7 fours and 1 6 for Das Nazir, his opening partner. Also 4 6s and 2 4s. It was a healthy opening partnership. Das is a good player and nice to watch on the eye, actually, the way he times it over the offside as well. But overall, this was the big wicket, Vinny, and it sort of changed the context of the innings.
Yeah, it sure did. And I think you've also got to give some credit to the Knights bowlers that were pretty disciplined in keeping it in that offside channel. And that's what good teams do. They're a team, probably the best team in Malta to never win an ECS, the Knights. Always the bridesmaid, really. Lost a couple of times to Marsa in the decider here. Nazir, look, to be fair, he tried, but he's certainly a guy that's built to kind of be a bit more of a support act than the main thing. And Srijay Patel not really clicking while he was there. Same with Yunus. So in the end, Nazir does top score 39, but off 27 balls. And for the Knights, and he conceded 10 extras in total, 1 and over. I think that's okay. Das 34 off 15. 7 fours and a 6 in there, but he wasn't quite able to hit his top form. For that reason, Day, for me, they're about 20 under here. But you never know, you're lucky in the big city. But the Knights had some good performers. I've got to say, Nitin Babu, for me, he was the big of the bowlers. Picked up the 2 wickets and only went for 11. I suppose what's striking there is that they did only pick up the 2 wickets in the 10 overs, but they were able to still restrict Day to less than 10 and over. So pretty good holding job so far. The Knights will send out their big guns, I'm sure, in the second half. Just a few minutes away. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Rutgers. Hope you're enjoying the morning so far. Back with more action after this break. You're watching the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizzaway. Hello and welcome back to Malta. Great to have your company. This is day 15, the final day of group matches here in this European Cricket Series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, back with you for the last 3 days of this series. And of course, still 3 weeks of ECS action in Barcelona to come and the ECCW to close out the season. Right here, right now, you're watching match 57 in the ECS Malta Encore between Mata Day and Edex Knights. The Mata Day side putting 95 on the board, just losing 2 wickets along the way, but the Knights doing a good holding job in the first innings of the day. And now they're looking to put their foot down. Boom, boom, Basil George to face up. And just quickly looking at who's out there. As expected, it is Samuel Stanislaus at the other end. So really, for Mata Day to have any chance here, you'd say that these two need to fail. Too big to fail, to use the old Wall Street comparison from the late 2000s. Sam Aquilina behind the stumps for Mata Day. They do play an attacking brand of cricket, these two, so it just takes one mishit, one misjudgment. You can pick them up. Pintu Ghosh will get us going for Mata Day. Hello to everyone who's watching as well. I've had a lot of lovely messages this morning already from Malta and beyond. Mata Day, basically 1 in 6 shot. That's what that's telling us. Imagine you roll a dice and you need a 6 to win. That's kind of what the percentages are saying. So you're telling me there's a chance. Waiting for the clock to tick over here. Pista, good to see you in the chat. Welcoming me back as well. Corey Ruckers will be back very shortly. Two pretty good teams here to get us going. Beautiful ground here at the Master Sports Club, as always. Darsha Patanka is waiting for time to tick over. It has now, so 96 to win. Is Basil going to bring the boom boom? And you can see what I mean. First one just nibbles away from Basil George. And close call first up. We saw something similar with Michael Das. A little bit vulnerable against the brand new ball. Basil, a lot of his shots, it's more just kind of head movement rather than prodigious foot movement. And it's a bit like that. Goes after it and he nails it. Maximo! And that is the danger of Basil George. I mean, that's not really a terrible delivery from Ghosh. Maybe a bit fuller than the first delivery, but you see a little shuffle. Just trusts his hands. Got such fast hands there, Basil George. Smokes it away into the archery range. And yeah, once a bullseye, we know it's a dangerous place to go and get the ball from, especially they're lining you up. Yeah, well bowled. Good comeback from Ghosh, though. That was a little bit too full to pull. Didn't stop George trying, so 1 out of 3 so far. Got to get him early. Otherwise, this could be done with time to spare. This time he does get their hands through it. Oh, it's really, really good stuff from Basil George. He cracks that one into the fence that surrounds the ground. Maximo! See here again. He watches it really closely because, like I said, it wasn't that short. And he kind of misjudged the previous attempt at a pull, but that time, no misjudgment about it. Now in the air, and oh, perilously close to the fielder. It's slightly inside out. And they're the kinds of moments that Mater will be hoping they can turn into a turning point. You can see there goes inside out. Off that middle leg. It's good effort there. And he's here prowling around the cover region. Stanislaus to face up for the first time. 13 off this first over. You feel like they've got to win the power play Mater Dei to be a shot. Pretty well bowled by pin 2. Stanislaus keeps out the in-swing. End of the first over, 13 without loss. And actually something that I've been keeping an eye on as well as the golden ball counter. And unfortunately, it wasn't reset while I was away. I threw the challenge down, although some pretty close calls along the way. But we are now 232 matches since the golden ball. The last golden ball being the 23rd of September. So tomorrow, that's 2 months since a golden ball. We'd love to have one today, especially with Corey having his last day on the commentary for a little while before he goes into coaching mode again. This one would have to be pretty dramatic, I think, to force a golden ball. We know Mater Dei, they're no strangers to a golden ball. As you saw earlier in the year, that famous Magnificent 7 game. Azim Abbasi to bowl over number 2. Strays down the leg side, first up to left-hander. Speaking of Corey Ruckus, here he is back with me. And yeah, Basil, a couple of cracking shots, a couple of close calls in the first over. But you just feel this opening partnership, they are the key to the Knights cruising to a victory or not. That
6 over mid-wicket, I was outside at that time. Oh boy, that was large, Vinny. He's a bit of a dynamo, isn't he? He has to be up there with one of the better ball strikers in Europe in general.
And he showed it. He can do it against quality opposition as well. I suppose that's the difference. But right now, it's not a great start from Abbasi, who needs to read the room and realise Basil is left-handed. That one gets away from Sam Aquilina as well. There's the minimum 5 free runs to the Knights.
Well, it's already 19 now, isn't it? And in theory, off 1 over. Keeper didn't move great either. So, yeah, look, the Edicts Knights, I'd love to see them versus Gozo Zami because those two teams stand out. Swicky United right up there as well. Who had a surprise loss to overseas. You should have seen that game. They only hit 44 with only 6 overs, 2 and under.
Yeah.
You know how hard that is to do against overseas?
Well, I mean, shades of their performance in the finals where they kind of capitulated as well earlier in the year. Sweetie.
Oh.
And that's going to be a no-y. And Basil begrudgingly is going to take the single, which means Stanislaus will get to face the free hit.
Well, that's 21 off 1 now. And free hit time for Stanislaus.
Starts with the ball here, and Abbasi just has not been able to put it where he wants it so far. So Samuel will get the opportunity to don the immunity cloak. Gets one that comes into him. Doesn't beat the fielder, though, in any significant way.
Yeah, well, enjoy it while it lasts, Vinny, because I'm checking a little radar, and oh boy.
Well,
tell me what happens. You're a bit of a games master. You understand things. If we do get finals watched, because this is the last group stage day.
Yep.
If finals get washed out, what do you do? Because we're meant to have quarterfinals.
It's happened before. We've had, I think, 2 or 3 times.
But we've not had separate groups.
But we have.
Have we?
So 2 times I can remember, maybe 3. Oh, it's going to be a second one. And this is going to really cost him Maximo time. Second warning, Abbasi. He might want to get out of the kitchen as soon as possible the way things are going.
Well, actually, before you tell me about that,
I know what you're going to say.
Please, before 2024 happens, amend this rule. Because if he bowls another no ball, there's no way Edicts Knights would want him out the attack. And this could influence an international game one day. This has to be altered.
Just tell it to the hires up.
Well,
they're having meetings at the moment.
Who?
The man you have to convince now is Ian Ramage.
Really? Okay, I'll give him a call. But just so
Pretty sure he blocked your number.
Good.
Free hit. Oh, yeah. That's pure. Now, a bit like a good tee shot there. It was straight down the middle, wasn't it? As Basil takes this ball for 13. Abbasi, well, he did have 16 off 1. His economy rate improved slightly there, but still not too great.
What's the most off and over ever?
45.
It's on
He's
here.
on that pace.
It's on here.
I mean, the thing
So
is,
does Ian, as new match sort of referee, and does he overlook sort of some of our rules and
looks
ideas?
over the regulations.
I've got 4 or 5 in general I think would help the game. That little back rub's not going to help, though.
Well, let's just see if Nazir's got the Midas touch. Well, Corey, I mean, you know about the human body. Would you say that this will help his bowling?
When you're going at 11 a ball, that helps. That really helps.
3 little touches at the end. All right.
Oh!
Well,
That's car
park territory. Well, the way this is just falling apart, it's not great.
Oh, no.
Everyone's scrambling.
Has that hit the Hilux? Well, 28 off 3 this over.
That man was not expecting to do any fielding.
Was that a dint on the car then? At the front of the Hilux? Did you see that?
Yeah.
That looked like a big dent on the bonnet.
There's some concerns. I'm definitely moving my car. All right. 28 off 3 plus 3 sixes would be 46. New record.
Oh, he couldn't, could he?
He'll be trying. Basil hit 5 and over against England. 11, don't forget, at the ECC.
Yeah, he did.
Penny, for your thoughts. Azima Bassi. Oh, yeah. Enough. Maximo. As this one goes supersonic with 2 to spare. Everyone scrambling to find the record books as Basil's 38 off 10.
Well, maybe he's better off bowling a no ball here so he can come out the attack. In all seriousness.
Yeah, I'd just be intentional walking, just looping one over the head. Spirit of the game.
No. Tactics.
Could be a hypersonic over. Basil.
Well, yeah.
Credit to his better ball.
How often have we had 40 run
I think
overs?
we've had 2 or 3 hypersonic overs, which is 40. You got supersonic, you got hypersonic.
Can we actually take up with Ian, talk to him about 3 or 4 things for 2024?
Set up a meeting.
Yeah,
Get
seriously.
your email sorted out. Yeah.
No, let's video call. Better.
Okay. Stanislaus, we need a 6 for a hypersonic. Oh, it could be close. It's more than close. It's it's going to be 4.
Oh.
So he's going to end up with just the 5th or 6th worst over ever. None for 39 off that one. The 50 comes up. And we look like we're heading for an early morning coffee. It's 52 with outlaws after 2.
Yeah, that's not good for the Marta Day team. As you imagine, Edix Knights will go to 18 points. And if they go to 20 points and haven't lost a game, they'll be ahead of Gozo's Army if you do go group to group. And meaning if there is rain, they, in theory, will get it. But yeah, let's set up a chat then.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that rule 100%. I agree.
Well, I've got the back foot no ball, and another big sore point for me saying that fielders can't run outside the ring once the ball's bowled now. They have to wait for the shot.
That's always been the rule.
Well, we've been exploiting it then for 2 years.
Yeah.
You have to give the fielding teams and bowlers some different tactics. Otherwise, we're just standing there like pawns.
The thing with the circle's a bit bigger though anyway. So
No, but we have to give something back to the fielding team. I'm thinking national level here. They have to be able to try and anticipate and run backwards as soon as the ball's released. You have to have some wiggle room.
Yeah, don't like that one.
And the back foot no ball. Still don't understand
I agree with that. Oh, he's bowled him. So change of pace, change of luck. As Hammer Sharma says, well, what's the big deal about? Someone just aimed at the 3 sticks into the ground, and the opening partnership is broken. End of boom, boom, Basil, 52 for 1.
I think he was saying goodbye, but 52 off 12 ball partnership. I wouldn't be giving too many people a send-off. And Basil will have to go.
I think Basil, he can afford to smile because he's put his team in a pretty impenetrable position. Could it be the start of a slide, though? You never know. Still with 44 to get. He's a real entertainer, isn't he, Basil George, as he departs for a pretty well put together 39. I think it's the same score Michael Dance went for. Just tried to go across that one a little bit too much. But not a single 4, but 6 big Maximos in that 39. And yeah, there's more just a little bit of a wave saying, yeah, maybe I should have bowled the second over. This will bring Yadav Manu to the crease. Di Maria asking what the most is in an over, and the most is 45.
Yeah, was that up in Barcelona?
Yeah,
and then
it
he got
was actually-
taken out the attack.
And that was in the same game that it was
Yep.
229.
Imagine if he wasn't...
He was playing for the team that made 229.
Yeah, good times. Good times indeed. I think he was taken out the attack. I don't know if that was a
After
full
two
over.
balls. After 2 balls, he was taken out.
No, it wasn't
2 or
45
3.
off 2.
No, but that over went for 45. So that 45 run over was shared by 2 bowlers. Oh, there we go.
Turning circle of a bus in quicksand, older Bussy.
I mean, the way a bus is going, I'm pretty glad he doesn't snap his ankle because it's the kind of morning he's having.
Look at this turning circle.
Oh,
Stops it and really can't apply the brake.
This one slides across a little bit too far. Sharma's a very experienced cricketer as well. He's played a lot of national team cricket. Previously, played for the Malta Super Kings. This is in the air. And won't quite carry to Srijay Patel. So tell me about the back foot no ball. So what are you feeling?
Just
that
don't
should be the
know
rule?
how it's an advantage. I just
Yeah.
don't understand
So
how it does anything.
I think I would, and I actually think there are certain rules that we've brought in or playing conditions that have caught on. And one of them has actually just come in yesterday. I saw an article about, guess what? A clock being used.
Yeah.
Did you read that article?
Yeah, I did in the end.
Okay, they're using it in a way that they're limiting the between overtime to 1 minute. But it's one of the things that really works for us. And I don't see why you couldn't apply that to a 20-over game as well. Or 50 overs
Well,
for that matter.
they already sort of do because now you have to have a fielder inside the ring if you don't bowl inside the
They
clock.
sort of do, but also there's there's a bit of mystery to it. When you see the clock and you constantly see it and you can refer to it anytime, you know. So they're on the right track, but I think I still think the fielder in the circle isn't as much as a disincentive as penalty runs. I think sometimes the fielder in the circle actually gives you an advantage. Maybe losing a fielder completely is more effective. We've seen that sometimes as well. Pretty nice shot here from Manu. It goes over extra cover. Maximo! Got to credit the batter sometimes. I think Sharma putting down the challenge, but Manu's equal to it.
Yeah, good shot, isn't it? Front foot forward, bang, over extra cover for 6.
So I would say forget the back foot. The front foot just needs to have something which is behind the front line when it lands, like now, and something that's inside the sideline, like now.
Look at that first innings. Pretty consistent.
Looks like nothing, though, compared, because now the scale's 30 is 40. Yeah, I agree with that.
Very interesting.
And I actually think that should go into
So
all
how do we
cricket.
change this no ball one? That's my hot one. That's got to
Pretty
change.
easy. I would actually just say that to every time, if you bowl third, fourth, fifth, I'd ask the batter every time.
I think,
out of a
I
courtesy.
think you make it even easier. You ask them once at the third. And if they say we're happy for them to bowl their whole spell, that's the decision.
Yeah, fair enough.
And that's it.
Yeah.
It's a one-time offer. You can't take it back. And if he keeps bowling no balls, it's an advantage for your team.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Am I sending in a message?
We'll leave it to when we can write it out. Anyway, this is going to be Surid Roy with some more spin coming in over 4. Yeah, but it shows you how one big over can kind of kill a contest. I like Surid Roy. I think he's an over-risk spinner that more accurate than most.
I'm sending a message.
Okay. Why don't you don't be too specific. Just say there's a couple of things I'd like to look into. Too short this time, though, from Roy. And Stanislaus is sweating on it, and he puts it halfway up the fence. Maximo! Knight closing in on this victory target. Stanislaus enjoyed that one. Got the length he was looking for. He just has to try and draw Stanislaus forward here. And pretty nice looking shot this time. Test the field, and it's going to get away from him. So Azim Abbasi, he's certainly wanting to dig a hole and crawl into it at the moment. That'll be 4.
He'd fall into most. He's not having a good time. He went for 39 off his over and unfortunately having a bit of a mare in the field also.
That's one that if he cheated a couple of metres a bit further inside the field of play, then he probably could have come and got it despite the slight fumble. He's running out of real estate.
So what do you... Oh, Okay. What are your thoughts then on a third person outside the ring for power play? Are you...
I don't like it.
Why?
Because I think it's...
For ECC, for internationals.
It's part of the fun. Part of the fun.
I'm trying to give something back to the bowlers.
I know what you're saying, but I mean...
I just think the scores...
Most of the time it's just going to go over his head anyway. It won't make a huge difference.
It does a little bit with just certain angles. You can then cover both square boundaries and a straight boundary. So if they do cloth it, they're not getting away with it. I'm just trying to... Do we want... serious question. Do you want 170 playing 170, or do you want a bit more a bit of a battle between bat and ball?
I just think you let the dynamics play out a little bit. Because, okay, it's the cream of the crop at the ECC, admittedly.
That's what I'm talking only for nationals. I just think... I don't know. I like to see a contest with bat ball. I think we've gone too far one way.
Yeah, but don't knee-jerk reaction either.
It's not a knee-jerk. It's been it's month.
Make the bowlers bowl better. I mean, the bowlers bowled badly at that tournament, I think. End of the over, 73 for one after 4.
You've now got... the difference between club cricket and national cricket, you've got 8 guys that are in that lineup that naturally can hit a ball 50 metres. And now you've got balls that are flying 25% more. So they only have to hit it 40 metres.
Yeah.
Because it's flying 20% more. So... I don't know.
Put it this way. If you ask anyone what's the most entertaining tournament we've ever had, and they'll all tell you, ECC.
Yeah, the final stage. But do you remember the group stage was an absolute debacle?
But I think, yeah,
yeah.
that's always...
the final stage masked over what was a pretty boring group stage.
Well, not boring, but there were a few mismatches.
No,
but with it,
every game was a mismatch.
But with the 2-tier system coming in next year.
Is that confirmed?
Do you know that?
Yeah, well you've talked to me about it.
99%. So so you'll have probably something like, 22 in the top division, a bit more like what it was last year. This one's a bit short from Sharma, and Stanislaus is after him. Maximo! And right now, I think this game's on borrowed time. Yeah, but I also think the promotion relegation will be an interesting one as well. I really like it.
Will Netherlands and England get a...
Yeah, it depends. It's still working on the final format, but it could be that way. ECL, though, as you mentioned, in ECL, there are so many contenders. I think ECL's fine the way it is. 7 groups of 5. It's a quick ball and hit into the gap. That'll beat the fielder as well. Stanislaus looks like a man in a hurry. Sharma, again, not too much margin for error. This one was a fraction short. So, Amar trying to get a small victory. It's a better ball. This one won't beat the field. And he's overcommitted a long way. Oh, you know what? I reckon that could be gone. We won't see the line, though. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, so he did overcommit there. Non-strikey out of Manu. My instinct was he was just short, but again, you don't see the crease extended that far off the pitch. Wait for the replay. Abasi, finally has something go his way. Let's have a look. Oh, have a look at that one.
That's very close. I actually think he's just short. Well, that line's not perfectly to scale, though. Look at its slight tilt.
Pretty close, though. Oh, I'm gonna send him packing. It's a great dive, though.
It's a good dive, but I think he might just be short.
He's not even touching the imaginary line that we've made. I like that work from Anders, though. I wonder if he'll...
But is the line slightly angled, not perfectly?
I reckon if anything, it's giving him a bit more, and he still hasn't made it. I'd give him on that evidence.
Tough to tell. But
let's see what they go with.
I mean, is it conclusive?
I think they're going on-field call.
Yeah, that's...
So what the on-field call was not out, I'm guessing.
Very close.
So, yeah. But I like that innovation from...
They brought it out the other week, but the line was super thick, and I said to them, it's a bit thick, the line, so can you make it a bit thinner? But, look, it's not going to change the result of the game.
But what it is, it's a good aid. It allows you to make a better decision. So, like, that one was so close that they decide that they'll go on-field call. But on ones where it's a bit more conclusive, having that line's a big boost. Well done to our crew at Spring Productions for that. But anyway, that would have been a dot ball. So is this one, actually. Always looking to make little improvements. I mean, that's what ECN's all about. We've come so far. And I think sometimes you've got to watch a game from a year or two ago to realise how far we've actually come. Stanislaus since he almost ran out. His partner says, okay, you can have a hit. End of 5. Sharma 1 for 22. Not the worst figures under the circumstances. 84 for 1 at the 5 over mark. Coming up, a rematch between these two. Knights versus Mudda. Mudda once again winning the toss and electing to bat. They'll be hoping to put a few more on the board. They'll be hoping that Michael Das can maybe go on with it. 700 fantasy points in the series. Srijay Patel, like I said, he'll probably bat 3. Even someone like a Sharma might bat a bit higher. But you just got to find a way to put 120 plus on. And then remove the threats of Basil George and Stanislaus. Then you feel Mudda could potentially pull off what would have to go down as an upset. Hey, look, we're also, see the bottom right-hand corner? By the end of the week, we'll have 1,000 ECS matches, just ECS.
What's that? Is it 993?
That's
the
European Cricket Series matches,
oh, okay.
ECS. 23.993. First time we've run out of digits on that counter. Anthony gets a bowl here. We're just trying to take the game into a 7th over. Not a bad start, just a single. Now Stanislaus gets a chance to finish things off. I bet you're excited about Barcelona internationals. I'm just trying to think.
It's going to be different.
As this is up in the air, not really time from Samuel, but he will get a single. So it must be the first time there's been any international cricket played in Barcelona, because they wouldn't have had T20 internationals there.
No, of course not. It's not a T20 recognised ground.
Yeah.
So, yeah, any type of international up there is exciting for the Barcelona community, that's for sure.
For a region where there is so much cricket. I think we've mentioned the fact that Barcelona has more cricket teams than any other city in Europe except for London.
Yeah.
It's a pretty remarkable statistic. As this is worked away and nicely timed, and that will get Manu a boundary. We had a very close call in the last over, but now nice bit of timing. I think he's also better when he doesn't try and overhit the ball, Manu. Seeing he can go both sides of the wicket. Yeah, so I'm really excited with the prospect that, hopefully the whole cricket community gets behind it there. I know obviously there's been a few issues internally in cricket Spain this year, but it does look like they're on the right track to being resolved, and having the European Cricket Series there is a very big step in the right direction. Hanging full toss. It's just below the waist, so it'll be a single. Check this out in the replay, but yeah, I think it's about thigh high when he hits it. That's the beauty of a double-header format as well. Is they get to reset the clock and Mudda can have another shot. Sometimes things sound good in theory. Like people always ask me, oh, what if you had like a 2 innings T10? So think about this.
Didn't they do something similar to like max cricket
quarters?
back in there?
Like quarters is.
Yeah.
But the thing is here, you need to reset the game to keep the contest alive, right? Because Mudda will relish the chance of squaring the series.
That might be it, Vinny. Does it have enough legs?
It does.
I think we lost a couple of Grizzlies. The gut one's coming back. They hit the ball massive there, and that's a comprehensive victory by the Edix Knights.
Game set Maximo. It is Yadav Manu that finishes it off, and they're going to do this with exactly 4 overs to spare. And Mudda just kind of struggling to keep the momentum going through their 10 overs with the bat, and then one really big over. Let's not make any bones about it. 39 run over. Really put the
I
game
don't think
to bed.
you can actually come back from that. Very difficult to. So 39 runs off and over. These are the teams coming up, and Edix Knights looking to go flawless through the group stage.
Flawless, yeah. The flawless is lava.
I'll tell you, if the rain comes, it could be super advantageous to make sure you do that.
40 minutes away from the first ball in that one. Join us for match 58. Last chance for these two teams to hit the park in the group stage. Let's go back and have a look at these highlights. Target of 96. And with Boom Boom Basil there, you had a feeling that
Look out the cars.
Wasn't just the fielders in danger, although this over from Abassi, the wheels completely fell off.
I think it's this next one, Vin. No, that was probably the most pure one, but there's one that just goes into that car park. And why would you park there when Basil George is playing cricket? And that rub on the back, did it help him?
He was looking, yeah, well, certainly bowled a bit better after that. I mean, that gentleman looking very, very smart, like he'd just come off from a meeting in the boardroom. But Sharma did get the wicket of Basil George, who was the only real thing to crow about for Mudda in this innings. And then he got done by a couple of good shots as well. I think out of Manu, like I said, I like the way he goes about his business when he's just playing regular shots. Abassi, though, had a bit of a shocker. No doubt about that. Fumbling one on the boundary line to add to his problems. Stanislaus just did what he likes to do, really, didn't he? Finished with 28 of 18, 5 boundaries in there. This was super tight. They ended up just sticking with the umpire's call. I suppose you can understand that in the end, but it was all academic, really. 24 balls to spare. Knights top the group stages and searching for their first ever European Cricket Series title at the moment. They're looking the goods, aren't they? Stanislaus 28 and Manu 22 getting them over the line, but Dazzle George top scoring with 39 off just 12 deliveries. But as we know, in 10 over cricket, it's very unpredictable, and these two teams will be playing again in around about 35 minutes' time. 1 for 22, Sharma, best of the bowlers, including the big wicket of George. But yeah, Abassi, 39 run over, really made things tough. Surid Roy, good signs from him as well, but just didn't have enough runs on the board to play with in the end. Gosh, bowled a decent first over as well. Maybe a bit unlucky not to pick up a wicket of his own. We'll take a break. Time for a cup of coffee. Hopefully you've enjoyed the match that we've shown you so far. Still 3 more to come. Hopefully the rain stays away because the team's out to play again. Match 58 around the corner. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers here on day 15. Back soon with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It's match 2 today between the Edix Knights and Marday, the double header in the morning. Look, Edix Knights, we know how good they are with the bat, but they're also mighty efficient with the ball. I've been really impressed at the all-round ability of the Edix Knights so far. For Marday, Nazir and Dust need to make lots of runs. They're going to need about 115, 120 as a team if they are going to be able to defend this score. It should be interesting. Obviously, we're getting to the end of the group stage. This is a mixed day with Group B, Group A. These teams fighting it out on the table because it does look like some weather's coming later this afternoon. And if it does, you want to be in that top 2 because we might lose the quarterfinals. But that is all something we can't just predict just yet because the weather gods are always playing some games with the game of cricket. Anyway, it's time for the toss. Let's go to Stefan Gooch with the 2 captains right now.
Edix Knights to call. Heads is called. Tails. Good luck. All the best. Okay. Marday have won the toss and they're batting. Back over to you in the commentary room.
Thank you very much, Stefan Gooch, as we get ready for the second leg of the double header between the Knights and Marday here, live from the Malta International Cricket Ground. And you can see Marday once again win the toss, once again elect to bat. That's exactly how things panned out in the first game of the day, but they just didn't get enough on the board, did they? 95 wasn't competitive against a Knights lineup that had an early finish lined up, chasing down the target of 96 with 4 overs to spare. Can Michael Das, he is super important for Marday. When he fires, they fire. I'd be curious to see who they elect to open with him. Nazir batted through the 10 last time. I have a feeling he might go back down to the middle order, might try a couple of different options. 80-20 is what the win predictor is telling us in this one. Casting my eye to the team sheet, and it is Michael Das that is out there, and Srijay Patel at the other end. So yeah, I don't mind that. Patel didn't really get going in that previous match. I think he ended up with 5 off 10. But I suppose the thing here, he is batting in the power play, so he can really kind of back himself. Maybe he can recapture some of his best form. Just Matthew, who's leading the Knights, he's going to open the bowling. We see Tim Wheeler out there umpiring. He's a very experienced official. Yeah, officials for this game, Tim Wheeler, Andy Nowdy out there as well from Malta, and Darsha Patanka, the 3rd umpire for this one. Stefan Gooch is your match referee. Shake, rattle and roll here for match 58. Marday trying to square this mini-series. Starts with a good outswing. It's been called a wide. It's a tough call, but let's just have a look. When it passes the crease, is it completely inside the line? I think that's a fair enough call. I mean, I think some of that ball gets the line. But what it is, it's good movement from Jace Matthew. Das had his issues kind of dealing with what Jace Matthew was offering. And Matthew just didn't get the rub of the green. Had a catch put down. A couple of mishits went away. This one would have been a wide, but instead it is going to be Maximo. 6 runs, and Das, this time he does get the shot selection right. He just kind of times it, all hands there. And Ravi is looking a bit sore after a pretty competitive game of paddle tennis last night. Ends up doing the fielding, so that one would have been a wide, but Das was able to cash it in for a Maximo. Hello Helix, nice to have you with us. Hello to Kevin as well. And to Ken, everyone else, to Keenan. This is an edgy kind of a stroke, but a square 3rd down there. Sukumaran does the fielding. Yeah, the Knights certainly have been the team to beat in this group. Matthew gets a chance at Srijay Patel. Slip in place. That's well bowled. And that's certainly going to win the battle with a wide line this time. Hello to everyone else that might be watching in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Yeah, this is my first day back after a couple of weeks off. It's not often I get 2 full weeks away, but I've got to say a big thank you to Corey, of course, and to Nish for doing such a great job. I've been following the action and certainly entertained. A few close contests in there, but no golden balls. Again, it's a really good outswinger, this one. from Jace Matthew. He's a good bowler. Again, one thing that the Knights did very, very well in the first game is they bowled one side of the wicket with very few exceptions. And so even if you know if that's coming as a batter, you still have to deal with it. You still have to play it. Again, it's a bit wide, but it's too much swing. He knows it as well, Jace Matthew. But look at how late it goes. Kind of halfway through its journey to the batter. It really goes and goes quite a lot. So Jace Matthew, yeah, just got to bring it back a touch. I actually think with this kind of movement, if you can get it right, you can probably attack the stumps with it and try and pick up some early wickets as well, rather than just being too defensive bowling wide. This time he goes to the short ball. Patel hooks, but it's in the air. It's going to get away from the fielder. And he's going to eventually lose the battle. It's going to be 4. Oh, that's Yadav Manu down there, but he makes a meal of this. Has a play on it, but kind of gets their finger on it, but doesn't reverse the momentum enough. In the end, it trickles across the line. So a bit of luck for Patel gets him off the mark. Yeah, Matthew, I'd like to see maybe start his run up a bit wider, just to get that body angle going a bit towards the batter and retain that outswing. So some people would say, oh, why don't you just kind of aim a bit more at the stumps? But if you just kind of aim with your arm as an outswing bowler, you lose your movement and you're going to lose the ball down leg side. So the tip I would give Jace here is start your run up a little bit wider, so you're approaching the bowling crease from a little bit wider. And that way your mechanics stay the same. You'll still get that outswing, but you can essentially get the ball a bit close to the batter. Patel goes looking for the leg side, doesn't find it. Jace Matthews bowled pretty well today, but he doesn't have a lot to show for it so far. Into the first over, it's 14 without loss. Looking at our counter for the ECCW, of course, 5 nations will compete in that. 25 days to go, so only 3.5 weeks until we're back at the Cartsma Oval. And if Corey was here, we'll be back shortly. He would also remind you that means it's 24 days to empanadas. Because, yeah, certainly looking forward to being back there on the Costa del Sol. Hopefully the weather's good for us as well. You can play kind of all around the year. That's why we're able to get into December and still play cricket there on the south coast of Spain. I've been in touch with Don Mundo from the Empanada shop. We are testing each other in Spanish. He's one of my tutors. I've told him to stack up the chorizos for December 16 when we arrive. Sukumaran gets the new ball. A little bit short. Das is after him. Leg side. Gone. Maximo. Not a great start. And second over is where it kind of has fallen apart for some of the fielding teams today. Das. That was the one he can go leg side because it was short enough to go in that direction. Corey Ruckers does rejoin me now in the commentary box. And, well, Das, he kind of holds the key as usual to the Mater Day batting, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's the glue, the middle, the everything, whatever you want to call it. He has a lot of runs, and if he gets out early, they're in trouble.
This one pretty close to Michael Das. So he misses out.
I was just listening off air. So the empanada store's open that time of year?
Should be.
To have a Christmas special?
The only thing is, you, me, and Rico will all go on the same flight on Saturday night from Barcelona.
Does the Barcelona event end on the Saturday? Oh, okay. So we're straight after.
So I'll have to check when we get in. We might have to go straight to the empanada shop rather than the hotel. There's another one.
Don't we get in at like... I'm pretty sure we get in at like midnight.
Do you want me to tell you? I will tell you when we get in.
99% sure that it's a very late flight into
here's the flight.
Malaga.
It is the 16th we get in.
Save it for the next night, Vinny.
We get in at 11:10 p.m.
Yeah, no. We're going to, after working all day, right? So let's go Sunday night.
What better way?
Is that Saturday or Sunday we fly in? Ooh, sliding for me.
Yeah, me too. I think it's just going to miss the leg stump.
Good umpiring.
Yeah, Andy Nowdy takes his time. For me, it just, see that it doesn't really straighten enough.
When you can see middle and off as well, usually there's a big chance. That's hit him on the back leg.
I mean, it might have clipped. It's not impossible, but I am highly doubtful.
Good decision.
Yeah.
But no, save it for the Sunday night. Let's just enjoy the first day of the women's without a full tummy.
And then they're closed on Mondays as well. But of course, early finishes in the ECCW. Because it's not a night event that time of year.
It's
so
four
the
games
game
a day?
times are 9:45 local, 11:45, 1:45, 3:45.
Yep.
Finish about 5:30.
And then finals day is only a 3-game day.
Yeah, because of the sunlight. That's why originally we planned for 24. It's been adjusted to 23 because so the finals format, the top team will go straight through to the final.
Oh, okay.
I'll explain the finals format of that in a minute if you like. When we're on ECCW. So Kamaran bowled a pretty good over, all things considered. After going for a 6 first ball, 4 consecutive dots, but Das does pick up a single to finish the second. 21 without loss after 2. Maybe we'll pause and just have a quick look at the table because there won't be any movement to this now. This is how they are going to finish.
Yeah, this is locked in, isn't it?
Yeah, so look, still winning form's good form. You want to get in form. From this point, each team...
Do you give more players a bit of a go here to get others in form that haven't
Maybe.
batted much or bowled much?
But maybe with their batting, like Das, that makes sense for him to open. They're kind of all chips on the table. The more batting he gets, the better.
Probably more for Edicts Knights. Do they need Stanislaus and George to open, or could they give other people a bit of a run?
Yeah, I think they're a team that they could. I think for sure. It has been kind of where it's fallen apart for them before sometimes when the middle order hasn't really stood up. So, yeah, I think it's a good call. Get like a Tula Cedar and a bit of a run, someone like that. Nias Mohammed's another one. Yeah, I think, yeah, they're a team I think that they can shuffle the deck a little bit. Yeah, so finals format for ECCW. I'll make to that in a second. It's going to be Nitin Babu. He was my pick of the bowlers this morning for the Knights. Yeah, this one is outside the off stump, but it's going to be cut away. It'll be 4 just inside the rope. Das throwing the hands at it. It was a bit too close to cut. Kind of worked to his advantage, isn't it? As it beats the fielder to his left.
Yeah, you got to keep that third man a little bit finer there because it could have been a catching opportunity. So 4 runs to the total.
So it's the finals format we have had before as well. It's basically you still have the eliminator and 3 versus 4.
Yep.
But then you go straight into what would normally be qualifier 2. So the top team is assumed to win qualifier 1 if you're going by our normal finals format. So the 1 versus 2, top team goes straight into the final. So you don't actually have a 1 versus 2 game. As this is timed away, this one is still going to beat the fielder. Moved around inexplicably further to his right, but Das beats him and he moves into the 20s in quick time.
Yeah, good timing, opening the face. He's very good through the offside.
So 3 versus 4, the winner will play 2, and the winner of that will play 1. It's pretty simple.
So 2 doesn't have to play 2 games. Oh, well, they might do, but they could be eliminated in 1.
So I'll put it this way. If you are top team, you only have to win the final.
Yeah.
If you finish second, you have to win 2 matches to win the trophy. If you finish third or fourth, you'll have to win 3.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, looking forward to
We
it.
have done that before. I think we've done that before here in Malta, actually. Oh, straight over middle. Das survives. Had his moments. Hello to Stephen, who's saying, he's asking if I'm back in Kartama. Yes, I'm back for the December tournament. And Corey will be with me. Rico will be with us as well, actually, now. He said he found a great new empanada shop. He might bring a couple of new flavours down to the Kartama Oval to try it. Well, Stephen, I'm on board with that.
Oh, no, I'm not, Stephen. We will not be turning our back on Don Mundo.
Well, it might be in a slightly different town. Where is this empanada shop? Is it in Coen, near where you live? Babu gets driven, and it's just out of the grasp of the fielder. It's going to be 4. So, Monday, pretty similar kind of start, to be honest, to this morning. The difference was Das went in the 30s. This time, he's got his sights set on something a lot bigger than that.
Yeah, he's looking good, isn't he? Once again, he must be one of the leading run scorers in this competition. Just so efficient through the offside. He's had a boundary through third man, boundary through point, now a boundary through cover in this over.
Holding his shape a bit better in this innings.
He's uncomplicated.
Yeah.
Which is good.
That's the way you like it. Now he goes the straight pull, and he's going to get enough to get the journey. Maximo! Babu, maybe just a fraction short in this over. That one will disappear. Das is into the 30s.
Yeah, nice shot. It was short, and he pumps it straight for 6. So runs are flowing here. 39 off 2.5, and they're going to need plenty if they're going to stop this Edicts Knights team.
Good to see Jacob Clements Hunt in the chat as well, saying, yeah, when you change your batting order when you can afford to do that. Sometimes you find kind of hidden gem that you might not know about.
Yeah, well, and you can also find that with the bowling. You give somebody a go. It's a dead rubber.
Yeah.
It's the old D-rubber, let's be honest.
The old Babar Khan.
Yeah. Oh, he got pumped as
conundrum.
well in the end.
He's not the only one. Anyway, this is going to be driven.
He's having back surgery, actually, unfortunately. That's why he's not
Really?
selected for the T10.
Just strengthening his spine a little bit.
He needs to drop a few. He knows, because he's a young guy and you don't... Yeah, it's not great.
End of 3, and Mudday 40 without loss.
Fittest in his family, though.
Yeah.
Oh, no, such a one, the skinny one. Yeah, crazy.
Imagine. You know,
Did you ever seen the Nutty Professor when they're sitting around the table eating dinner? You want a fried chicken? Pop me that fried chicken.
free impressions from Corey Ruckers. 14, 7 and 19. Babu actually getting a bit of tap in that over. Hello to Dave B, who's joined us in the chat as well. Yeah.
So the women's event's good. So three, and then the final 3:45 as well.
Yeah, it'll be 9:45, and then 12:45, 3:45, I think.
Yeah.
On that day.
Yeah, I hope so. I fly home that night, so.
Do you?
Yeah,
Not staying?
I've got Christmas plans to get away for.
Yeah, everyone does. And that'll be the start of it. It'll be a 3-week
hiatus.
3-week hiatus. Last time in a long time.
Oh!
Ouch.
Ow!
Well, I mean, it's got to go down as a chance. The thief comes on and gets more than he bargained for as Dust smashes one back at him. He does get hands to it, but he can't hold on.
Yeah, he crunched that. Oh, it's a finger breaker.
That was actually right off the middle of Michael Dust's bat. Pitched up, driven away, but just a single to Basil George.
Yeah, can't wait for that event. How exciting for the teams, the women's teams, and obviously I think Netherlands and look. Hold on, we're going to get medic time now.
Yeah.
So I think the batsman's called it for him. I think there might be a bit of blood. Oh, hold on, we might have a digit out.
I love it that he just bowled another ball anyway, hoping the finger would magically straighten. Hey, while we're talking about ECCW, I don't know if this news has been broken yet, but there's been a change
there has,
in the team. Has it been discussed?
But there's I'm pretty sure you have to double check. We can confirm
don't know who is in.
Yeah, but we haven't talked about it at all.
But there may be a change.
We will be leaving the telecast for 5 seconds.
Watch this space.
Let's just say, watch this space. News around the corner, which isn't ideal because it comes from, there's things that are going on in Europe that aren't ideal.
You just want to be on the right side of history, though. I think we will be. Let's talk about the ECL, though. So, okay, give me your contenders then. You said you had 14 contenders.
In Group A, Brescia and Skanderborg to go. This is to win it.
To win the whole thing, yeah.
Yes, 2. Wimbledon, Eagles, and Hornchurch, 3. Yep. I don't think Huntington, so it's 5. Old Victorians and Alton, 7. Dreux and Paris University, 9. Forfarshire, the German team, I don't think Gozo can go the whole way. Pakokare and Donnerstad and COIMS. How many was that?
That was 14.
Yeah.
But close.
That I generally think, not just win the group, lift the trophy. I actually think COIMS have the best draw by a mile. That, no disrespect to the Mouflons, Oslo and Calpe Giants and Cluj. They are dominant in that group and they won't have to leave, and I think that suits them.
Can I tell you a team that might surprise you in Group G? Group G is Oslo with Raza Iqbal and remember some of those Norwegian guys. Okay, they didn't really get the result in the end in their group.
Yeah, okay.
But they'll be a good team. I know that they've been waiting for their chance to make an impact. That was the magic spray and just a realignment of the finger. You know, credit to Latif. He didn't really want to show too much pain or create a big fuss about it, but that was absolutely laced back at him.
Yeah, good to see he's okay. But yeah, I think that's what, for me, that's why I enjoy the ECL a little bit more. I think the ECC is still a bit segregated to who can win it until the gap gets closed by more nations.
That's why I think with the ECC, the 2-tier will be a game changer. Just watch out for that next year.
Yeah, but I still think in the main group, you're still going to take a long...
True. Yeah.
Whereas the ECL...
Well, having said that, Spain, you guys are a bolter. You guys could have easily...
It's like Mercedes and Red Bull, and all of us are in the rest of the pack, and we're all trying to catch them.
Yeah, certainly had a bit of trouble with the Ferrari skating away from you in the ECC and qualifier too right now. It's more painful to Thief this time from more of a lack of economy point of view. Nicely leaned on there, 4 runs to Patel.
2 years in a row, people forget the other ECC. We had England 7 for 80 in the other prelim.
Yeah.
So we're pushing, but I don't know if any other teams are there yet, but it does feel like Formula One. The Netherlands,
Yeah, it was like
Mercedes,
you've been leading the whole race and then so...
Yeah, they're just so good. And then
you feel the engine rattling.
the England of Mercedes, as that's high in the air. Is it going to be a catching chance? It isn't. It's 6 more to the total.
Maximo time, and so the 50's coming up as well now for Malta Day and the 50 partnership. Srijay Patel, I think, just a bit more of a natural fit at the top of the order, I think. This is all right, but I think he's more of a middle order player, really. Patel, I'd love him to hit his straps.
When does the Turkish team get named is a question from Helix Vinny.
Should have been already. We've had a delay. This one's going to be called a wide. Yeah, so waiting. I mean, if it's not Istanbul KSK, I'll eat my hat. Just based on what we've seen.
They were really good last year.
Tight one. That one goes to the batter. So, losing his run. Latif. Love a wicket to make all the pain worthwhile. Oh, it's really well hit, actually. And that's not too far from Nitin Babu, but it's still going to be 4. That is such a confidence booster for Srijay Patel. And you talked about it uncomplicated. Now, he's able to keep it on the ground. He just makes perfect contact there, 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot, isn't it? Times it through the gap, and 56 now. Well, we know they need a big score, but they are on the track for maybe 130.
Almost back to 50-50 in this game as well, the win predictor. And now he's going to just help this one on its way, and that's going to travel for 6. Maximo Patel activated, end of the 4th over 62 without loss.
Well, the Indian national team found out how hard it is to go flawless throughout a competition. Edix Knights are trying to do that now, but they're being tested right here. Good shot.
Yeah, talking about going the perfect 10 out of 10. Malta Day, 5-4 record. They'd like to go to 6-4. Anyway, I'm just looking at the Turkish. I'm trying to do a little bit of research about when they... I remember they said they would have named it by now, but there's some delay. The other thing is in Turkish cricket, there actually aren't that many clubs, you know, compared to some other places. So, Cricket Turkey, I have got no further information. most of the nations, they nominate a date where they think they'll know their team by. So, for example, with Spain a couple of weeks ago when they had those qualifiers, that's the expected date, right? As Das gets an opportunity here, Sukumaran gets a little bit too short, just inside the boundary, 4 runs. 4 carreras. It's a good start, continuing to something more at the moment for Malta Day.
Yeah, it's beyond a good start now. They are flying. Can they keep it up for 10 overs, though? That's their big ask.
And I heard, obviously, some of your thoughts about VOC Rotterdam. You think that they'll struggle in their group, previous winners?
You just have to look at the last 2 years. So that's probably your metric. It's not the VOC of 2019.
And they're in a tough group.
But last year they came 4th and were beaten by the Malta team, who was...
AUM.
So they aren't real contenders. I think Forfishers are a great team to look out for. Gozo's Army will give them the right test. And I'm curious about the German team in that group.
BSC Rayburger,
Don't know anything about...
They've played in Dresden before.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the groups at the tournament. That's a really good group.
They're super strong. Generally 50-50 shot for a second there. Now Sukumaran gets his one back. You can see there, trying to cut that ball off middle stump. So, yeah, so have a look at that group, talking about Group E.
That's a great group. Group B is the group of death, but Group E is pretty close behind it.
Yeah, I'll actually throw you a couple of names of BSC Rayburger.
Yeah, so that German side will be a scare for Forfisher, I think.
All right, he's after this, but he kind of clunks it out to deep mid-wicket. That's one of those good miss hits that doesn't carry.
But how's Group B? 2 English teams, so already the level's high. I'm telling you right now, Mechlin Eagles, I know Mechlin Eagles.
Oh, yeah.
They are seriously good. I'm sure Hudding are good. And Prague CC, that has to be the best group.
Huddinge have quite a few of the Swedish national team. So Emil Zuvak, Samuel Romani. Remember the impossible chase when they chased 150 against Belgium? So a couple of those players. In fact, the two that were at the crease both play for Huddinge.
Oh!
Anyway, Patel, he's had about enough of this. He goes bullseye territory. Maximo. Go fetch it, but wear an arrow-proof vest when you do. 6 runs. And Mudday really setting a challenge for the Knights
I
here.
hope that's okay in the tennis courts. That went so high, so far. Did it get in there? Just short. What a hit. Bang. All timing. 1 ball left in the 5th.
So back in 2021, BSC Rayburger, they got players like Sajid Learcat, who plays the national team. Swing and a miss to end the 5th. Yeah, plenty of others. And I just think that they will be very good. Of course, you saw how good the Germans were in that deep run as we get to the end of the over. And the score here at the moment is 73 with that loss after 5.
Yeah, so Group B is definitely the group of death. Group E is close behind it.
A lot of raps. Some of our viewers saying, Wimbledon obviously Group B, but I mean, that's
yeah, but they have to beat Hornchurch. Mechlin Eagles, I'm telling you right, Mechlin Eagles are a very tricky team to get past.
Well, we had Hornchurch and Cockney Corner last year. Can you imagine, especially if Wimbledon bring a few, how
as long as it's not going to be like the football.
We're going to have to put the barbed wire fence up.
It's like Millwall versus Chelsea.
That is going to be something.
How many are Hornchurch going to bring?
I heard there's already 300 booked.
Where? They can't be staying at Sunset.
They're trying to, no, they're bussing them in. Wimbledon, of course, they're pretty acutely aware now with some of the coverage in the UK what they got themselves into, because they won their final against San Diego Town, and so both teams kind of had a bit of an idea of what they will be into. Looks like Samuel Stanislaus getting a bowl here now in over 6.
You say that, Vinny, but
they don't really.
No.
All right, this one is on length, and it is just met by Michael Das. Too short from Stanislaus. Flat-batted Maximo. Mudday. 79 now.
I like how he hit that and he just walked away. He knew. He just knew we got enough of it. But yeah, you can watch as much as you want on TV, but until you're actually at Cardamar and the ball's flying, you have no idea what to expect.
They'll be hurt if David Scott can't turn out for them as well, who might have great commitments. By the way, it could be gone. It is 2 out of 2. Bang, as Das brings up his 50 off 22 balls. At the moment, he's setting up a very healthy total for his side.
Go on, Vin. I know you're good on the statistics. Who's the leading run scorer in the comp? Because he has to be close. He had a couple of quieter days, but himself, Basil George, there's a few names out there that'd be right up there.
Yeah, Das is the leading run scorer, and he's added to it again here. So he's approaching 500 runs in the series. Ishan Khan's up there. Mohamed Ajwal, actually, from Sweet United's up there as well. He's hit this time, and but then you've got George and Stanislaus. Actually, they're only 6 runs apart on the table of leading run scorers. But it's all set up. Again, this tournament's wide open as well, isn't it? This time gets a bit inventive with no fine leg, although he hits it a bit squarer than he wanted, I think, there, Patel.
You'll have to set up a Bay 13 in the crowd area for the English.
And then don't forget, we got Forfeiture coming.
They were great. When they did the dress-up day, they were fantastic.
It was one of my favourite games, listening to you and Rhino commentate, actually. He chases a wide here, Das. And they'll scramble through for 1. Yeah, Kroom saying might need separate turnstiles for the supporters.
Yeah, it's like when you go to an English Premier League game. They have to enter at different stages. There's security in between the stands.
So who's our security? Do you reckon we bring back Rob Kemming?
No. Definitely not. I think...
Alistair?
Alistair'd probably be your number 1. So he'd take everyone on as well.
We
only need one man.
They call him Mr. Baywatch in the chat. That's for the 6. Again, chases a wide. Stanislaus pretty clever there, I think. Just hanging it out there. Patel gets 1. End of the 6 overs, 89 without loss.
Very good partnership, isn't it? And they've got that platform to get it above 140, and they're going to need every run against this Edicts Knights, who are yet to be defeated.
That's true. And just looking at the on the table. We know it's set in Group A. Group B, I mean, it looks pretty set, to be honest. So this is Group A. Group B, you got Zalmi on top. You got Royal Strikers second.
Zalmi lost twice, right?
Yeah, so the only thing is that Marsa still have 2 games to go. Marsa could play their way into third, and there's an outside, and I mean outside chance that Red Stars could steal Marsa's spot. But today is more about, can Marsa get probably the 2 wins they need to get into third and then avoid having to run into the Knights. Anyway, this is up and it's out of here. Maximo, as Patel has really kind of found his timing that was missing in the first game of the day. Again, really nice shot, uncomplicated. Sees it, hits it, whacks it, 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. This opening partnership is flying, almost on 100 now.
I want to know if Kroom's going to come out then. Kroom's an Essex boy. He doesn't play for Hornchurch, but he plays for one of their rival teams.
Oh, okay. Maybe.
I think it's just wide. And Tim had to think about it. The hands went out, then he had second thoughts, but he had a third thought. But for me, this gets some of the line. Just. Yeah, it'll be great. Kroom saying maybe the temporary stand will be needed. This one's a clear wide. This is Alwyn John, who's bowling the 7th. Getting good movement there. Magnificent head of hair, Alwyn John as well.
Yeah, good.
Flowing.
Tricky bowler as well. Gets it to move late most of the time.
Hello.
Under a bit of pressure here, though.
Well, this one is more in the slot. Patel, he says, thanks for coming. Maximo. Well, that's why that net has paid for itself, hasn't it? Because that was car park bound. It brings up the 100 and the 100 partnership with a Maximo. Is Mudday on fire here in match 58?
What a drive that is, and just goes to show how difficult it is to go through a whole group stage undefeated. And Edicts Knights are right under the pump now.
Oh, it goes again, and he goes cowboy style. It's high, it's long, it's strong. Maximo Patel brings up his 50 now. What a good time for him to click heading into the finals.
Once again, it's another game where 2 players click at the same time. I see this very often now, where one goes and the other one seems to be able to keep up. It's just the momentum of the situation, but it's 20 off 3 balls this over.
15 ball 50 for Patel, and to be honest, in the beginning, didn't have a good first few deliveries. Now it goes after a wide and clunks a 1. Yeah, so Jeff Mops was saying in the chat, apparently a football game between Argentina was delayed 30 minutes because of the crowd. No.
Let's just say a few of the Argentinian supporters ran into the Brazilian police in the stand, and it's not good.
Well, that's probably shades of what Group B is going to be like as well.
It was not good.
Well, goes after him. Is going to be called a wide. Let's have a look at this. Is it over his head?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Very good umpiring. Easy decision.
Oh, let's just hope it's friendly. Maybe we'll say a maximum 6 flares per game, and you can decide.
That would be good. Flares going off and things like that. Imagine the bar sales that week.
Any more is a 5-run penalty. He just nurdles this away. Nobody in the outfield there. That's going to be 4 as well. And you're right about the double click here. Mudday with their answer to the Boom Boom and Stanislaus show here.
But it happens a lot, doesn't it? When you think about it, how often do you see games where one opener goes and the other opener just sticks with them? And it's weird. I don't know why it happens.
Well,
but
there's less pressure on them because if they were to get out, they've still got their partner there to carry on. I think there's more pressure when you're the kind of lone wolf, which is a position that Michael Duss has kind of found himself in on a few occasions during this series. Pitched up and drilled down the ground. This will be 4 as well. So John going for the Yorker, just misses. He goes supersonic in the 7th as 30 come off it. It's 119 without loss.
What a batting display from Marta Day. They are taking it to them. This is a feeling like ECC again. 119 off 7.
Yeah, coming up. Just all Spanish matches from here on in from the weekend with the ECI, and we've talked about that earlier on with Spain, Portugal and Romania, the 3 teams there on the weekend. First ever international cricket in Barcelona. And then we have a 3-week ECS in Barcelona, 10 teams there. And we'll finish with the ECCW first ever Euros of Women's Cricket. And you'll be involved in all of those in one capacity or another, won't you, Corey?
Yeah, I have a bit of a break in between, but yeah, I'll be finishing the year in Spain. And then we're back on the 15th of January. Has that been confirmed where we're going or still question marks?
We'll get back to you.
Yeah, okay. So 3-week break. I think well rested, everyone will come back fresh.
Rico tells me he's ready to go Saturday as well. He'll be back in the box with me for that one. What a shot. Well timed. Oh, that's just leaned on by Patel. And this is what he offers. I like him opening. Often they'll bat him 3 or 4. But why not open him? He's really showing what he can do. How about that? Just the face of the bat.
That's a video game cricket shot. That is ridiculous hitting. And, well, they're going at 17.44 at the moment. We could be looking at a huge score. And we're in for an interesting second half if the Edicts Knights can keep the pace.
Hits us onto his foot. But they'll get one. That's the thing. When you're on the bowling side here and you've got 2 guys that are both clicking, there's just nowhere to hide, is there? Every ball you bowl to a guy who's feeling super confident.
Yeah, not easy. 61 for Das, 58 for Patel. 16 balls remaining.
Das is thinking about how far he can hit this ball. We're into the 8th over now. Srambikal. Slow ball. Good option, I think. It makes him check his shot and just one. So brave bowling, but good bowling there.
Yeah, opting for the sort of rolling leg cutter, pace off. But yeah, damage control really for the Knights now. They want to be batted out of it, even though I don't know if you can be batted out of it anymore. At club level, though, chasing out 160 is very, very difficult.
Well, I mean, the thing is, have they got the players to do it? And the short answer is, yeah, they do with
Top
Basil
4.
George and Stanislaus. But then, again, let's say that you planned to mix up your order here, maybe bat them 5 and 6 and throw your top 4 up. Would you, if you're as a coach, would you change your plans now if you're chasing 160?
Depends how badly they want to be flawless through the comp, or do they want guys in? They've guaranteed top spot, so that just depends on what their aims are. Is their aim to be undefeated, or is their aim to actually give more people a go and prepare more for the final? So we'll wait and see. But knowing these players, they love getting out there. I think we'll see the normal opening combination. So, Srambikal coming in again.
Again, that's that rolling leg counter. This time it's whipped away by Patel. And has he caught that? Nias Mohammed with a slightly less convincing celebration. But I actually think he's done this. I think he knocks it up and he catches it. I actually don't think he ever touches the line. So if it's a clean catch, I think it's out. But we're going to have a look at it. Acrobatic fielding out there from Nias.
Yeah, well, he's taken and just kept walking in, so he's very confident. I think he's held it as well. Let's have a close look. Lovely shot. Going for 6. He gets his hands on it.
He's inside the field, no problem. But then what happens next is he drops it, and then he has to gather it. See, he hasn't touched the boundary yet there. Still hasn't.
That's an amazing catch.
Still hasn't. Still hasn't.
What a catch.
Yeah, you never see the rope move. Again, the picture will kind of make it look like he might be touching the rope, but that's because it's just where the camera is. I think it's a clean catch. Brilliant bit of work. The other thing is the benefit of that goes to the fielder anyway on these, right?
It's pretty acrobatic, isn't it? Because he's had to get the roll in and change his body's momentum, and it's been given out on field. So great catch, a bit of brilliance, and 127 for 1 now.
Yeah, well, they needed something. Patel, though, I mean, that's a great confidence-boosting innings for him. He'll go for 58 off 19 in the end. Played some really good shots. I think that's their opening combination going into the finals. I think Mudday, yes, they're kind of leaving their run scoring to a handful at the top, but you've got to get those guys out there. As that will be the end. It was a pretty good shot first up. Had to generate the pace because it was a slower ball. Nias, yeah, makes it look easy. And he was pretty composed even when he had an initial fumble. So, Nazir does come out at 3. I was wondering, I thought they might go a Yunus here, but he was a bit out of sorts earlier on. Nazir reaches, gets a slower ball. And this is going to be a more simple catch for Nias. He just can't keep that guy out of the game at the moment. And so it's 2 in 2. Jaya Srambikal is on a hat trick, as after a wicketless first 7 overs, it's 2 on the spin, 127 for 2.
Yeah, slow ball again doing the trick. Golden duck, he'll have to go. Srambikal will find himself on a hat trick. Wouldn't be surprised if he opts for that slow ball once again.
Yeah. It's a typical Nazir shot, reaching for it, but just didn't quite have the power, did he? Nias, he takes it a lot easier this time. No, bit of a, I won't say.
We had our first one the other day.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't say it's a full gushing flow at the moment, but yes, Sajid Sukumara for the Warriors was able to pick one up. That was just yesterday. Got a fifer as well. Pintu Gosh. Well, I mean, he's probably going to be going for it here. Last ball of the over.
Take the pace off again.
100% this is a slower ball. Oh, no, it wasn't. I think it's a bit of a tactical misstep there, to be honest. Gosh doesn't get a run. Dus will have the strike, end of 8 overs as the Knights fight back. And Shramikar with 2 for 8 off that over. Pretty good answer, wasn't it? 127 for 2.
Yeah, very good over. It just pegs it back. Instead of maybe chasing 170, it could be in the 150 vicinity now. So does a really good job. Looks like new bowler coming in is going to be J.S. Matthew now. And while Dus is on strike, he'll be hoping to potentially get a couple more boundaries here and get them back up to that 150, 160.
Interesting they've gone for Pintu Gosh ahead of someone like I was going to say like a Cornelius Eunice, but just looking at the side, yeah. Look at the options they've got. Want to give him a go. Well, he certainly can hit it pretty clean on his day, but right now I think it's the Dus show. Can he lift it up to an intimidating chase, you know, something around the 160 mark or something like that to really stretch the Knights? Oh, challenge ball from Jice. It's been a really interesting battle between these two today. They faced each other in the first over of the day where Dus was a little bit lucky to survive, to be honest. Matthews had his measure, but he hasn't really been able to get his wicket.
Yeah, Matthew, he's a tricky little bowler. He's a bit quicker, deceptively quicker than you think as well.
It's that good laid out swing. This one doesn't swing too far though. Dus opens his shoulders. He'll take the run now. I was wondering whether he might start turning down ones at this stage.
No, not yet.
We've seen him do that before.
Not yet. Well, that's assuming your number 4 can hit it. And if he can, you want to take every run and offer against Edic's Knights.
Little dab shot, Gosh. Wants one, but he might get more than he bargained for here. He'll get 4. And handy runs from today as they move into the 130s.
Yeah, nice shot. It's short and he just late cuts it for 4. So obviously coming out at 4, he's got to have some ability. And Edic's Knights under the pump probably for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, Gosh normally bats around about 6 for them. 6 or 7. Good bowler as well. I've seen that. Jice, I think he has to try and go Yorker here. Try and shut this down. He goes short again. This time, Gosh does work it away for just a single, despite that fumble from Adil Latif. Keeping an eye on the
Enjoy it while it lasts, Vinny. I think game 4 today is definitely going to be under threat, but we'll have to wait and see how it pans out.
Just missing the leg stump, I think. Umpire's been good on those today. They won't get a run. Matthew just kind of cramping Dus for room that time.
Yeah, that's sliding down the leg side. Very good umpiring once again. Last ball of the 9th. Good fight back this from the Edic's Knights late.
Oh, it goes the very late cut and picks out the fielder. So Matthew took him 4 overs, but he got his man in the end this morning. And Dus just tries to time that one. Basil George stands tall, didn't have to move a muscle. And so, yeah, I just think they've certainly boosted their chances, especially with that wicket of Dus. As the 9th over expires, Matthew will finish 1 for 20. Dus will be removed for 63 off 31 balls, and with an over remaining, 133 for 3.
Yeah, 133 for 3, and just a little fight back here from the Knights, who have pegged this back nicely. It was a lot of carnage in the middle overs. It was looking like that 160, 170, but dot balls and wickets always help.
Yeah, it sure does. And so, looking at the figures, Sukumaran pretty decent. Obviously, that 2 for 8 over from Srambikar was pretty important. And he is going to get the last. Makes sense. I'm actually going to put a link in the chat, which something I discovered while I was away. Law just kept out by Gosh, couldn't get this one away. It was pretty interesting. It compares the size of countries. So one of the questions I had in Australia was, how big is Malta? Because I said I was working in Malta at the moment. And it shows you Malta over a map of Australia. and the one with Gibraltar was my favourite. And even like if where you are, and so I was in Perth, it showed you how big the country was. So I know you've spent a lot of time in Perth. Slow ball, clever stuff. They really bring themselves back into the contest here, Knights. So if you're from Perth, I'll use Perth. It basically takes you from Northbridge, which is pretty much the city, to the South Perth foreshore, because it's 5 kilometres long. It shows you the outline of the country.
That's unbelievable.
And from Malta, it probably takes you from the city to the coast. It's pretty interesting. I'm going to put that in the chat so people can play around with it in the break. You can do any country on any country.
Really?
Yeah. As this is a little under edge. Is that going to run away? Surely not. It is backheeled in the end. You could think of 3. They won't go for it in the end. Gosh, will get a couple. But Shrumbikal's been a really good bowling option here for the Knights.
Yeah, he's done a good job, hasn't he? They haven't been able to line him up at all. So 2 more to the total. 135 for 3 at the moment. Can they still get to that 140, 145? I feel like they've left some runs out there late.
Slow ball again. This is up at Nias. That's his territory. Oh, he completely botches this one, though. Really should have at least been stopped. And so that'll be kind of an unearned boundary there. Disappoint me because the Knights have actually fielded really well in the second half of his innings, but Nias just misjudged the drop zone.
Yeah, another 4 to the total. Could be vital runs later in the piece. We'll have to wait and see. 139 now. 2 balls remaining. Gosh, doing his bit.
Yeah, 2 to come. 2 big ones here. 150 be great. At least 1 boundary out of 2 you'd probably take it at this stage for Malta Day. Yeah, he's going to just get it past the bowler, but no chance of a second. So 140 comes up. Sharma, he certainly knows how to hold the bat. He is going to face the last ball. It'll be his only ball that he'll face in this innings.
So Australia is 24,498 times bigger than smaller than a... Wow. That is a cool little app.
Don't you think it's cool? And you can do any country, and you can also flip them. So if you want to flip them, you can show Australia over Malta. Anyway, last ball. Low full toss. Nias will come in. Might as well go for 2 here, especially on a slight fumble. I think it will be run out. And in fact, it's not good running. Because this is the little things that grind my gears. And I know, okay, there's not a lot on this result, but they would have made this 2 if they'd run for it. But Amar just trots it. Now he realises maybe I should go for it. Sees the ball coming in. He wants to protect his average, basically. But look, you can see, and in the end, okay, he won't be the one that's run out. But there's the little things, I think, that you have to be a bit unselfish, I suppose. But Amar, he'll get the chance to make up with the ball anyway. They're going to finish 141 for 4 off the 10. So 1-4-2. Plenty to do, but plenty of firepower in the Knights lineup when we return for the second half of match 58. Now let's go and have a look. Corey, I'll let you play around with that for a while. He's enjoying the country comparison app. Anyway, it was Michael Das and Srijay Patel that went out to open the batting, and their opening partnership of 127 really set things up in this innings. Came off 46 balls. I'm going to have to explain the topography of how the Earth is mapped on a 2-dimensional chart. Yeah, to Corey. But basically, if you want me to digress from the highlights for a second, as we saw these 2 smack the balls to all parts, and Srijay Patel in particular, I think pretty important that he got going. But the closer you get to the poles, the more things are stretched out, actually, on a 2-dimensional representation of what is a 3-dimensional planet that we live on. But yeah, as far as the fielding went, they kind of brought themselves back in. But before that, I think I really like the shot selections of these 2. Not trying too hard. This is Patel. Eventually, he would fall, whipping a slow ball away, and it's actually pretty important, I think, that they were able to get Patel, and then eventually Michael Das when they did. Nazir went first ball. That was kind of inconsequential in the long run. But otherwise, I had a feeling they would have been chasing 160 here if those openers had kind of gone through without any way to stop them. Das ended up guiding one to deep third, where Basil George was able to take the catch. And then late in the piece, you see, again, I just would have liked to have to see them go for that. Would have just been one more run, but you never know. Every run matters. And so it will be a final score of 141 for 4. 7 wides in the 10 overs, not too bad. I think they were pretty good. And I just think a couple of bowls in particular were able to curb things back and just keep it to something semi-reasonable. 63 for Das and 58 for Patel. Those standouts there, the opening partnership of 127, setting this one up. But they weren't really able to get 2 more after they departed. Got to say, Strambikar was excellent, wasn't he? 2 for 16 of his 2 overs. Chase Matthew finally got his man in the end. He was able to get dust with the last ball that he'll bowl here on day 15. Apart from that, Sukumaran, he was pretty tight, just 18 coming off his 2 overs. Well, let's see what the Knights do if they go with the Boom Boom and Big Samuel to open up and really challenge this total, or whether they maybe shuffle the deck a little bit. We'll have that news for you and more when we return for the second half of match 58. Second match of 4 today, the final day of group matches here in this European cricket series. See you with more from Malta after this break. Hasta pronto. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway. Hello, welcome back to Malta. And we are getting ready for a bit of a run chase here in match number 58. Malta for the second consecutive match against the Knights, winning the toss and batting. This time they put a lot more on the board. 141 is what they've scored. And so the familiar combination of George and Stanislaus to give this a shake. A lot of people having a bit of fun with the country comparison tool, size comparison tool in the break. More about that in a second. Here's Pintu Ghosh to get us going. George goes after a ball wide of the off stump, hammers a 4 to get us going. You'd feel the Knights, if they can pull this off, they really will have their tails up going into the quarters tomorrow. Right now, it's around about a 50-50 shot you can see. In fact, with one swing of the bat, the Knights go into the lead. And it's up 47%, I saw. Up and out of here. Maximo. George goes large. 4 and 6, pick up 6, and Ghosh under attack. Now goes leg side. This will be 4 as well. So 4-6-4. The Knights are away. So Ghosh, not the start he was hoping for. But it'd be all worth it if they could get George in this first. They won't get him yet because this one's going to take the over. Magical Maximo. Well, Basil, he's called boom boom for a reason. And that is 20 off the first 4 balls. Yeah, so just talking about that country size comparison chart. That link's in the chat. Check it out. It's been some interesting comparisons. Dave B's having a lot of fun with it. Corey, once he understood it, was having a good time as well. But it's going to be 5th time lucky for Pintu Ghosh. And OMG, Basil goes 4 boundaries and out, and that will swing this game. 20 for 1 now after 5 balls. Like I said, you know, you'd pay 20 to get Basil out in the first over. So not often you'd say a magical over is a success, but I think this one is, regardless of what happens last ball. This one didn't bounce as much as Basil thought. And you can see there, he's frustrated with himself. I probably didn't need to cross that ball on the stumps. And now it is 20 for 1. Out of Manu, very capable, of course. He's going to come out in the number 3 position. Manu faces up last ball the first. Manu's after him straight away, and it will go the journey. What a first over. 5 boundaries and a wicket. Maximo to get Manu's account up and running. 26 for 1 after 1. All right, so we've got the rate down to 13.3. I still think that's a win for Mudda to get Basel, even though you leaked 26 in the first, 233 matches since the Golden Ball. That would be a great way to finish the group stage. And so, can the Georgeless Knights get going? I was just saying, I'm going to get Corey's thoughts when he comes back. Would I pay 26 in the first over to get George? I would. They started needing 14.2. Now they need 12.9. I still think it's a win. Same with Stanislaus, who's going to face up for the first time. Well, Stanislaus, he wants to get in the action. He does. Maximo nails it first ball. Corey Rutgers comes back. What a start. We've had 6 boundaries and a wicket in the first 7 balls. Yeah,
crazy start to this run chase. And, well, Stanislaus has to do a bit more of the heavy lifting now that he lost his opening partner. But Manu is also 6 off 1. There's plenty of batting in that lineup. Nias Mohammed's listed there as well. You've got to look out for Sukumaran. So, interesting game. Knights are favourites, but this could be a proper doozy.
Archie Wilson bowling over 2. Oh, it's not a bad ball, and it's just going to get over the field. It'll be 4 more. So make that 7 boundaries and a wicket. I actually thought that was pretty well bowled. Archie Wilson, he's ripping his hair out. I can understand why. He thought he might have trapped Stanislaus there, but Stanislaus wriggles out of the noose and gets 4 more.
That is genuine stick cricket. 7 boundaries and a wicket in 8 legal deliveries. Quite amazing. Just shows the format. Shows some of the skill of these players.
Interesting question from Jeffrey Mobbs. Come back to that in a second. Oh, same sort of ball, but this one is lifted up comfortably by Stanislaus. Make that 8 boundaries and a wicket to start this. And now I think I've got to agree with you now. There's no doubt that the Knights are in control of this contest. Let me read you through the first 9 balls. 4-6, 4-6, wicket 6, 6-4-6. Welcome to ECN cricket.
What? So we're almost as big as the United States and Canada.
Yeah. Canada looks bigger because so much of it is so north. So Corey's playing around with the app, or the website, I should say.
We are one of the biggest. Wow, we.
Stick it on Russia, if you know where that is. That'll be 1. And finally, the run of boundaries / wicket is broken. I think we're 7th in the world by land area. Australia, that is. 6th.
I'm just surprised how not that far behind a couple of ones that are ahead. Russia's almost double to any other country.
And what a catch! What a catch by Sam Aquilina. Oh, that was an incredible piece of wicket keeping. He was heading the wrong way and he just throws everything at it. It was a genuine outside edge from Yadav Manu. And could that be the catch that could win the match?
Well, this is cricket on steroids at the moment. A lot going on. Have a look at this. Goes the wrong way. Yeah, great reflexes to adjust and catch it a little bit behind him.
Oh, that is such a good catch. You see he's wrong-footed, but that's a brilliant piece of catching. And I'll tell you what he does really well here, as his ball's in his right hand with probably a bit of a tenuous grip. He uses his left hand to break his fall as well. And Sam Aquilina, take a bow. He is such an experienced guy around here. Belies his age there by pulling off a one-hand screamer. Wilson gets a wicket of Manu, and it's 43 for 2.
Yeah, what a catch, what a moment. And that will definitely be on the highlights reel later. That is a bit of a specky, isn't it, Vinny?
Brilliant bit of wicket keeping from Sam Aquilina. Couldn't find a nicer guy either than Sam. Wilson's actually bowled a pretty good over accuracy-wise. He's just been pumped a little bit. 18 come off that in the end, but a wicket falls in each of the first 2 overs. It's 44 for 2 after 2.
We'll have a look at that table. And Mudda are trying to do an Australia to India here. The Knights undefeated. Will they have their first defeat? 2 of the big Oh, big sort of players are gone.
Yeah.
And this is game on.
Still got Stanislav there, who looks in really, really good form.
If they can get through to number 6, 7, though, they haven't been asked to do much. So, yeah, very interesting stage in this game, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very interesting. But look who's back. I think they're going to go to Azim Abassi. And remember earlier on, he had a bit of a shocker. He went for 39 in his over. So a bit of a gamble to bowl him here. But I suppose, you know, heading into the finals, if he's one of your bowlers, you've got to get him bowling.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit nervous because you've got the foot on the throat. Maybe not in the power play, giving more fielders out, but good luck, Abassi.
You got Latif facing up, though. He's new to the crease. And push and run. Chance. Oh, he doesn't pick it up cleanly. And so Stanislaus will resume centre stage here in the last over of the power play. Liam Day in the chat. Hello, Liam. Hopefully you're well. Nice to see you there.
Yeah,
You're really enjoying that country comparison.
Just interesting.
It is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I particularly like the real small ones. Oh, that's edged, and that's gone as well. He walks. So Stanislaus goes in a Abassi. Well, a change is as good as a holiday. Different game, different feel. Aquilina makes good ground down the leg side, and now surely Mataday resume a spot in the driving seat here, just kind of gloved. As it loops towards Aquilina, his second catch, and the Knights have lost their top 3 now, 45 for 3.
Well, isn't it remarkable? 14 legal deliveries, probably 10 boundaries and 3 wickets. It's just cricket on steroids at the moment. Plenty going on. And you have to say now, the top 3 removed, Mataday are pulling ahead.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Abassi needed a bit of luck there. Probably wasn't the best ball ever bowled. It was short. It's kind of angled in at the leg stump. But Stanislaus, credit to him, he walked straight away. Didn't wait for the umpire's decision. This will bring Nias Mohammed. So we talked about the importance of more guys getting a hit for the Knights. This probably wasn't the way they planned it, but I still think it's important these guys get some batting, and they're going to get some here. So anyone that's playing with the tool that's wondering how come countries seem to get bigger and stretched out as you move them towards the poles.
The Netherlands is 0.54% the size of Australia.
That's pretty small.
It's unbelievable.
Put Netherlands on Australia for me. This one does sneak down the leg side. It'll be a wide.
Now, people think, I think, forget how small the Netherlands is. You can drive from one end to the other in 3 hours.
Put it over a city.
Let's just go.
Tasmania?
Not even Tassie. And Tassie doesn't count as anything.
Hello to all of our viewers in Tasmania. Well bowled. Abassi, this will do wonders for his confidence here. And it's important sometimes just to get back on the horse, isn't it, after an over where it all goes wrong. And let's be honest, pretty much every bowler in this format has those overs.
Oh, everyone does. But 39 is different. I guess Basil George not being there makes it a little bit more comfortable. Good comeback this from Abassi.
Jinxed him. I do think he won't be happy with his accuracy in general, though. I think he just needs to get a greater proportion of the balls where he wants them, and particularly in that offside channel. Yeah, so the way things are shaping up, it would look like the Mataday will play the Royal Strikers in their quarterfinal tomorrow. Royal Strikers second in Group B. Yeah, well, that's kind of been coming for a while, isn't it? Short in at the leg stump. Maximo Nias is off the mark with 6.
Man, what a nice shot that is. It was there to go, and he gets it away. So we got game on, and yeah, looking forward to seeing if the Knights can rely on maybe other batters to pull this off.
Yeah, it's a good challenge, isn't it? What's the required rate here? About 2 a ball. So, these are situations that might come up in the finals. Of course, each team's kind of on an even footing, although the higher you finish, the kind of lower seed you'll get in the quarterfinals. But yeah, when you rarely win 3 matches straight without some sort of drama along the way. Abassi.
You'll be tested.
Yeah. Better ball. So he just needs to do that more often, doesn't he? Nias can't catch up with it. So tell me what some of your interesting ones then that you've seen.
It's the small nations, you're right, that are interested to see how many times they fit in with big populations as well. Quite remarkable.
All right, this is angling in towards the stumps, is lifted up and is lifted out of the ground. Maximo Nias brings back the old ghost Horn Abassi, who ends up going for 15 in his over, but he does pick up the wicket of Stanislaus again. I think that is a net win in the result for Mater and the Knights. They are 59 for 3. What a power play that is. A wicket falls in each of 3 overs, but also 26, 18 and 15.
Yeah, it's game on. It's an interesting power play. Would you say 3 wickets for 59 runs with those top 3 out? I don't know.
I just think it gives you a chance to win the game, which maybe you're not going to get otherwise. So if you look at it another way, they're defending, They're defending 83 in 7 overs with the top 3 out of it. I think you'd take that. I think they are ahead in the game.
I don't know, not at club level. I don't think you can rely on your 6, 7, 8 as much.
That's what I mean. I think the bowling side are ahead for me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's close.
Yeah, he's quite confident here. I reckon he's dragged that out. Has he got it back?
Maybe. I had this super close. I watched for the foot. Let's have a look. Aquilina's having a heater behind the stumps. Oh, I think he's
gone.
Oh.
Nothing behind now. Oh, I reckon he's out. Yeah, that's on the line for me. Very tight. I mean, you could go either way with it as an umpire, but I think he's in a lot of trouble. Right there. Is there anything behind that line?
It's super close. It might be another one where they just go with the on-field call.
Well,
I think that's the one where you can clearly see the bail out of the groove. The other one, I think it's inconclusive, whether like there.
if you bring it... So it's on the line there. Does he press back anymore? I'm not sure he does.
They've given it out.
Good decision.
Yeah, well, I think in the end...
That's more out for me than
more
not
out than in, yeah. I've got to say Aquilina has been brilliant behind the stumps here. Amar Sharma, it's probably a wide. Yeah, it's been called a wide, but against good trade-off. Didn't wait to have a look at Amar Sharma. Yeah, it was Latif who was off to the races, and now he's just off. Hit 60 for 4.
Yeah, it was the wide delivery. Came down, just didn't get that. Yeah, the way it lands back, it's not sliding quickly, so
yeah,
that's out. That is out.
Yeah, fair enough. And it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, he doesn't go that early, but spinners sometimes have a sixth sense about when the batter's itchy to charge. And I think deliberately Sharma throws that outside the off stump to try and beat the bat, make it hard, get it away from the eye line of Latif, and it works out. So here's Nitin Babu to come out at 6. Mountain to climb for the Knights. Sharma's a pretty good bowler to come on. He's got good control. He's very experienced. Oh, Patel has a shocker there. And almost wears the ball as it's thrown back in. It'll just cost him 2, though.
Yeah, well, it's an opportunity for other people in the Knights to not rely on Stanislaus, not rely on Basil George, not rely on the top order, because they have a chance to win a game here and show how deep their batting lineup is.
Well bowled. Hangs that outside the off stump. Babu can't catch up with it. Yeah, quarterfinals tomorrow and just straight semi-finals and final. 3 matches on Friday. Still to come from Malta. Sharma's not afraid, I should say, to really take the revs off the ball and make the batters make the pace.
Did they pick their ECL champion from the ECS at the start of the year?
Correct.
Why would they use the start of the year one and not this one? Just out of curiosity.
I think, well, partly to give people a chance to prepare. As this is up in the air, hanging a long time, and dropped. Nazir goes to ground with the ball. Hopefully he hasn't done any damage to himself there. Mohammed hits it into his own territory, actually. That's where he normally fields, but Nazir couldn't hold on to this one.
Yeah, it's an opportunity missed. He did make it. He made good ground, but grassed it, falling over at the wrong point and hitting the turf pretty hard.
Each country decides how they want to pick their ECL winner. So I think with one of the issues with Malta in the past is because their domestic season actually finishes in February, depending on what competition you're talking about. So if they're going to use that metric, it gives the team 2 weeks to prepare, and it doesn't allow, it's just too late for us to find out. So that's what they decided this year. Makes his way towards the ball here, Babu, and launches it. Maximo. Good strike from Nitin as he tries to keep his team in the contest. They're pretty much halfway there after 4 overs, despite losing 4. It's 70 for 4.
Yeah, Babu looks like he's taking up the gauntlet of the top order. That's a really good cricket stroke, turning it into a half volley, inside out over cover. They've lost a wicket in every over, but they're still ahead of the rate.
Long levers.
That's a funny one, isn't it? A wicket in every over, but their rate is good. So we got a long way to go here. And a good game on our hands for match 2 on this cloudy-ish Wednesday. We've had a lot of sun here, a little bit of respite for the players today.
Yeah, it's true.
It's been beautiful weather. We've been spoilt.
Yeah. Problem is, though, when you have perfect weather, a bit like we did in Cartsma for 4 weeks, sometimes Mother Nature
has to come back eventually.
comes back with a vengeance. Jersey, Italy, I think they're still drying themselves off. Anyway, this is going to be Roy coming on, and he gets smashed leg side. Maximo Nias is put down in that last over. I wouldn't put this past the Knights. In fact, it is a really good test of their middle order.
Now, if they get over the line with the middle order and lower order after losing sort of the big 3 at the top, it just shows they're a big contender and they're deserved winners of this group, clean sweeping the group potentially.
I like Roy as a bowler, actually. He's very slow through the air. I think at a next level up, that's why he probably struggle a bit. But I like that he's unafraid to challenge the batters. I suppose there's certain batters you can get away with it here. Some you can't.
So who did Gozo's Army beat to get the ticket?
Southern Crusaders in the final. Including Basil George playing with the Southern Crusaders.
It always seems like there's quite a lot of movement in Malta.
Yeah, well, I think it also depends with the ECS. For example, the Knights haven't always fielded a team, so their players that want to play, they kind of shuffle out. Stanislas actually plays for Mata Day on those occasions. You want the best players to be able to play ECS cricket as well.
Wait till you see the Barcelona tournament and with the 10 new sort of teams and that. There's Transfer Central and there's a lot of new names.
What's the sentiment like on the ground there? People excited for ECS cricket to come back to Barcelona?
The ECS, you'll enjoy yourself.
This one goes a bit
Make
too
sure the
wide for
gates
Roy.
aren't locked overnight.
Yeah, it's always great to be back there. Yeah, that's his sort of length, I think. Well, it's a pretty good shot as well. And, well, I tell you what I'm looking at. His last step.
Oh, it's been signalled for already.
Tim's already wants to give it. The last step before he kicks it, is it out of the boundary? No, I reckon it's fine.
Oh, we'll have to...
Look, I actually think this is fine.
You'll have to freeze frame it perfectly. They're having a look now.
I reckon that's good. When it hits his foot, is his foot grounded, though?
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Because I think I got a feeling this is fine. Look, bounces off his foot and then it lands. It's fine.
It's actually quite... Tim loves an early call.
Not for.
I reckon he might
And also benefit the doubt goes to the fielder. I don't even think there is any doubt there. I think it's fine.
Yeah, and just waiting for confirmation now. So they've had a look, and yeah, decision change. So good work from everyone
He only really
involved.
signalled a 2 because his heart wasn't in it when he went to signal it. Anyway, what a good bit of foot fielding. I know you're a huge fan of that, even though you'd make him lose the shoe.
Yeah, look, I'd rather him get on the ground, but he's done it good enough. Last ball of this over. Can Roy get out of it without a boundary? Well, it is over. Is it?
Nah.
Have we got one to go?
They're working out if the right person's on strike, but I think it should be Nias on strike. I think that's what it's about. Because Nias hit that right. They definitely got 2. I think also when you get into week 3, deep into week 3, things that are pretty obvious aren't so obvious to you because your mind starts playing tricks on you. Anyway, they double check it, they get it right. And so Nias 22 off 8.
Just a little pause while they... Nope.
Well, what's going on here?
Back again.
Let me dig into what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh, they only ran 1.
Oh.
Oh, so they must have assumed it was 4 because the signal, and they didn't get back to 2. All right, so it's only a single.
Okay.
And so it'll be Babu on strike.
Probably should have run hard.
That'll be the end of the over. So it's going to be 80 for 4.
What do you do there? Because the umpire's almost foxed him a little bit.
Yeah, he has foxed him. But anyway, them's the breaks. And good game on our hands here. Yeah, so just in case you missed it, we released the squads. So we talked about Spain earlier. Let me take you through Portugal and get your thoughts as well. Faf Stoneman and Najam Shazad in there. Janae Khan just had such a good record of getting wickets in first overs. You've also got Hashan Gomsh in there, who didn't play in the ECC recently, and he's probably out and out their best batter. One Henry as well. Bit of a bowler that bats a bit. Also got some players in there like Saman Gamira, Golia. Tell me who you like there in Portugal.
They're pretty much full strength, aren't they? Saman Gamira, we know, can whack it. Juan Henry's got pace. That's just the normal Portugal team. I think Rahman might be a left-arm seamer, but it's pretty much the normal Portugal you see. As that's been hit away, no 45 in place, they might be able to get back for 2, and they will. Yeah, it's pretty stock standard Portugal.
Yeah, we'll talk about Romania.
Not many shocks in that team anyway.
Yeah. And, I see Zishan Khan from Gozo Zalmi is in the chat. Hello, Zishan. Hopefully you're well. Been watching their progress, of course. And they were thrilled to get that ECL spot. Oh, he knocked over. Sharma gets his man. Mohammed is living a life on the edge. Wasn't he? But he's going to have to go for 23. Sharma has a second victim in the Knights. There's been runs, but there's also been wickets, 82 for 5.
Yeah, plenty of action. This one's a little bit fuller, pushed through, and he looks for that pull stroke, but it's not on. So another wicket will go. Malta Day just keeping their noses ahead, it feels like.
Yes. Just trying to hit across that one. No real spin there from Sharma.
The old traditional bat swap.
Yeah.
Glad we're allowing that again.
The ceremonial swapping of the bat. Zishan, he's a guy that doesn't lack too much confidence. His comment here, he'll see us in March in Spain soon after his birthday, which is 3rd of March. And he says that topping the Group E will make it even more special.
Who says that?
Zishan.
Oh, nice.
I wonder what he's thinking wild cards. You want to spill the tea? We're still waiting for you to give us the down low on Australia playing the Netherlands and how the Netherlands found
that's a
Australia.
personal story. Outside the box.
If you had to mention one player.
Sean Abbott.
Really?
B-O-N-K. Backwards. And push a single.
Do you know what you just spelt, though? Say it again. No, but do you know? Oh, it's like another version of something.
Yeah, but that
something
also,
marry or
but
kill.
not many people would know that slang anyway. Oh, that's quite good.
I knew I'd get one out of you. The fact that you were trying.
Good. I wasn't even trying to do that.
On Corey Ruckus. You can send your love letters after play.
I think many people know what bonk means anyway.
That's actually in UK's phone.
Is it?
Yeah.
How do you say Darren?
He probably needs a hit as well. Probably not the worst.
It's quite good, actually.
The fact that you were using all your brain power to work out what that word was spelled backwards and you didn't realise what it spelled.
Well, of course I didn't realise. This might be close, Vinny. How's the height? How's the height? It's going to go for 6, but this is a big decision. It looked high.
I thought it was just okay.
It looked high.
He's got a high waist.
He does have a high waist. He's got those pants right up. I know many players that would have those pants a lot lower.
That's Harry High Pants. It's cost you an extra delivery there, I think. But
what happens if you walk out with it? Did you ever watch Ali G?
That's why a lot of the American rappers, they will get more waist high, no balls for just wearing.
So you're telling me ECS Texas and players might be getting no balls everywhere.
ECS Detroit coming up, 90 for 5
if you
after
had a
6.
Serious question. If you had a player come out that's 4'2" and you bowl those.
Do you know when they got a little person to play Major League Baseball? Have you heard of that story? Have you not?
I haven't. I don't know if I want to hear.
Eddie Geidel, his name was. I think he was played for the St. Louis Browns.
What? What are you talking about?
This
can't be a thing.
So obviously in baseball, the strike zone's between your knees and kind of your belly button, roughly, right?
So so the strike zone had to move.
He has one career appearance. I know you like this. Look that up. Nazir gets a ball, maybe.
Ooh.
Doesn't quite carry.
Okay.
And yeah, he had one walk. And if you want to look up the image of of how he did, then... And he was wearing the... Look at his shirt number as well. It was 1/8.
No, that's not okay. That's okay, though. That's not 1/8. That is 6 runs. What a game. We've had a lot of wickets.
This is a cracking game.
It is, actually. For a dead rubber, it doesn't feel like it. These teams got everything on the line. The Knights, who have lost that top 4-5, are right in this.
Yeah, it's kind of staying around that 12s, isn't it? Yeah, Eddie Guidell. Check him out. Wikipedia.
That's a story I want. Send me a link. I want to read that a little bit later.
I can tell. I'll give you the. I know. I can give you the kind of short version.
No, send it. I'll read it after because we've got a golden ball sort of game on our hands. Yeah, that's the way the game's been.
But I can tell you just a quick synopsis. He is the smallest player to ever play an MLB game. He's 3'7" and weighed 27 kilos. He was walked on 4 pitches. This is up and out of here. Thulisideren. He's coming to the party, and it's just what the doctor ordered. The Knights, if they can pull off a win and back some guys here, they will be feeling bulletproof going into the knockout stages. 6 more.
Well, Knights are just showing they have other batsmen down the order that maybe haven't had a go because their top order's been so successful. They're 19 off 6 now for Thulisideren, and Babu's 12 off 11, 39 off 19. We've got a proper game on our hands here.
Well, goes after this and gets it. Maximo. Thulisideren reminding us that he packs a punch as well.
It's a moon ball. I don't know why he's opted for the real slow one.
I don't mind that on that line because often batters get lazy, but he picked the right shot there, didn't he? And that's the end of the over. 109 for 5 after 7, 33 required off the last 3 overs. Coming up this afternoon, the final doubleheader of the group stage. Marsa, the host, taking on the Red Stars. Now, a couple of things at play here. Marsa, they're in 4th, but if they get 3 points or more out of this afternoon, they'll move into 3rd. The Red Stars, well, they potentially could steal Marsa's spot, but they would have to belt them twice. So that's coming up starting 45 minutes from now.
Wait, would it have to be a proper shellacking, or is it just 2 decent wins? Like a 50-run win and a 50-run win?
2 shellackings.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Makes it difficult.
So to me, it's
One's
more
if
about...
they get a point or something because of rain.
Don't want to finish 4th because they'll run into the Knights.
Yeah,
They're natural rivals, like cats and dogs, those two.
No one wants the Knights, that's for sure. 1 run, 32 off 17. This is probably the first time I would say that the Knights are actually ahead. They've got a man that's on a bit of a heater. Roy comes on, big moment, slow leg spin against a man that loves hitting spin.
Yeah. Oh, a bit of an upcut and he's gone. So Roy gets his man. This has been a great innings to watch. It's had everything. It's had wickets, it's had runs, and it might even still have a close finish. Although, I think Mud at 8 breathing a bit easier. See the back of Vishnu for 25 and the score 141 for 5.
Yeah, they need to get him out. That was for certain. He was flying along, wasn't he? He'll be disappointed to get out there. He had an opportunity to win the game off his own bat, but he's gone. And, well, he'll pass that bat to someone else who has an opportunity with that bat as well. Must be a goodie. But 32 runs now.
That bat might be the leading run scorer. But, I mean, that's positive for Vishnu. Okay, gets out again. It was a kind of middle length, wasn't it? It wasn't a comfortable cutting length. I know you're reading that article. I'll put it down in the chat now. Even the way he hunches over, he made it almost non-existent strike zone. Anyway, Shrambikal bowled well. I think it's a chance with the bat.
Are they finally through? Are they through to maybe more lower order players? That's the question, or is there still more batting to come?
Shrambikal batting 8 here.
Yeah, you feel you've got to be through a bit if you're coming out at number 8 in a T10.
He's listed as 11. He's bowled, gets outside the off stump and doesn't beat the infield, although with the fumble they'll get through for a single.
Yeah, I do think that they've got a slight chance again. Malta Day to cause a big upset.
First time we've seen Jayakrishnan and Shrambikal bat.
Yeah, so that tells me for the very first time that Edicts Knights are into a bit of a tail end at one end at least. Babu might have to do some heavy lifting here.
Let's see if he wants to charge at him. Yes, he does. And let's see if Aquilina gets them off. I think he does.
Oh, yeah, he's got them off all right. They know. And another wicket will go. As long as he didn't do anything naughty and take it in front of the stumps, this will be out.
It's super quick work, actually. Delicate work from Aquilina. just whips the bail off, doesn't he?
Yep.
Just gets it off in time. And, yeah, Aquilina.
Even the batter knew.
Yeah, he knew that Aquilina just beat him to the punch. And so, Mater Dei certainly in the driver's seat here at the moment. 141 for them. And the Knights now 1-1-1 for 7.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Aquilina's been great here. That's 2 catches, 2 stumpings for him now, including an absolute screamer earlier on.
He's done his job, hasn't he? And, well, this man can bat a bit. John, I think that for the very first time, Knights could be coming to their first loss.
Can I tell you what he might be on for? No keeper or fielder, for that matter, has ever had 6 dismissals in an innings. And there's 3 wickets left in hand.
Really?
They're going to be throwing the bat. 5's the most. Oh, well. John just throws the kitchen sink at this one and launches it. Maximo! Well,
That's a ridiculous shot. Look how wide this is.
let's not write it on the on the annals of history just yet, because that is some sort of shot from Alwyn John first ball. He goes Maximo and finishes the 8th. 117 for 7. That makes 25 required off the last 2 overs.
Definitely got a game on our hands, don't we? What a game it has been. It deserves a golden ball, to be fair. It's been that close and topsy-turvy, high scoring as well, so you have to enjoy it. Yeah.
7 wickets.
Well, they've lost wickets almost every over,
Yeah.
Vinny, but the lines are identical.
2 in that over from Surid Roy. And even with that 6, that over only goes for 8.
Good over.
So 25 required off the last 2 overs.
You love a little edge or something like that as well.
All right. Here we go. And it's Pinto to come back. Now this is more of an up and under job. Fielder's coming in quickly. Can he get there? Well, he kind of
Good
does.
running. Really good running
Yeah.
from John. He knew straight away as it went up. He just said, we're going 2.
Yeah. Everyone's important.
That's very good. 23 off 11. This is golden ball territory.
I think he gets to this Amar Sharma in the end as well. See, does get there, gets 2 hands on it, but he's wiped out. And you're right about the running. It was good hustle. 23 off 11 now. Thriller on the cards. Oh, misses a big, filthy full toss. So Strambikal, though, just from the 4 balls I've seen, he likes that leg side, doesn't he? I think you got to go off stump channel. Gosh does and gets the result.
Gosh is rushing as well, but he's got 6 minutes.
Again, drag leg side. Sharma should
John, look
clean
how
this.
quick John is. John's already coming back. He wants the 2, so... Oh, and now he's going to get it. Really good from John, who was paying attention, and he's backing up well. He steals another run.
I was going to say, first it was Patel that did the fielding, but he throws the ball
Just
to the
watch John
stumps
here.
here.
Watch him go. And this is what aggressive running does. So he's now wanting to, doesn't get it, but because he's match aware and hangs out of his crease, indoor cricket running,
Yeah.
steals an extra run. Bails don't come off. Well,
Yeah.
the bails come off, can't be run out.
Love the sandstorm as well. Yeah. Smart. In fact, the play was probably to go to the keeper's end because the ball didn't get
Yeah,
too
he should
far
have.
from the bowler's end stumps. But anyway, 21 off 9.
Need a boundary this over at least.
Wow, he goes on the charge and Strambikal, well, his first Maximo comes at a very good time for the Knights. That's car park bound Maximo. And would you believe what you're seeing here? It makes it 15 off 8.
He just swung that bat as hard as he can. He had no idea where that was going to go. And it just goes over the offside for 6. So, big boundary. Do they pull ahead now? That's why you run hard. Good game.
What a game.
Very good game.
You're right about that, though. I mean, he could have been blindfolded, would have played the same shot, really. And
He just swung as hard as he could.
gosh, this is a good test for him as well. He is one of the premier bowlers for Mater Dei, and he's under the pump right now. 2 to come in the 9th. Oh, shot. He's laced that one through point. That's 4. Ravi Panchal does the fielding, and the Knights, well, they're on the ride of a lifetime right now. 11 off 7. Strambikal, he's found his batting boots.
Oh, he's timed that as well. He did mean that one. That flew, and they're pumped up. You can see how much the Knights don't want to lose a game.
Where's the Yorker? Slower ball. And
He's coming again. Watch him. He's going to come. Oh, he doesn't.
I just think you probably wouldn't want the second this time because Stramikal's on a heater,
yeah,
and he's
six
going to
off. John's 6 off 1.
He's going to have the strike. It's 132 for 7 after 9. We got a thriller on our hands. We've been waiting a long time to reset this counter, haven't we? It'll be 9 for a golden ball and 10 for the win for the Knights. What a great game.
A great game. Obviously, if it is a golden ball or a tie, one more ball will be bowled, and the batting team will need 2. 1 will be a loss. You can bowl anyone on the field. You can bat anyone that's not out.
Next golden ball, Corey, is golden ball 50.
Oh, nice.
It's history in the making.
So it feels like we've had a slow year for golden balls.
It started with a rush in Malta. We had 5 golden balls in the
we've only
ECS
had
here.
one since then.
Now, this is all the ones we've had. So we've had those 5 in Malta, but that was in February. But look, March, April, and then May. But then since that really drew up. Only one in July, one in September.
Yeah, crazy,
And
isn't it?
here we are, pretty much 2 months later. Okay, RG Wilson gets the last over. He's been pretty accurate. Can he knock over Strambikal, who's 16 off 8? And he misses this.
Well bowled. Strambikal doesn't need to get silly or do anything like that. Just stand still and hit it. Good start from Wilson. I love a left armour in the last. Can be effective.
All 3 results possible here with 5 to go in match 58. Strambikal, yeah, don't get too one-dimensional. He showed he's a good offside striker. Well, it's wide, I think it is. So
I wouldn't be too deterred from that. You got to tell the bowler here, Wilson, just keep it out there. Try sneak it inside. He just mis-executed that.
But he had more room to play with, didn't he? Because the batter
ran to
charged
leg,
and he went leg side. Yeah. What a game.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's just okay.
Really good bowling.
Kind of what we said last time, wasn't it, about Strambikal? He probably just needs to get back to basics here. It's his first innings ever on ECN, so sometimes that nervous energy forces you around, makes it a bit more complicated than it should be. This time it goes to the skies. It's going, it is going, and it is gone. Wow, Maximo! 6 runs changes the game in a heartbeat. And that makes it just 3 off 3. Strambikal, the hero of game 58, but can he finish it off?
Yeah, swung the bat hard once again, and it just flies. It shows how difficult it is to be a bowler in this ball. Not the worst ball you'll ever see, but now finally the Knights are close to wrapping this up.
My kingdom for a dot. And he's an all or nothing proposition. Strambikal, his first ever innings on the network. And one more boundary will sink Mid-innings. And we'll have a big 140s chase. RG Wilson would love to remove the threat. 3 to win. And he goes all the way. Maximo! It's a perfect 10 for the NX Knights here in the group stages. Now, what a match that is as Strambikal finishes it with a Maximo. And they chase down the 142 with 2 balls to spare. The Knights flawless through the 3-week group stage here in Malta.
Credit to them. It's not easy to win 10 on the trot, and they've done it, and they've used the lower order to perfect effect this time. Good effort by Mid-innings, but they'll be mighty disappointed, Vinny, because they were very, very close to an upset.
Quite an incredible performance, and he looked a bit nervy, I think, at times, especially early in his innings. But it's the Knights, they couldn't have hoped for a better result because they did it with their lower order that probably could have used the hit, plus they get the win. So coming up next in around about 30 minutes, we'll be back, take you into the afternoon session. Master, the host, taking on Red Stars. Red Stars winning the toss and batting in that one. And join us back for that. But halfway through day 15, once again, ECS delivering the jelly beans. Another real tight finish, another game with plenty of twists and turns as we go back and look at the highlights of this one. 142 required, and they did go the boom boom and Samuel Stanislaus at the top of the order. And as expected, it was a chaos start. And actually, when you look back at the end and how close it got, the fact that they got kind of 8 boundaries in the first 9 balls turned out to be super important. Basil went to the well one time too often, swinging across a straight one that shot through a little bit on him and casted him. Samuel, though, he has been looking so strong and consistent in this series. RG Wilson was challenging him with balls that was straightening stump to stump, but Samuel seemed to have his measure and just looked very, very balanced, very, very composed. In the end, though, how about Sam Aquilina and his wicket keeping? Got a feel for him as well. 4 dismissals in this one with 2 catches and 2 stubbies. And that one, for me, I can lock that in for an HCL player of the day right there. Samuel going the wrong way, turning around, getting 1 glove under it, and then got a little bit of a glove of Stanislaus down the leg side. And then you knew that Mid-innings, they're ahead, especially when this first ball from Sharma was missed as Latif just determined to get down the track. And again, quick work from the keeper. But very, very ECS the way that Knights, despite losing wickets, they kept going for their shots. And I think Mid-innings might look at a couple of moments that they might have wanted back. Missed opportunity. Nias did go on to smack a pretty quick 50. That was one that actually was stopped, even though no one expected it. And it turned out to be a long single. But Amar Sharma was able to eventually remove the threat of Nias Mohammed. But they weren't done yet. And how important was Vishnu Tulasidaran's very quick knock as he came out and he smacked 25 off 8. 4 out of those 8 balls did go out of the ground. And then just when it looked like he was getting going, he would go as Roy was able to get his wicket. And then tight one here, but Aquilina again, quick hands. He was able to get Babu. Funnily enough, Alwyn John, that's the only ball he faces down the stretch, and he whacked it out of the ground at the other end. Stramikal, I mean, you look at that, another opportunity that was missed, and he would end up being the hero as he just went on an all-out assault on the way to 28 off just 12 balls, and you kind of couple that with his bowling in the first innings. And with 3 to win, he sends one over the ropes, and the Knights 10-0 through the group stages. And they will lock down top position. Of course, they've locked it out already, but right now, yeah, showing it's a team effort here as some of the players we haven't seen too much of with the bat getting the job done. And you can see even with 9 wins in a row, they are super excited to keep their flawless record alive. Pretty disciplined with the ball, I think, at times with just the 5 wides. But as far as the batters went, no one able to get 30, but a bit of a team effort there. George with 21st up, Stanislaus with 17. Then you had Nias Mohammed with 23, Tulasida in 25. But how about that 28 not out from Strambikal as he gets them over the line in the end. 2 for Suraj Roy and Amar Sharma, the spin twins, and singles for Abassi, Aji Wilson and Pintu Ghosh. But ultimately, they just couldn't keep the Knights down. The Knights showing how dangerous they are, pulling off a 142 chase with 2 balls to spare. So those teams in the book, and we have that group run and done. Quarterfinals tomorrow, action for 4 of those teams. We have the final doubleheader coming up this afternoon. We'll be back in around about half an hour for the first ball, weather permitting, of course. Hopefully the rain stays away because Master and Red Stars will be out to play in 30 minutes' time. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckus. We'll see you after this break for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. We're at the beautiful Malta Sports Club. It's been hosting us for the last 3 weeks. It's a fantastic club with plenty of sports around and we've really enjoyed all the action. Malta are playing Red Stars in the afternoon session. Red Stars, can they go win-win with big net run rate, sneak back into the fore? Malta trying to get up to third or second so they can avoid some very good teams in the opposite group, which are the Edix Knights. Plenty to play for. The rain's coming as well. We've got our eyes everywhere. I can't wait for the action. Vinny Sandhu is in the con box and he's got the toss news.
Hello, and once again, welcome back. Apologies, we had a slight audio snafu, but now hopefully you can hear me, and we are heading into match 59, Malta versus Red Stars. Red Stars winning the toss and batting. And look, Red Stars, they do have an outside chance. If they were to smash Malta twice, they could steal fourth spot. So that's kind of what this afternoon's all about. Malta 67% favourites though, so Red Stars, their first ever ECS here in this Encore series, and they'll be hoping that they can kind of belie those odds and keep themselves alive in the tournament. So once again, welcome back to all of our viewers watching on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent, and of course everyone watching on a YouTube channel. And might see Jamie Dodger in there as well. And he's talking about the interval music in between the matches. There's a few different interval musics that will cycle through here on ECN. I suppose when you're doing 3,000 hours plus of live broadcasts, pays to mix it up now and then. This is Venkatesh Pakalapati, who's going to open up. Let's see Johnny G behind the stumps for Malta once again. Malta with 4 wins in their series so far. And time to get going in match 59. It's a pretty good ball from Pakalapati, who kind of angles the ball in and gets the ball to leave the right-hander on occasion. For the Red Stars, it's Ajo John opening up with Sobu George. Pakalapati, I've seen turning out a fair bit for Malta in the European Cricket Series. Hopefully enjoyed your break. We had a nice spot of lunch here. Big thank you to everyone that's looking after us here in Malta. This one's called a wide. That was a tight call. Tasha Patanka, he's a batter, isn't he? Let's see what you make of this one. Yeah, look, it's one of those balls probably just kissing the inside of that line. As long as the umpires are consistent, that's really all you can hope for. Rain at the moment being held at bay, but there's some concerns about the forecast this afternoon. So far, so good. Yeah, this one, once again, teasing the tram line. Got called for the last one. This one, I think you can see, does enough to stay inside. So that's kind of your perfect delivery there, isn't it? It's away from the eyes of the right-hander. This one is some bat on ball, and John gets off the mark. Yeah, Red Stars, they've certainly had a few bright spots in their series so far. Always a bit of a learning curve, isn't it? When you're a new team in a series. A lot of them come from a kind of, that kind of tennis ball cricket background. Do have wins over the Royal Strikers and the Masita Warriors in their first 8 matches of ECN cricket. There's a proper woofy job from George first up. Pakalapati, you can see what makes him And quite a dangerous operator, especially against batters that aren't that confident going offside. They just try and drag him leg side, and he's hard to get away that way. Do have some breaking news for you this innings as well. Come to that in a second. This worked away, but they won't get a run, so a bit of a change of pace compared to the last game. Last ball the over, Pakalapati having it his way so far. Yep, that's probably not going to work for you too much. It'll be the end of the first, and the score 2 without loss. And look, I suppose I do like the intent there. Just probably needs to stand still and watch the ball, and I suppose develop that kind of offside play, which is one way you might be able to get Pakalapati away. 25 days to go in the EC before we hit the ECCW, and yeah, I'm gonna drop a bit of a bombshell coming up. And well, there we go. We'll talk about it after 5, but I just want you to have a look at that, and yeah, we'll might notice something a bit different there. Anyway, we'll discuss it when Corey gets back pretty shortly. See if some of our eagle-eyed viewers spot that. Oh, this is knocked up in the air. They will get a run. I'll be curious to see what this is off. Has it been given runs? It has. All right, let's have a look at it. I'm not so sure that it was off the bat. I thought it might have been arm. Johnny hands it off first. Still was pretty tight. Has to go down as a chance. McGall comes in, gets hit straight and hit for 4. Nice shot with George. This is a lot better. I think partly he reads the room and realises maybe he shouldn't just be dancing around like Fred Astaire. Just stands there, hits through the line of the ball, hits fairly straight as well. So George gets the first boundary for the Red Stars. Yeah, I wonder if any of our viewers might have picked something up there in that ECCW graphic. I think this is okay. Yeah, it's a really good bit of umpiring because Johnny G runs the proverbial country mile to stop this. But I think when it passes the crease, it's inside, pretty clearly inside. So McGall does get this kind of right to left movement. Well, I'm not going to talk about it just yet. I'll wait till Corey's back and maybe we'll talk about it during the innings. But yeah, some breaking news today. As George drags this leg side, but won't get a run. The Red Stars have to find a way to kind of get 100 plus on the board. I mean, just looking at their progress, they've been averaging 84 with the bat. That's probably not going to win you too many games. The 2 games they won, they scored 137 and 110. This is hit leg side, and it's a bit more in George's wheelhouse. He gets his second boundary. So you can see why he's up there, but the key difference for me, the 2 boundaries he's hit, he hasn't charged. And when he charges, he tends to charge leg side of the ball as well. James Metcalf asking, when does the series end in Malta? Well, tomorrow's quarterfinals, and Friday is finals. Well, this is skied miles in the air. It'll take some catching, though. Oh, and they spoil each other. Oh, well, handbags at 20 paces coming up. Adnan Hassan and Harun McGall. Too many cooks in the kitchen. And what a time to bring Corey Ruckers back. Proper blooper style here, unfortunately, as it was Adnan that got hands to it. Down it goes. As we get to the end of the second over, and looking at this, you can see Massa with any points in this afternoon's matches will certainly keep them in the finals. The only way they could drop out is if they lost twice badly to the Red Stars. For Master as well, if they can get 3 points out of this afternoon, they avoid a matchup with the Knights because they'll basically play themselves into third spot in the group. They'll go past the Blasters. Could do that with one win, but that's pretty unlikely that they would overhaul Blasters on net run rate that way. Yes, Corey joins me back in. Certainly has been a wild and woolly first couple of overs. Some real big swings from the Red Stars.
Yeah, crazy sort of start. A lot of big swings, but haven't been able to get the ball away so much. And yeah, obviously a big news coming through for the ECN and the ECN network. And I'm sure we'll digest it, talk about it, and taste it all. As it's pretty big, isn't it?
Speaking of taste,
massive news.
Lunch was good.
Lunch was good. Thanks for letting me have that.
Oh yeah, it's well bowled by Pakalapati. And well, it would have been a run out as Ajo. It looked like he was hiking up an incline there. I mean, first thing, it squares the batter up. It's a bit of a leading edge, and it would have been gone by some distance.
Yeah, it would have been a couple of 1.5 stumps to aim at, but unfortunately misses. So opportunity gone.
Can't get anything past our viewers.
Don't say anything to them yet.
I won't say anything.
When are we going to start talking about it? It is big news.
It is big news. Yeah, this is the kind of shot that hasn't been too kind to Ajo John so far. Trying to take balls from the offside channel and hitting it to the leg side. I mean, if that's all you really got in the kit bag, then you're probably better off making a big jump outside off and trying to get your eyes more in line with the ball. Maybe giving up your stumps a bit. If guys consistently like Pakalapati and Miguel they will keep it outside the off-stump channel. There's no chance they're going to bowl. Legs are outside. Once again, case in point.
Unfortunately, that is just dirty slogging. You can spot it from a mile away. It hurts the eyes and it hurts the feelings, but John just needs to put his head down and play a cricket shot here.
That's the thing, though. And obviously coming from like tennis ball cricket or tape ball cricket, it's a shot you can get away with more because the ball doesn't zip through quite as fast off the surface as a hard ball will. So it's just something that they'll learn by playing more. This time he just misses his spot and he'll give up a wide. So yeah, our eagle-eyed viewers though, they've already spotted it. We just thought we'd tease it up there for them before we talk about it.
You sure that's not just Andrus ruining the surprise for everyone? I know he can hear me. Andrus, apologise.
I would never call out Spring Productions for dropping something early. That's what Bowl Pakalapati's dealing here. He's only conceded 4 off 11. Sometimes I like to look at bowlers as if it was a batting innings. So if he went out there and was 4 off 11, you'd be going, wow, really struggling here.
I think now with the game changing so much, if a bowler bowls under 10 off 2 overs, that's like a 70.
Yeah.
That is massive. And, I think bowling player of the match should be awarded more for players that just keep an amazing economy.
Yeah, fair enough. Nice ball to third. And make that 4 off his 2 overs as we get to the end of the power play. But struggling to get going, Red Stars 14 without loss.
Yeah, they're struggling a little bit to get going here as the cloud covers have rolled in. But thankfully the skies are not dark grey just yet. And you've got the old 2-10-2. You know what we had the other day? The biggest statistical anomaly we've ever had on the network.
Talk to me.
So me and Nish are commentating. This graph comes up, Vinny, and what do you think it has?
Like 0-30-0?
It had 3-3-3.
Ah.
It just blew our mind.
Mm.
And then the next bowler came onto the bowl with the number 3-3-3 on the back.
Wow.
We just, that was too much for us. Couldn't handle it.
Can I tell you one that'll blow your mind?
Go on.
And I know you're a guy that
has his mind blown.
Fairly easily sometimes. Deep Patel gets a bowl. And they don't go back to Miguel. And this is coming back from my days as a croupier. And there's only 2 times in my life I spun the same number on the wheel 4 times in a row.
Really?
So a quadruple. Ooh. Triples are pretty rare. And do you want the odds of doing 4 numbers in a row?
Right. Out of 36?
Yeah, 36 numbers. As this one is up in the air and out of the ground. Maximo. So see that Deep Patel probably not quite as zippy as some of the bowlers have seen so far. So it gives the batter a chance to set himself and launch it over the leg side. So yeah, the odds of that are about 1 in 46,000, right? Yep. So I only ever did it twice in my about 10-year career doing that. But this once was number 31. This one was number 9. Second time I've done it. Shot. He hits it hard, but he's straight at the field and he puts him down. Well, Pakalapati didn't have to move. It's good contact from George, who does go the other way, but he gets lucky and he gets the life.
Yeah, gets dropped and, well, it's another life, isn't it?
So here's the thing. I spun number 9 4 times in a row. Do you know what song was playing on the system at the time? You won't believe it. This time he decides to drag leg side, having almost seen his partner depart offside. Just a single. So the song playing when I spun 9 4 times in a row was Soulmate number 9.
Really?
Yeah. Freaky. Which is a pretty obscure song.
What would our odds be? Because first of all, to have someone that has the 333 number.
That's quite a common one, though.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why?
I actually think sometimes it's to do with certain passages in the Quran that if you add up, if you assign numerical values. Okay. You know when you see like 7, 8, 6?
3 and 33 on the back of the shirts. 33 and 3 batting. Yeah. Oh, Illuminati confirmed, Vinny.
And John is on 3 right now.
And
he's faced 9 balls, which is 3 times 3. And George is on 18, which is a multiple of 3 as well. Right now, it's going to be another drop catch. They say things happen in threes. That's 3 drop catches so far.
I'm glad he's laughing, but if I'm Patel, I'm going out there and I'm taking his clothes away and saying, go home. It's not good enough. They're laughing about it, Vinny. That's 3 drops in a row.
Well, the ball goes from Patel to the patella of the fielder. And he can't believe he's put that down. Can't blame the rain yet. Hasn't spilled to drop. End of 4 overs. 24 without loss.
What are the odds then of the power play being a 3-3-3 power play that we never get? And then the next bowler came with 3-3-3. What would you say? What would you give me?
Honestly, what are the odds of a 3 run over? I couldn't even tell you how many. You'd have to get the statisticians on it. But I'd say maybe you might get 1-3. I'll say once every 20 overs you'll get a 3 run over. Maybe once every... I'm being conservative, right? So that'd be like 1 in 8,000 power plays would be 3-3-3 if you go off that. And then the odds of a 3-3-3 playing and the odds of someone bowling. Yeah.
Blew our minds anyway. It was a long day.
Let's say one player in...
Was he the only 3-3-3 in this comp?
I reckon you will get at least 1% of people with the jersey 3-3-3 because it's pretty popular.
1%?
Chris Gale wore it, right? That's the reason. 3-3-3 is pretty common.
1% of...
Adnan Hassan, he's a 3-3-3. He playing.
1%?
I'm going to say 1%.
No way.
Yeah, because, I'll tell you what. This is hit leg side. And a bit of ice skating.
It's getting a little bit slippery out there. There's a little bit of drizzle, just a little bit.
So, I would say 1 in 100. I've seen a bit more cricket than you have here. And I know it's quite a culturally significant number. Plus, Gale wore it. So you do get some. I'll give you some famous 3-3-3s. Omid Rahimi in Belgium wears 3-3-3. Lifted up and leg side. And this one is out of here. Maximo. John was maybe just getting his eye in the first 11 or so balls. This one disappears. And the Red Stars haven't lost a wicket yet. Marsa not really playing like a champion team with their catching in particular at the moment. Saka gets lifted up and out of the ground. Yeah. So if I would say it's 1 in 100 players, but then they would have to be bowling.
No, it's not 1 in 100 where 3-3-3.
It's about
I'd say it's like
same.
0.1 of... No.
It's not 1 of 1,000. No, it's not. Because then you're saying it's the same as like 3-3-7 or something. 3-3-3 is... I'm going with it conservatively. And for him to be bowling... The odds are probably, my best guess, 1 in 16 million. There you go. Okay. Still pretty good.
Okay. I'll take it. So
no
Vinny,
more numbers.
After these few deliveries, are we going to start digesting the big breaking news? The world has stopped. It's already spreading around on the Twitter sphere, which is formerly known now as X.
Yeah, that's true. I would say what we're about to say now was about a 1 in 16 million chance of a certain team winning the ECW, which is now dramatically changed.
And you're double champion for 2023.
We'll come back to that in a second. You might have spotted it earlier. And you can thank Andrus. It's like, maybe we'll do random questions later. Famous leaks of information.
Yeah, Andrus owes us a couple. That was bad from Andrus. All he had to do was wait.
Yeah, I know. You have been messaging me daily about Andrus,
when to announce
Andrus's,
this. Quite funny.
Performance in this ECS.
I'd be curious to see who they bring. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Anyway, Saka trying to hold things quiet here. George swinging like a rusty gate. This is no exception. Thick outside edge, run away for 4. So Red Stars, to their credit, you know, they were held a bit quiet at times in the power play, but they are swinging it. And so that'll be 4 to the total. Hodemaya Patel, well, good timing actually, because we got some breaking news after this ball.
Big news. Arguably our biggest news of the year.
Slow news.
No, I'd say so. I'd say this is right up there.
Tell you what, the story that sparked it all off. That's pretty big news.
That is big news, but they withdrew. So,
well, that'll be the end of the over, and the score is 38 without loss after 5. All right, so some people spotted it. Let's put it up again. Yes, the first ever ECCW, but there has been a change in a nation that will be competing. So England 11 are coming in, and I believe they'll be picked the same way as the men's England 11. So the reason is that the French team have withdrawn from the tournament, and without wanting to dive too deep into it.
You can dive into it a bit.
Yeah, there's been certain issues in French cricket.
The women's team actually made a statement, the French women, saying they aren't happy with the board, and if these allegations are true, we're not playing for a while as well. So it's sad for the French women's team, but they've withdrawn, and the English team coming now to Kardama just elevates the event a little bit, as it looks like a feather edge, and George will have to go.
Yeah, well, Johnny G takes it to his right, and he's seen some very experienced wicketkeepers today, haven't we? Yes, it's just a little bit of a feather away from the body of Sobu George, and so he will have to go. First wicket falls 38 for 1.
Well, I'm glad Dave in the chat doesn't have the eyes I thought he had. France are out, Dave, and the English 11 are coming now to Kardama. So they'll probably go straight into that as favourites. We imagine they're going to be very good. But how exciting for the other teams to go up against the English 11. And, yeah, it's big news, breaking news.
And, yeah, so, I mean, I don't want to make too many comments on the French situation, but what I will say is that the integrity of the game is very, very important. And it's something that we are certainly, as anyone who's into cricket, you just want to make sure in any country that it's being run with integrity and run correctly and fairly. Okay, so obviously they've got some issues over there that they're going to have to sort out. And right now, we're going to watch Vijay pumping a 6 first ball. Well, Vijay, where have you been all my life? As he comes out after a bit of hit and miss stuff, disappears out of the ground. Maximo, perfect start for the new batter.
Yeah,
Sangeeth Vijay.
Good shot. But, yeah, massive news. I mean, the English 11 are playing the women, and it's pretty massive. 5 teams, and I think even Spain, the Spanish girls will love going up against that. That is middle stump ripped out of its, well, little guard. It's not ripped out of the pitch because obviously we use it, but we don't often have that, do we, Vinny?
Well, I mean, 1 in 16 million chance of getting a cartwheel, I think, as middle stump exits. What a bit of bowling. Oh, wow. Hits all across it. Well, the Giant is good morning, good afternoon, good night.
You'd think it was Brett Lee steaming in with that cartwheeling stump. I miss a good cartwheeling stump. We forget about the little things we miss with pitches that have wickets into the stumps, but an old cartwheeling stump is always a good feeling.
Look at this. Bang. You've really got to hit the middle for that to happen. You see it in Kardama, of course. We got the stumps into the ground a bit. You get the odd cartwheel.
Yeah, I miss it. I need to see more of it. Well done. Hassan with 3-3-3 on his back. Got 2 for.
Yeah, so, yeah, it is big news. Obviously, tremendously supportive. Oh, 2 in a row. Swings across a full toss. And Hassan's on a hat-trick. This time, it's all 3 stumps that hit the ground. And the Red Stars 44 for 3. And just showing you, keep it full, keep it straight. Good things will happen. Hassan's on a hat-trick.
Yep, full straight. You miss, I hit. And probably should have been 6, but it's out.
They say that a hat-trick all bowled is like the purest hat-trick. But a hat-trick all hitting middle stump bowled, it's got to be
you're clutching
the pure. He's just hit the middle stump twice in a row.
Arguably, hitting the top of off would be a better hat-trick than hitting middle. That should, Vinny, black and white, that ball should have been hit to another orbit.
Well, he tried. And look at him. Oh, he actually has. I feel bad for him here, actually, Tony Thomas. Look at his reaction. He just
He
can't believe
he
that's
can't
happened.
believe he's missed it.
I mean, you got to realise sometimes we forget because we do so many games. This is their last chance, probably, to hit the park in this ECS. You know, they've been waiting a while to get back on the park. And poor Tony Thomas, the TT, he's going to have to go back without scoring.
Patrick Ballvin. Run out chance.
Needed to bowl a Yorker on middle stump.
Lee Tuck asked a question, and that I'm sure is on some people's minds. I don't think it would, but would this affect French club teams in a longer run? And if it does that mean we've got to find 2 more?
My information is it shouldn't affect things for ECL because it's club-based and it's up to those individual clubs to make decisions. And I think being a club...
Don't you have to be sanctioned from the federation to represent? That's why we had Gracia and Badalona Shaheens couldn't
They've
come.
already put them forward as the clubs.
Okay.
Obviously, Drew are returning champions. And of the 6th over, 45 for 3. But with these kind of really unexpected situations, you just got to kind of play it as it lies, and you got to try and do the right thing. I do think that if the situation is the way that it seems, that already the clubs have had to deal with a lot. So it wouldn't seem fair to me to prevent them the opportunity to play.
In a hypothetical world, let's say French cricket, hopefully they don't, but let's say they get a ban, an ICC ban for what's going on. Then is it genuinely like, oh no, we have 2 French teams. What are the odds?
You got to do they can compete under the ECN flag, just like the 1992 Olympics.
Interesting. It's very interesting, all this.
It is very interesting. But they've earned their right to be there. And if it's through no fault of their own, which I think it isn't, then that's the right. Somebody's just got it down. What's the right thing to do?
Yeah.
There's,
But that English team will be very, 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 very good.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And so, obviously, England, it'll be picked the same way. So probably the NCCA teams those players will be eligible. It works just the way the England 11 works for men.
Well, so they can also cast a bit of a wider net. Why does it have to be just NCCA? Can they also get pulled around?
Well, that's how they decide to do it in England, but they are able to pick whoever they want. So, yeah, Meyer, with the breaking news, wondering how many might come from Ramsbottom, who I know have been doing some pretty strong things in the English competition there. I'm sure that's great news for English women's cricket as well, that they'll get that opportunity. 1 foot down. Nice take by Johnny G behind the stumps, though. Obviously, England's a developed cricket nation, but I think it's a positive as well. I suppose England 11 were probably a little bit miffed, maybe to not be in the original 5 that were selected. And I know there were a few phone calls made. I mean, the original intention was probably get more continental feel about the tournament, but this is a present opportunity, and I think it's ultimately we want to see the ECCW growing. And this is partially knocked away, but not enough to stop the boundary. As Dilshan Ali will get 4. Saka has been pretty tight for the most part. I like this shot because he goes offside. Yeah, so it's a nice happening world cricket. I mean, Sri Lanka, obviously some issues in the administration as well.
Well, they asked for their ban so that they can have help getting the government out. But yeah, I feel for the French players, but I totally understand the situation that they had to do what they had to do. It was good work from Grimmer, the keeper. But yeah, it presents an opportunity. And Netherlands, who probably would have been going into that competition as hot favourites, will now know that's
Netherlands, we also think that some of their players might be playing cricket in the Southern Hemisphere.
They'll still be very good, well. The Dutch.
Oh, yeah.
They'll be very good.
They've got depth, don't they? It's one thing that some of the teams do lack. Oh, this one comes down at the 11th hour, and now I'm attempted a run out, but it'll just be a single, brings up the 50 for Red Stars.
Yeah, so breaking news today on it's a cloudy-ish day out here in Malta. 50 for 3, 6.5. Good little fight back here from the bowling unit after they didn't pick up any early wickets. They've picked up 3 in quick succession.
Oh, Johnny G, he's pulled this one off. Sharka induces a little edge, and he has a wicket. Excellent take from Johnny Grimmer. Oh, well, he loves it. And so do Marsa. Red Stars, not so much. End of the 7th over. And the score, 50 for 4.
Very good catch, Johnny Grimmer. Look at him. He's a wily fox with the gloves on. Beautiful technique. The right foot's a little bit further back from the left. Skips across. He's an old school keeper, and I've got time for it.
Yeah, really good kind of lateral movement there, just to bring his head a little bit more in line with the ball. I actually think Johnny, I gave him a little bit of it, not really a kick up the backside, but I said, you know, Johnny, there's just a few little things you could do to sharpen up your keeping that he maybe hasn't thought about for a while. I think that's just sparked him a little bit in this series. See here, look at that right foot, opens himself up, just cushions the ball perfectly. Yeah, I've actually never seen him keep better on ECN than he's kept in this series. And, yeah, nice bit of work. 50 for 4 after 7, as Deep Patel's going to come back.
Well, they need a partnership now, Vinny. Desperately, actually. 50 after 7 overs is very slow going in this format.
Well, this little in-swinger that is hit straight and is hit long enough. Maximo to start the 8th. So here's the thing. Marsa, they've got some history about butchering chases on occasion. Remember that Gozo CC once rolled him for 31 in a famous game on the chase. So you still got to just hope you can get to maybe 80-something here, something to bowl at. A couple of dangerous hitters early.
Some danger news, Vinny, as well. Oh, in the air, bowler, batter. Who's going to get there? Oh! He's almost...
He had that, and when he hit the ground, it bounced out of his hand.
Oh, and he's having a go at him, and I like it. Yeah, there's a bit of fire here.
Maybe does he think he was obstructed? I don't think so.
It depends.
Let's have a look.
I think the batter was running his line. Hard to tell from there, so we had to follow the ball.
But he did get there, but look, he actually gets it. It goes from one hand to the other, and then it jars out.
Oh, that would have been...
It actually bounced from his right hand into his left hand by accident, and then the left hand hits the ground. And that's why if this is stuck, my word, look, right to left, and then poofs it on the ground.
Looked like a rag doll being pulled away.
That was quite incredible.
Vinny, that has been moosed to the leg side. Does it have enough legs? It does. 6 runs, 63 in the ball now. You're good with geography.
Yeah.
Gozo, message from Sanchez in the chat. It is raining in Gozo. Now, how far is Gozo from us?
Gozo's the island to the north. It's probably, I don't know, 20, 30 Ks to the north. I heard the weather's coming from the south, though.
Oh, my.
I just think, you think we're on borrowed time. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying game 4 might be in strife. Hi.
Jimmy James has gone 6, and now he's gone 6-6. So, well, classic Jimmy James action. Maximo as the Red Stars fight back.
Yeah, Double J. Like having jacks at the poker table. Good starting hand. Looking forward to that.
Pocket jacks.
Oh, actually, very tricky hand to play. Very tricky hand to play if anyone knows poker.
Fancy yourself a bit of poker player?
Well, if you looked at the leading tally, the first ever edition of the ECN Blue Crew, I was at the top. Can't be red, Vinny. No one knows what's going on in my mind. I don't even know.
I agree with that. Well, Jimmy, he wants 3 in a row, but it's going to be 2 out of 3 for him as he finds Miguel down the ground. 6-6 and out for Jimmy James, and the Red Stars lose a 5th. 69 for 5.
That's like having a pair of jacks, and then the flop comes, and it's a King 7-2. And you just don't know where you sit. The next card's a 9, the final card's a 5, and you think, oh, my jacks are pretty good, but there's one overcard, Jimmy. You got to go.
Very esoteric round by Corey Ruckers. 7-2 probably holds up on that board as well.
My favourite hand in poker to play with. I always said, there's always a hand that you just play with no matter what. And it can't be obviously an ace-king or ace-queen. Always loved a 10-8.
Okay.
Just don't know why. Don't know why.
Yeah.
It's always felt like it connected for me. I'd always get maybe an open-ender or something, and then it will come through. But 10-8's my hand.
All right. So noted. Anyway, Miguel, got the sunglasses on the head. Probably won't need those for a while. Last ball of the 8th over coming up.
Whoa.
And, Johnny G's go gadgeted. It's going to be a no ball, but how about the wicket keeping from the 64-year-old down the leg side?
Good take. He looked like a ballerina flying through the air and then remembered he's got to get the throw back.
That was wild, to say the least. Free hit coming up. Jacob gets kind of trapped, doesn't he, there? this Jovan Jacob. And so Patel gets out of a jam, but a bit expensive in his couple of overs, as the score after 8 is 70 for 5.
Yeah, look at that. Well, it's been stop, start the whole time. They lost a lot of wickets late, but if they can get to 90, Vinny, you never know.
They've done well to raise the rate, considering they lost 4 wickets in the 2 overs before that over went. So, look, I do think there was a bit of an issue with a lot of scoring opportunities being squandered earlier by the top order batters. So, look, and these two have shown they can do it, in particular Dilshad Ali, who'll face up here in the 9th, and it is the 3-3-3. Nanan Hassan to bowl it. Wayne in the chat, yeah, he's a big poker player. He likes it. He's in Queensland. Anyway, this is in the air and caught, so it won't be Dilshad Ali that can move it any further. That was a nice catch taken. This time Saka, he's the lone man in that part of the field. We saw one go down there earlier where 2 fielders spoiled each other. That was regulation, and the Red Stars 70 for 6.
Is Wayne a big poker player, is he? Wayne, we should have a game sometime. I'm a big Omaha fan at the moment. Queen 9 suited isn't that row. Queen 9's okay-ish. I mean, suited as well. Suited and booted. Probably in position. Wayne always trying to steal something.
Hello to Sujit Yadav as well. Good to see you, as always.
It's gotten a bit dark at the ground, Vinny. I'm a little bit, look, I'm a bit of a Nostradamus. And you know what I'm like with weather. I'm telling you right now, we could be in a bit of trouble soon.
So you do have lots of confirmed sightings of rain on the island, though, to go with. So you're not really pulling it out of nowhere. Cherian, the new batter. That's the captain coming out at number 8. Misses out first ball.
Hassan's figures. Cheeky 7 for? Question mark?
Well, the two...
If he takes a 7 for 7.
We've never seen a 7 for.
We're going to see...
I mean, you could take 8. Imagine that. Imagine going straight from a 6 to an 8. Oh, that was so close as well. Well, maybe 7 for 7 has a good ring to it, doesn't it?
It does, actually. 7 for 7.
We've never had a 7 for.
Oh, that is so close to a 5 for. It'll happen one day, but when will that day be? Maybe if a good player rocks up in Croatia for the ECS and just starts getting it full and straight.
Too short. Yes, well, Hunter got over Bale high. I don't think he was going to get the wicket. Yeah, of course, it is famous, the top bowling figures. In fact, the second top bowling figures ever were right here. It was in that game when Goza got bowled out for 6. Bishnoi took 6 for 3, but still we have Stefan Gooch on the top of the tree. That's every 6 for we've ever had. We've had 9 of them. As this is up in the air, hanging a long time, but nobody home. And in fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo Cherian goes ... 6. And the Red Stars, well, they might have lost a bunch of wickets, but they're still going to throw the bat.
Yeah, nice shot. Gets it over a backward point and goes away for 4.
We've sparked the chat with Frankie Spiteri wanting to have a poker.
How can I play Wayne online? I'll play him heads up. Easy money. No, I am only at the high rollers table. Wayne, you can play your $1 and $2 buy-ins.
You know, Wayne was pretty generous towards the robot earlier in the season.
What robot?
Last
was that
ball
this
of the
year?
night. Oh. Now that's a ball that didn't have to hit him. It will be a dot to finish. And Hassan, we talked about an 8 for. He only ends with a 4 for. I say only. But he's done a good job, hasn't he? As the 3-3-3 delivers once again, and with an over remaining, Red Stars 76 for 6. Earlier on, though, we said, look, can the Red Stars just kind of manage something in the 80s? Because they were, this is even before they lost all their wickets, they were struggling with the run rate. So at least they're kind of in the frame to do that. Pakalapati was excellent early, only conceding 4 off his 2 overs. Hassan bagging 4 in his 2. Magal is going to come back for over number 10.
Oh, well, we've just had word, some rumbling and lightning around. Vinny, it's coming. I told ya.
I think it's all over, do you?
I think we're in trouble, especially if lightning's coming.
We're talking.
I'm worried about my flight tomorrow.
Apocalyptic.
Yeah, apparently the rain that is going to come is not going to be gentle. And I've got a flight that I need to get on.
Okay. Well, who's going to coach Spain if you can't make it?
We would be handed over to Alistair Priddle, Mr. Muscle. What do they call him? Mr. Hollywood.
Mr. Baywatch.
Mr. Baywatch, is it? And
that's for the chat call him. They're going to go for 2 here. They decide not to. They probably could have. They probably still can. Again, last over. But I suppose the idea, Cherian has hit a 6. Of course, the other 4 he didn't hit, but he'll get the chance to move the score along with 4 to come. Well, he's 5 out of 6 misses with 1-6 at the moment.
Well, it'll be interesting if it does rain and they can only get 3 overs in maybe in the second.
Wayne says Gucci 6 for 2 will never be beaten. Might get matched but never beaten. But
it'll be beaten.
I've seen balls that are 7 for, and if they exist, one day one of them will be a wicket. Low full toss from McGarl.
7 for is definitely possible.
Out of those 9 6-fers, I think there's been 4 balls or 5 balls where someone could have taken a 7 for.
Yeah.
So if these balls have existed, then it's a matter of time until I think we will get a 7 for one day. A bit like the defending score in the 50s, which I said would happen eventually. It will. And it did.
Where do the records stop, Ben? 12 for 0?
Hard to say.
12 for 0
12
is
for
it?
0.
You can't be that. That's where it would stop.
Well, 10 for 0 is probably going to be the limit.
It can't catch you out ever. Last ball time.
Oh, great fielding. I love it. They're not even going to try.
Oh, it's out.
Oh, he's just going to run him out anyway.
That's indoor cricket style. That is fantastic from Mughal.
Funny thing is, I think they turned around, so it wouldn't have even saved a run. You know, look. He goes one hand, one bounce. He says,
you want the stats, don't you?
oh, Jovan Jacobs suspended in time. Red Stars, they won't hit the 80 in the end. 79 for 6. So Master 80 to win. But the big question, will they get that opportunity as the clouds roll in to the island nation of Malta? And it does seem Malta that Master ahead. But here's the thing, Master, they will not get into 3rd place unless they get at least 3 points this afternoon. So, yeah, I'll be curious to see exactly how it works out. And that was the first catch for Johnny Grimmer. He kept really well in this innings. As Red Stars continued to swing. That was a pretty rare middle stump ejection, wasn't it? As Massa just went on this run, didn't they? And then Thomas, the next one to go. Adnan Hassan, he kept it simple, full straight, getting the result. And then this was a brilliant catch up to the stumps by Johnny G. He was able to cushion that one. And then this one would have been even more amazing. As ball met earth pretty quickly. In fact, might have been the elbow that hits the earth and the ball jolts out. But Red Stars, through Jimmy James, just got a bit of a shot in the arm, didn't they, with a 6 and a 6. But then he was gone straight away. And then this is how things finished with McGarl just instinctively getting that one down onto the stumps and keeping the Red Stars in the 70s in the end with 79 for 7 off 10 overs. 22 from Sobu George, but he was a very hit and miss proposition early. 17 balls used up. Adjo John, again, he used up a lot of balls, so you got those two. And that was okay, 35 off 33 though. And so you look at some of these players, maybe Jimmy James needs another opportunity up the order. Red Stars obviously just trying to find the right combination. This has been a great learning experience for them. Just 4 extras in the innings. Pretty disciplined stuff from the master bowlers for the most part. Hassan steals the figures with 4 for 13, but just have a look at Venki Pakalapati conceding only 4 of his 2 overs. But he was very, very good indeed. The other wickets going to Deep Patel and Soban Saka. McGarl as well. Can't sneeze at his effort. None for 13 of his 2 overs. We will take a break. We'll be back hopefully with some cricket. And yeah, my Master fans, hoping that at least we get this 3 overs in and they can get ahead of this game so they can take the 2 points. If they were to get that into washout, it would get them into 3rd and avoid a showdown with the Knights. Red Stars hoping to defend 79 here when we return after the break. Vinny Sand and Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Malta. It's great to have your company. Right now, we're halfway through match number 59 between Marsa, the hosts, and the Red Stars. Halfway through this game, Red Stars, the team that batted first. They're 79 off their 10 overs. Marsa need 80 to win, but it feels a bit like a race against the clock and a race against the weather as well, as Dilshad Ali will get us going. And the first one, swing and a miss. Now, Corey Ruckers joining me in the commentary box now. I know you were out there having a look around. What's the weather looking like at the moment?
Vinny, I'm thinking of a movie that starts in A.
Armageddon?
It is not. This is not a drill. I am telling you right now, there is a gigantic storm. We're seeing the lightning over the horizon. And one thing these teams probably haven't thought about, and I'm telling you, is in cricket, 3 overs constitutes a full game here.
Yeah.
Now, if it just avoids us, great. But if it doesn't, the 3 overs could be important. There's a lot of lightning around. If it gets closer, it could be danger times.
I'm trying to think of what I'm thinking is called the day after tomorrow. Oh, this one is whacked by Suleiman. He looks like he wants to move things along. This is whacked away. Maximo. Marsa go .6 to start off the chase.
Yeah, that helps, doesn't it? 6 runs. They'll want to get these runs as quickly as possible. No messing around from them. They don't have the time to.
Yeah, I think the movie I'm thinking of is called The Day After Tomorrow. And that was a pretty big storm. To say the least.
Isn't that the one with the fake tsunami that's bigger than the Empire State Building or something?
That's worth another watch, I think.
You know what I watched last night? Classic movie.
Talk to me.
Quite twisted. American Psycho.
Oh, okay.
Great movie.
Watching a few interesting things
Well,
lately
here we
as
go.
well.
Match referee's walking up to me.
He just needs a new ball because they lost that ball.
Needs a new ball, so they're going to have to go and get some new balls. And you can see the bowler, Ali's not happy.
He's partially responsible for that ball being lost anyway. Bowled a ball that got mowed out of the ground. But this doesn't help with the race to 3 overs. Remember, Marsa, if it goes wash out, they stay in 4th. They need 3 points out of the afternoon.
Why are you saying they need 3 points?
Because it gets them out of 4th and they avoid the Knights.
And 4th isn't going to be playing if the rain cap. It's going to be a semi-final final. There it is. There is the doom and gloom. Oh.
And we're back. Well, that ball had a good life. You know, it's been around. Hopefully it stays on our side of the wall. Maximo 2 in a row from Mohamed Suleiman.
He gets given a brand new ball and he bowls a slow or delivery and he gets pumped.
So, yeah, what about your favourite kind of doomsday movies? What's the most recent one? Is it Don't Look Up?
I think they've that is probably the most recent.
pretty
Bit of
good
a
one.
satire.
Well, this is well picked up.
I'd say that they've sort of gone out of vogue a bit. There was a stage there where those doomsday movies
Well, probably because the world's headed that way anyway. We don't need to show it again.
I don't think it was
form.
a doomsday sort of movie, but it was a bad time. But I remember my favourite one was Twister.
Oh, yeah.
I used to love Twister.
Helen Hunt.
Yeah, great movie. Dante's Peak. Dante's Peak's also Pierce Brosnan back in the day.
Helen Hunt's been making some good runs from South Australia recently. He's in the Australian mix-up. Sorry, that's Henry. That's Henry Hunt.
That was a terrible, terrible.
Good to be back with you, Corey.
Oh, that was such a waste of time.
Last for the over.
I'm talking about
Solid
doomsday movies. You go to an actress and then you talk about a South Australian opening batsman.
Things can take a hard turn.
None of these
here
viewers
in
know who that is.
Yes, they do. They're following their first class cricket. That'll be the end of the first over. It's 14 without loss.
Oh, Henry Hunt's just been given a plug out of nowhere.
Do you think they call him Helen?
That's the worst comparison I've ever seen.
I've been too long on the bench. 234 matches since the Golden Ball.
For the sake of it, I'll put Henry Hunt's stats in the chat now so you can sort of know who he was referring to.
Can you also put the filmography of Helen Hunt if you're going to do that?
Oh, that's
Of course,
good.
famous from Mad About You. Slightly underrated sitcom from the 90s.
Yeah, Helen Hunt.
Paul Reiser.
I'll put that there as well for you. You happy? So that's who you're making comparison to.
Vijayan will bowl the second. And it's a thick edge. It'll fly down to deep third, just a single to get us going.
No, Dante's Peak is an underrated movie. And the big Vesuvius or whatever it was goes off, or the Dante's or whatever it might be.
Volcano.
Yeah. No, but what was it named? Was it Dante? Must have been.
Must have been. I haven't seen the movie, can I be honest?
It's really sad when the grandmother dies in that movie. She's pushing the thing through the lava to save the kids. I might watch it tonight.
Don't. Spoiler alert.
To catch that.
Well, someone's going to catch it. Oh, nobody's going to get there. It's a Bermuda parallelogram. And according to our radar, we're already underwater, although it hasn't quite arrived yet. Suleiman gets lucky here.
Vinny, look, lift your eyes up. Well, it hasn't rained yet, but there's serious drizzle now coming down.
You're pretty happy that I've moved us inside today? We're watching out the door of the club
we've got
rooms.
to be careful with all. We've got so many cords, laptops, screens. Nish would be having a meltdown right now.
He's having a nice day off. That's pretty well bowled by Vajan. Hey, I've got some Turkish qualifier news. In the Turkish qualifier tournament, I said Istanbul KSK, they were hot favourites. Well, I can tell you that they're playing 20-over cricket and actually 100-ball cricket. They made 275 for one.
Oh, 14.
Don't know how that works, but 100 balls. Well, he's bowled him. How about that? And the Giant, well, he likes what he's seeing here as he castles the off stump. Abhishek Singh's going to have to go first wicket fall, 16 for one. Yeah, but basically the game was 275 for one, defeating DBKR Kamasi all out for 5. Did you say that's a pretty one-sided contest?
It's it's pretty one-sided.
So they got bowled out for less than Gozo.
So, hold on. So is this for the champions of ECL?
Murad Ozbek, 9 for 1 or something.
Please get me a scorecard. I'm going to need a scorecard. So is that for the champion team that comes to ECL?
That's a minute. I'm trying to get more information.
Because it says round 1, so I'm worried if it's a best of 3.
I believe it might be more than 2 teams. Well, I hope it is.
I hope it's not a best of
3. DBKR Kamasi coming back and winning the whole ECL, 16 million to 1.
Can you? There's more than 16 million. Can you tell us what the net run rate is for Istanbul? Oh boy, that's disgraceful. 270 run victors in a.
I'm going to assume it's a 14-over game because that's when they stopped.
Well, 14 overs is 94 balls, so no, it's not.
Okay, so
no, it's 84. So
their run rate 4 is plus 19.6. Right?
Yeah, I don't get it. They're meant to play 16.4. Well, who knows?
Their net run rate is about plus 19.3. It's pretty good.
Oi.
Oh, full toss. Doesn't get all of it, but he will get enough to get it over the infield. It'll be 4 runs, just below the waist, I think, on the height. But, yeah, it's got a baseball down, and the result's a boundary. As we get to the end of the second over. So, I mean, it does seem like this game will go legal. Of course, yeah, looking at the table, we see the Blasters are on 10 points. Now, if Martha got 2 washouts, because of their inferior net run rate, they'd stay in 4th.
No, but if they win this and then get a washout, they'll go to 3rd.
Exactly. So that's why it's important for Martha that they get through this and, by the way, win the game. Because if they lost a bunch of wickets this over, they could be behind.
Well, it's just holding Bay. It's definitely darker. There's drizzle around, but we're going to get to 3 overs.
Tony Thomas comes on and he gets timed away. It was a full toss on leg stump and it gets the treatment 4 runs.
I think Martha need to do a Germany here. It's time to take a couple, not Martha, sorry, Red Stars. It's time to take a couple of tumbles. Time to have a slip.
The thing with Red Stars, they
Look at him, what's happening? Oh, yes.
They don't really have a vested interest, Red Stars, because they're bottom no matter what.
You strive for every point. This is when you need a bowler to do a little bit of slip, look to the umpires and go, well.
Ladies and gentlemen, batten down the hatches. Because here we go. It's good to be back. Regal coming in at 3.
Look at him.
This one.
Oh, yeah. Have to hop around the sand because it's damp. Players know. It has gotten dark.
If you could make a prediction that this game is going to go 3.0 overs and that's it, I believe it might. But the thing is,
you have different permutations for lightning as well, and I think the worry is there's a lot of lightning around. So that's
how much lightning is too much lightning?
Any bolt of something from the sky coming to hit Earth is too much.
Like in cricket, you don't use metal bats.
Should be able to.
Correct looking shot from Magal.
Yeah, I pose you this. How do you know who's ahead at the moment at the end of 3 if they lost another wicket?
I think they'd be okay. I think they could afford to be slightly less than 8 and over, unless they had lost maybe 4 wickets or something like that. Don't have the sheet in front of me. Well, it's going to be Oh, dropped for
no.
6. Well, any chance they had has just literally slipped through their fingers. Let's have a look where this bounces, but I'm sure it carries the line. Maybe slightly out of position, but he does get 2 hands to it. And Maximo, half a dozen. And I think this one is going to be put to bed. So last ball of the third coming up. Oh, he's knocked him over.
Well,
so that'll be, if there's ever a good time to get castled, that is the last ball
Vinny,
of the
I've
third
just
over.
had a report, and this isn't a joke, it's gotten slightly heavier, but there is huge lightning around the ground, and we can't hear it throughout because we've got our headset on, but it wouldn't surprise me if they come off here. As you can see, cars are speeding away, golf course is closed, and they might pull them off for lightning.
Yeah, so, because what will happen with the lightning, they will time to see how far away the lightning is. That's one thing they would have been looking
apparently
at.
at the moment it's at about 8 seconds, and that's a little bit close for comfort. It's got that eerie sort of sky about it. It's, I can hear it. I've actually just heard that they've been called in now.
Yeah. So there we go. So
get your Duckworth-Lewis out, Vinny, because this is close.
Nah, they're ahead because to be on the rate they need to be 24. And the way Duckworth-Lewis is, they could be slightly less than 24, still be ahead.
Yeah. So the thing is, with lightning, it's a different thing to rain. And it's not raining heavy, but the lightning around and the shining lights is just around the ground.
5 seconds it's down to.
5 seconds we've been told. So,
well, lock the doors, Corey, because we're going to put our feet up in here. And so, yeah, as it stands, I can tell you that Marsa are ahead on the Duckworth-Lewis Stern system. The score 31 for 2 after 3.
Well, the thing is, at this stage, it's definitely player safety as well. And lightning is... It can be wet and you can have people slipping over, but when it gets to lightning and players standing in the field, and umpires, that's when you're talking about life-threatening stuff. So the right decision's been made. These are the miniature highlights. As you can see, that they were just trying their best to get going, but there wasn't much to speak about. It's only 3 overs. It was 31 for 2 at the end of 3. We believe they're ahead on the net run rate, and we are off for lightning at the moment.
Yeah, and the rain hasn't, I mean, it's kind of coming in, but it's not particularly heavy. But you're right about the lightning. And so, I can just tell you, there's right now, the Duckworth-Lewis with 2 wickets down after 3 overs is 23. So they're kind of 8 runs ahead of the par. As we predicted, I said they could be slightly behind the 8 ball, if that was the case. But yeah, McGull ends up getting castled last ball of the 3, and I just got a feeling with what we're seeing that this could be the end of this match, although officially they'll have a bit of time where potentially they could get back on. And so, yeah, we're just going to keep an eye on things at the moment. And so, yeah, I know it's getting really quite close, this storm, so I think it's probably smart. Probably buy themselves a bit of time. I can see the lightning now.
We've just seen some flashes, so it's safety first, of course. No one wants to get seriously hurt, and 31 for 2 after 3, which does constitute a match. Marsa ahead at the moment. Yeah,
23 is the pass score at the moment. This is the bowling, and you have a Giant and Thomas with a couple of decent overs there, pick up a wicket apiece. And so, yeah, we'll keep you up to date with what's happening here at the ground. If you don't hear from us, it's safe to assume that this game will be done, but we'll give you official confirmation in the chat, and also you can check our website, ECN European Cricket Network. So while we're here, we will give you a little bit of cricket, and one way or another, we'll let you know what's happening. Of course, we do have another game to come as well in around about an hour's time. That's meant to start. So while we're here, we're going to take you back. In fact, we're going to go back to the 24th of February, and this is Elimination Day in the ECS Malta earlier in the season. So it's actually Marsa against the Bajuba Blasters. We're going to pick up the action halfway through, and the match info in this game, it was Marsa that won the toss. They elected to bat. They put 98 on the board for 5. So we're going to go out and see the Blasters. They need 99 off 10 to keep their tournament alive. Rico will be your commentator. We'll take you to this classic game, but we'll see you shortly, hopefully with some good news here from Malta. Until then, enjoy this ECN Classic.
Namaste, Salam Alaikum, Sat Sri Akal, Aibawan, good morning, bonjour everybody, buenos dias. As we get ready for Elimination Friday, it is of course Peacock Friday as well. Come on everyone, put on your Peacock shirts. Before we get this one started, let's have a quick recap of what we saw yesterday. Well, we started the day with a lot of fog. It was very, very foggy. Well, that fog didn't clear for the Masida Warriors because the Bajiba Blasters were in sensational form, weren't they? They just blew them away. The match number 96, Gurram Singh, was in very good form. So was Narendra Negi. That match was just a 5-over a team match, and it was the Bajiba Blasters that ended up winning it. They put 82 on the board in the 5 overs, and Masida 58 for 4, but it was all about Gurram Singh and Narendra Negi. They're going to be key here this morning. Second time round, match number 97. It was, well, back to T10 action. Bajiba Blasters 118. That was Danish Sadiq who turned on the star, 39 to 22, and also took 2 for 12. He was the player of the match in that one. But Narendra Negi, 49 to 21, was in good mood as well. And then, well, we go into the other matches, and it Bajiba Blasters against the Southern Crusaders didn't quite happen for them in that one that time round. And they, though the efforts of Amar Sharma, 49 of 30, only managed to get to a score of 78, and needed something special. The Southern Crusaders, we wanted to see something special, and we did. Basil George racked up a hat-trick of player of the match performances when he scored 56 of just 20 deliveries. So that was match number 98, Southern Crusaders winning that one by 10 wickets. Erdly Chandram put a good little innings together there as well. We see that was a fine victory for them. Then we saw the Royal Strikers. Royal Strikers went on to take on the Southern Crusaders. Now this was going to be the big match, wasn't it? With the Royal Strikers and the Crusaders going head-to-head together. And it turned out that the Royal Strikers 103 for 4. And it was a player of the match performance once again for Basil George. Not only did he take 2 for 15, but with the bat, he got the runs pretty quickly as well. He got 31 of 17. So victory for the Crusaders. They were looking good, weren't they? But in the next match, it all changed. This was the decider, match number 100. Because match number 100 was all about the team that won that match would be making their way into Saturday's finals. The other team would have to play a difficult eliminator today. Royal Strikers, because of their captain, Priyam Pushpajan, 84-28, getting the victory for their side. Back to the action here. Gets played down. No run. So the Royal Strikers booking their place in tomorrow's Saturday's finals day. They'll be awaiting to see who their semi-final opponents will be. And that'll all be decided by the end of today. Kozla out there in the middle. He's joined by a good shout for me, Harun Mughal. I think you heard me say in the intro, maybe he needs to bat and he needs to show what he can do. He's an aggressive player. So with Kozla being a bit more defensive, I think this is a good shot. But they're up against Sadiq, who has been exceptional with bat and ball. Good delivery, really good delivery. Wants it. I don't think there's anything on this. He's saying, Kidal Lagani? And I think Guru Matani says it's a really good ball, but I don't think so. Yeah, this one takes off. Look at this, hits the seam, cuts back in as well. Kozla, no answer to that. Well bowled. Super delivery. A very good morning to everybody on the chat. John A. Gray is there. Wayne, lovely to have you joining us bright and early on a Peacock Friday. I hope you got your Peacock Friday shirts on. Gents and ladies, of course. Sadiq. Once more to Kozla. Kozla places up in the air, and the fielder gets it completely wrong. And it's going to be a bonus boundary for Kozla. Lets them down, the man with the fancy shoes. Can't get anything on this. He gets past him pretty quickly. Sadiq won't be happy. Marcel winning the toss. It was nice to see David Atwell out there in the middle, winning the toss and deciding they will bat first. I think this is all about, obviously, one pressure and eliminate. If they can get a score around about 100, but of course the conditions that the bowlers have, trying to keep that ball, especially when it's new, dry and working for you. Once it gets wet, it gets very difficult to handle. Two men back at the moment here to Kozla. There's the man on the quite wide third man. Kozla does like to guide the ball in that area. He's a very good cutter and uppercutter of the ball. And Devendra Negi, the captain, is back at a long off. Goes across. Not really his shot. It's not, like I said before, he's not a powerful batter, but he's been in very good form. You can't doubt that for Marsa. I mean, when we saw him play those 3 matches the other day, they got the win against Gozo, cost us 23 not out. Then when they played those 2 difficult matches against We United, he was once again 26 not out and 33 not out. So he's a sort of batter that if you can bat round him, you come back with a score on the board. Haroon just allows this one to go. Wide ball. Spoke to Haroon this morning. Well, I did most of the talking. He's still struggling with that chest infection, so it's going to be a difficult day for Haroon. That's why he's been absent, because of illness, chest infection. He's playing havoc with his asthma, but he's out there because he needs to be out there. Once again, key players not available. No Niraj Khanna, no Johnny Grimmer. Good delivery, and Haroon quite happy just to defend this away. The end of the over, 5 from it, mainly courtesy of the fielding mistake. Here we go. We have a look at some of the key players, and no particular order. Narendra Negi for the Blaster, 330 runs plus 12 wickets. Amar Sharma, let's see if he gets a bit more of an outing. He's 295, and Dinesh Sadiq 188 and 8 wickets as well. Bat versus ball. It's like Marsa, Pippi Marsa here, 95 to 86. I think it's probably going to be closer than that. I think this will be a really close one. For me, depends on 2 people. This is the battle of 2 people. I know it's a team game, but 2 people that have to shine. Bajiba Blasters, Narendra Negi. If he shines, they'll win this match. Marsa, Faniam Mugad. If he shines, it'll be down to them. That's it, but it's going to be close. I think this is going to be close. Prajwal Kohad to bowl the second. Ooh, just a little bit too much, says the umpire. It just keeps swinging. The man out there in the middle, that's Arang Jawardana. And he's out there with Mac Aldhose Matthew, who's at square. Abhishek Prajapati is the 3rd match official. And of course, all the match officials have been brilliantly led by Stefan Gooch. This one's not a good delivery. It's down the leg side, and it will be sent to the boundary. So nice shot there from Kozla. It was a Gundy ball. He's trying to correct his line, but goes down the leg side and gets dispatched. Not a good delivery. And Kozla says, thank you very much. And he was gifted his first boundary. And that is a bit of a gift as well. SDS 124, hello to you. Well, that sounds like a little bit of a pin code, doesn't it? Morning from Germany. Well, good morning. And this one is a good one. It goes all the way. Balle, short again. And Kozla, well, he's looking good. When Kozla's playing shots like this early on, well, that's a sign. That's a sign that he's going to be dangerous. Normally, he's a bit scratchy on these ones, but he's pinned 2 away. Kohad bowling short and getting punished. Kozla hitting the boundaries. 2 4s and now a 6. He's the man in form, isn't he? He's the man in form. Kohad, not a good line. I'm actually surprised with the number of bowlers that they have gone for Kohad to bowl this. One man they will miss, Rajiba, is there's no Shiv Singh in the side. I think he's bowled well when needed to. This one's down the ground. It's well stopped, and Narendra Negi. Top player, top campaigner. Kozla gets a single. This is good. Good start from Marsa. Playing the shots. And also rotating the strike. Go hard now to Harun Mughal. Captain Mughal, not off the strike yet, just faced the one delivery. And he's probably thinking to himself, well, okay, if Costa's made this sort of start, I don't have to be too aggressive early on. Obviously, if he gets the bad ball, he will put it away. No doubt about it. So, plays that pretty defensively. That's a better area, better lines from Kahad. That's where he wants to be. Much fuller. Basically, he's challenging Harun Mughal. Mughal does like to hit over mid-wicket. That's his shot normally. Edge, catch goes down. It's a spicy one for Gaurav Mathani, but he'll be disappointed. It's the sort of catches that he normally would take. Gets the gloves there, but can't keep the ball in. And an opportunity. Harun Mughal, the captain, gets dropped. Gets dropped on 0. Mathani, I wonder how much that is to do with the wetness on the ball, but it should have been taken. And then this one gets played out. The fielder not able to take it cleanly. And that's Dobal, Suresh Dobal. So they'll take the single at the end of the over. So Mughal does get off the mark. Lucky to do so. It could have been a disappointing start for the captain. But this is how the tables, well, okay, well, here we go. We get a second chance. This is how the tables look. So you can see the Sui United and Royal Strikers, we will see tomorrow, waiting to see who their semi-final opponents will be. Southern Crusaders and Gozal's Army, waiting to see later today who they'll be playing. Southern Crusaders will play the winners of this match. And Gozal's Army will play the winners of Malta Day versus Masida. So that's how it's all shaped up. Negi being called upon here with the score 19 without loss. It's Narendra Negi, that is. And straight away, Negi does the business. Narendra Negi, he just can't do anything wrong, can he? This time, no mistake. Well, he gets a second chance. You don't usually get second chances. And Gaurav Mathani, after dropping one from Harun, takes one. And this one only just sticks in that right glove, you know. So Harun was dropped on 0 by Mathani. And then Mathani gets his revenge. He gets him the second chance he gets. Harun Mughal caught behind. Once again, sharp catch. So one Harun Mughal, one Mughal goes, another one comes, and the reason he's gone is because of this catch. Negi teasing Harun outside the off. Harun swinging hard, but this time, well, it tries to escape, but he just catches it in that webbing of that glove. So Negi gets the breakthrough. This one is played beautifully. What a shot! And the man who's on song at the moment, Paniyam Mughal, just comes out and shows his class. He's not swinging wild at a similar delivery. He's getting his feet moving, and he caresses that through the offside. What a beautiful shot, Mughal. He's been in some form lately, isn't he? Not just for his club, but also for his country. Batted very well in those men's ECIs as well here last weekend versus Austria. Gets a slower delivery, just drops the bat on this. We'll take the single. This, for me, is the key partnership, without doubt. Mughal and Khosla. Khosla started well. 16 of 8 deliveries. It's not the kind of start we're used to from him. It's a little bit more tiki-taka normally, but they have gifted him some runs. Negi on the money. Khosla wants to go. Mughal says no, stay there. Very much in the balance with that wicket going. 23 for 1. Very good morning to Manus as well. Manus, hope you're well. Hope everybody's well. on this Friday. Are we all getting ready for the weekend? Yeah, well, I hope you are, because what a weekend it's going to be. Well, what a Saturday it's going to be tomorrow. Not only, of course, we've got finals day coming from here, finals day in the women's ECIs as well, happening in Gibraltar. Loose shot, this one from Kozla, and he'll be disappointed he wasn't able to get anything off that one. That's a department he's pretty strong in. Very fine over though. Look, you need something to happen. Who do you call upon? Narendra Negi, because look, there's where he is. Not just in the top batters for Bajiba. 330 runs, but he's right there with the bowling as well. And, add one more to it, 11 wickets. And Sharma, Sadiq going to be key players for Bajiba. On the other side, by Mughal, you can see how these two, Mughal and Khosla, how important it is for them, because Haroon has already gone. Nobody else has made any real contributions. This is a massive partnership. Really is. Devendra Negi still to bowl. He's hoping he can pick up a wicket or two. They've also got the likes of Suresh Dobal they can go to. I'm surprised they're going back to Kohad here. I think Kohad didn't bowl very well. He bowled a little bit too short. He did bring it back towards the end of his first over. But when you've got those other options there, and you know you want to break a wicket here, you want to break this partnership pretty quickly, try your best bowlers. Devendra Negi needs to come on here, I think, before Fahim Mughal gets in. Fahad, though, wants to reward his captain with the faith that he has in him. Starts with a good one, but he can't afford to drop short. They have got the men back. Mughal is very strong in picking up anything short and dispatching it. So they do push. The push, well, hang on a minute. Surely he's outside the circle there. If he's out, yeah, how many that is that? Yeah, it's still 5. It's okay, calm down. Third man comes back inside. I thought, well, that could have been a mistake. Gets clipped away. Man who gets moved is in the action. Gets the throw in. So they've got to find Mughal. Doesn't look like they're changing it to Khosla. So behind square, deep square is on the boundary, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and a sweeper out on the offside. Play and miss from Khosla. Khosla started briskly. Now it's a few dot balls, few misses. I wonder if in his mind now he just decided, oh, I don't need to be as aggressive as I was before, because when your Mughal's come in, I mean, doesn't need to change or want to change his mindset. Slashes at this. It will be a single. There's the skipper does the fielding. What must be going through his mind at the moment, the captain, Devendra Negi. What a day, huge day. One big match, and if they can get through this one, then another to come. This is going to be runs, but only one. So it's a full toss outside the off. Fahim Mughal looking to place it rather than blast it, but unfortunately goes straight to one of those fielders I just mentioned out on in the deep. Looks like Sharma that's patrolling that area. Short delivery. Khosla attacks, and once again, due to some not so good fielding, he's going to get 4 runs. Well, he's been gifted with runs here. This is another one that goes all the way. And not sure who the fielder is here, the guilty man is here, but trying to do it with his feet, that's not the way to do it. I think that might be Suresh Dobal, so gets a boundary right at the end. This is the thing here. We've seen 8 runs here. Okay, maybe you say they should have been singles, so let's say 6 runs that have been gifted already. 33 for 1. Looks like Negi will bowl his second. You can feel the tension in the camps as well. Marsa, very quiet. They know the importance of these two staying out there. The other batters haven't really clicked. Would imagine that maybe Mohammed Suleiman, he's in the side, and remember there was a finger issue with him the other day when he got one. His hand was trapped between ball and bat handle, and he was out pretty soon after that, and then he didn't bat the next match. He couldn't. In the air, this is an opportunity, and it's been taken for the man who gifted valuable runs at the start of the innings. Well, Pupala now comes up and rewards his captain with a wicket. He doesn't make any mistakes this time. Gets the wicket of Khosla. So Khosla, well, they couldn't get him out, could they? Sweet United couldn't get him out. Goza couldn't get him out. The last 3 innings he was not out, but he's out this time. Gets himself into the 20s and then goes. For me, he just changed his weight. He got going well, and then he sort of in his mind thought, hey, I don't want to be playing this way. I can be a little bit more defensive. I don't want to give my wicket away. And in the end, by being that way, he ends up giving his wicket away. Pala takes the catch, and Negi, who else, gets another wicket. He's out to 13 now. Nice looking shot, guides it away, chases on from the fielder, and Pupala is the man who finally gets hands onto it as the throw comes in. Batters, though, will take 2. Arslan Arshad is the new batter. Surprises me a little bit. I thought, I mean, if Mohamed Sullivan's in the side, so I'm guessing he is able to bat. I think I would go with him. I would use him now. He's a hard hitter. I think it's a case of send him out there and say, right, okay, while there's time, go out there, see what you can do. And if it doesn't work, then you've still got the likes of Arslan Arshad who can come in. Another guy that I'd like to see more of with the bat is Venkatash Haklapati. When he has been called upon, he has looked okay. He looks like a player. Looks like he can play. Good delivery, but not the best of shots from Arshad. He waits on it rather than goes to the ball. Lack of foot movement. Johnny Gray, very good morning to you as well. Come on, chaps, are you wearing your Peacock Friday shirts? That's what I want to know. If you're not, come on, get in the wardrobe, find the loudest thing you've got and put it on. Peacock Friday. Okay, I want to give a shout out to any of our Romanian viewers, as it is Dragobete today. Dragobete. And so, yeah, Dragobete, hello to everybody in Romania. And, of course, it's a day of love in Romania. It's like Valentine's Day. It comes 10 days after Valentine's Day. So, happy Dragobete and behave yourself. You know what I mean. But it's a day of love to show affection to your loved ones. So, I think all the Romanians will be in romantic mood. So it's a nice day to have a Peacock Friday on Dragobete. So, have a good day to all our Romanian viewers and everybody else as well. Thank you for tuning in. A massive day of European cricket ahead. 4 elimination matches coming up from here, Malta, the Marsa International Cricket Ground. And then, of course, we have all the action coming from Gibraltar. And it's going to be Vinny Sandhu and Joe Weggs. That'll be going through the action there. And, of course, that is the women's ECIs. So Sadiq called back in. And well fielded. Here's a run there, though, if you go straight away. Yeah, so talking about Gibraltar, this is what's happening. We know we got the women's ECIs there. So good matches yesterday. What a match we had last night where Italy beat the Netherlands in a last over thriller. They got 18 off the last over, including 6 off the last ball to win. Crazy scenes. This one gets clipped away. We take the single. Nice little shot. So Mughal now knows probably that he needs to be a little bit more careful the way he approaches things here. Played out. asking the question. I wonder if he has his bat down here. So they're asking the question politely. The question for me is whether the bat goes down. I mean, his feet might have been anyway. Yeah, it does go down and it stays down. That's what they were inquiring about. Ashad. Back on strike. So he teases him once again outside the off. Marsa need to get going here now. I'm leaving this a little late. I'm in the halfway point. Just in the 30s, 33. The end of 5. Yeah, anybody else watch those matches yesterday? Let me know what you thought. Wasn't it exciting? Yeah, Marcus is saying that Maguire really needs to get going here now. You're absolutely right, he does. Probably thinking that as he waits there at the non-strikers end. Oh, dirty ball, that will help. That will help big time. No ball going to be called here. And Panya Mughal will go to the strikers end. So this is the opportunity to go now. Manus, now's the time, right? Now's the time he's got to go big. Yeah, what a great finish yesterday in Gibraltar. And well done to the Italian Stallions, the ladies. Great victory for them, really great victory. 18 of the last over and they got there. Fantastic game, fantastic memories for those women. And he misses out on it, and in comes the throw, and they're asking the question here. We will go side on. How close is this? He thinks he's got his man. Mathani thinks he's got his man here. Well, first of all, Fine Mughal misses out on the free hit. It's a ball that you would expect him to put away. It's down the leg side. Here's the throw. Does he have the ball? This is the question here. Guru Mathani gets there. Here comes the throw. Ball in hand. Wicket's broken. He's a long way short. And looks like there's no issues there for me when I'm looking at this. So that is going to be out. It's going to be curtains. And he's, well, I thought it was going to be close, but it's not even close. You can see there he's well short. And Mathani, yeah, no wonder he's confident. Gets his man. Good work in the field. Fine Mughal, well, you can see he looks like a little bit of a sorry figure, doesn't he? Ashad. Get to 2 before he gets run out. Great bit of fielding. Mujiba looking to perform the way they did in the 2 matches against Masida. Blew Masida away yesterday. But then they got their comments against the Southern Crusaders. But I think by then they were probably a bit flat. It was a long day for them. Sadiq, Yorker length deliveries up in the air. Catching opportunity. Negi makes no mistakes at all. What a great catch this is. It's 2 in 2 for Danish Sadiq. Narinder Negi. Oh, just class. Absolute class. It's been whacked in the air. Ball is spinning viciously. It's a little wet. It's a little damp. Negi takes a great catch. And that's going to be the end of a very disappointed batter that makes a slow walk back. Randir Singh makes a peacock duck. Now it's time for Mohammed Salman to come out. So all a question about how he's being released, and he comes out, of course. He's going to go to hit the non-strikers, and that was the end of the over. So we're not going to see the hat-trick ball, but it's 37 for 4. And if any 2-man can get the blast going, these 2 can. Farmagar looks a little flat at the moment. He played a beautiful shot through the covers to get off the mark for 4. But that's the only boundaries he's hit. He's like at run a ball 9. Devendra Negi, the captain, coming on to bowl here now. Checking his field. 3rd man. He wants him a little bit finer, but he's inside the circle. 2 men straight. A further 2 on the leg side. Sweeper in place. Negi. Mughal plays the shot. The ball, this time, no mistake, gets the throw in. It's just a single. I wonder if they've changed things here now. Probably not, because they know that Suleiman is not going to do anything different to what we know him to do. He's going to come out here and trying to hit big. And he just leans into this. I'm looking the way that he played that shot. I don't think he's recovered. I still think he's got that finger well strapped up. Looks like he's here to play the anchor role. Well bowled, beautiful delivery. Negi, El Capitan, keeping the pressure on. Hello to Ivan B. He's saying, Marsa, really up against it now. You're absolutely right. But Mughal, Fayan is still there. Hits this hard. It's going to take some stopping. Not going to stop it. A desperate lunge from Suresh Dobal. Liking the intent, throwing himself at it. Mughal picks up his second boundary. This is in the zone where he likes it. Great effort from Suresh Dobal. You can see looking a little bit worried. Mohan Masi has got his pads on there. They need something to happen. They need to be up and about. Anian gets one out of the middle. This one is fetching from outside the off. Is a better delivery from Negi. Deliberately pushes this wider so he can't get it into that swing zone. Well, this is probably ugly, is the way to describe it. But that's, you know, I like to make the duck noises. Well, that's the ugly duckling. This just looks bad. Doesn't get himself in any real position. And Fayan Mughal will probably go and have a word with him and say, hey, yara, ki kar rahe hai? But anyway, it doesn't quite work. Big day today, not just here in Malta, 4 elimination matches, but also in Gibraltar as well. Sweden take on Italy. Italy after that fantastic win yesterday. It was epic. And then Netherlands looking to bounce back against Gibraltar. Netherlands got 2 matches on the spin. First Gibraltar and then against Sweden. 3 matches coming to you from the Europa Point stadium there. What a fantastic stadium it is. Looks absolutely beautiful. And Vinny Sandhu and Joe Weggs await us to take us through those matches in the evening. The ball comes in. Suresh. Wild swing. Mughal is a little bit too preoccupied in trying to hit the ball in the same areas. He can play other shots. He can play straight. He can play on the offside. That's what he's got to concentrate here. Just a little bit too one-side minded at the moment. Air. Safe. Negi. Makes a stop. Use his feet. Don't like it, but gets it right. They'll take 2. But Jiba, they're a team that we've seen them do this a few times. The old foot fielding. And it doesn't always work, as we've seen a couple of times already this morning. Firmly hit. Negi shows you the right way to do it. Attacks it as well. Oh, they're going to get a 2 here. This is... Oh, well, what's happening here? Is it going to be 3? How about this for an underarm throw? Negi is saying, what is happening? In fact, that's Sadiq. Sadiq does the fielding. Oh, this is just criminal. They've managed to get Fayan back. It should just be a single. The ball doesn't even try to stop this. That is poor. Matani was... Oh, good job they didn't throw at the keeper's end. Okay. And this is why it hurts you. Fielder stops it. They want to. This time they'll wait. They're not going to get it. Fayan Mughal had the opportunity to find the boundary. I mean, if he leaves it, it's a wide ball. But he gets drawn into it. And once again, I think the fielder out in the deep does his job well. Sharma makes the stop. Chat here with Jahordana. He's on his walkie-talkie. Umpires on their walkie-talkies is normally not a good sign for the fielding side. I wonder what they're discussing here. Abhishek Prajapati is the third match official. They're talking about something. I wonder if they've spotted an error in the field. Not sure what this is about. Oh, while we're waiting, we can go back to what we were talking about, the Europa point, the matches in Gibraltar. So there we go, 3 matches. Remember, starting at 5:30 local time. So 5:30, 7:30, 9:30. So literally, as soon as we finish here, we're ready to party in Gibraltar. Back to the action. Yeah. So, direct hit and he's gone, but they don't. It ends up being a single. They've got to learn here, the Blasters. They've got to play smart cricket. There's no point doing this because, all right, I know it's the ball to go, but you basically have got Fayan back on strike. Dobal, he is filthy dirty with the fielder. They're not thinking. They're not thinking about the plan here. Mughal should not be on strike. He is on strike. If this goes to the boundary, it will hurt him. It won't, but he will get the single. And so we go back on strike. Blasters got to stay cool, calm, collective. The pressure at the moment, all the pressure is on Marsa. That brings the 50 on the board, but 50 coming up at the end of the 8th over. 12 balls to go. Where can they get to here? I mean, you just get the feeling, if they can, and you got the batter out there that can do it for them, if they can get to an 80-something score, then it's not a foregone conclusion. Marsa, they've got some good bowlers in that lineup. Faisal Morose was very good. Pakalapati is going to be a handful. Harun Mughal there as well, and also Fanamasi. They have got a very good bowling attack. But it's a question of how many they can get from here. This is up in the air. The fielder is not going to get there. This will go all the way. I wonder how high it was as well. Manos arriba from the umpire. It's not a good delivery. It's a Gandhi ball, and it goes all the way. So Captain Negi, maybe that's the momentum that is required. Nice shot. The sweep slog from Fayan Mughal. Negi bowls a bad one. And maybe with that, Maximo gives a bit of confidence to Fayan. Moves on to 27. Good hit. They will try for 2, surely. He knows that Suleiman will be running to the danger end, and he's going to get there because Negi can't get hold of the delivery, or the throw, I should say, from Sadiq. And he's saying, why didn't you throw to the keeper? Well, captain, that's a big throw from there. Should have dealt with it himself. He could have ran out Suleiman. Once again, he'll go for 2. And once again, it's not the best bit of fielding out there. They'll get 4. And add them up, folks, add them up. How many have we seen that have been given away? I know that it was 6 runs in just the first couple of overs. Okay, he throws himself at it. Maybe he's a little bit unlucky. But still, in my book, you need to stop those. I reckon there's about 12 that have gone to the boundary that they should have stopped. And I reckon quite easily you can add at least 6 runs that they've given away in extra singles as well. That's 18 runs in this low score. And then this one will go all the way. Balle. Brrr. It all happens in the 9th. And Fayan Mughal has finally woken up. These are huge, valuable runs. What a big over this is. When Negi, he got it all wrong with the way he started with the full toss. That got dispatched to the boundary. And now he's been carded all over the place. This is the over Marcel were waiting for. Okay, chase is on. Will he get there? He won't get there. It's 4 more. It's 4 more. They're getting the over that they wanted. Maybe a bit of luck involved in this one, but sometimes fortune favours the brave, and fine Mughal, he is being brave. Devendra Negi is wondering what is going on here. I'll tell you what's going on. It's the 9th over. Everything happens in the 9th. It's gone for 25. And there's more to come, I get the feeling. This one has been launched into, what a shot this is. Boom, shaka, logia. Gidna zona, eso es muy grande, eso es 6 carreras. Juan Mughal is now seeing it big. Now, what's the plan here? Ooh, all of a sudden, well, I said, can you get to the 80s? Well, now they'll be thinking about getting into the 90s. 79. What an over. What an over. Absolutely launched into Negi. 29 off the over. Almost goes supersonic. Devendra Negi didn't help himself with a loose delivery. That started it off, that full toss. And after that, well, fine. Obviously, I mean, you know here, this is the thing here. You know that Mohammed Suleiman is going to paddle the first ball and run. You just know it. Is the field set for it? Well, they've got players in close on the offside. But look at the leg side. The ball just has to be full here, full and straight. Anything short, they'll get that single. Tries, doesn't get it. Good delivery. I just get the feeling here, yeah, look, I think he's been, yeah. I was just about to say this, and I'm liking this shot. They're retiring out Mohammed Suleiman. I was surprised that they sent him in. I mean, if he can't hold a bat, you've got other guys in there that can hit the ball hard. I've mentioned already, I like what I've seen Pakul Party. You've got the likes of Marcy in there as well. Try somebody else. So they will. So Suleiman, I think this is the right call. They retire him out. So he'll go for 2. I mean, his role, the only role he played was just to give the strike to Mughal. Okay, new batter comes out here. I'm liking this. It's something we don't see often enough, but there's a need to do it. I think it was completely wrong to send him out there in the first place. But I suppose he's played his part. He's kept Mughal on strike. The ball. 5 balls to go in the innings. 79 is the score. All courtesy of an over that went for 29 for the captain. Negi almost goes supersonic. So, just a slight delay here. This might be just to do with the scorers, just updating this system. So, I think we're ready. Good delivery, good hit, and he will go all the way with it. Yes, he will. Boom, shaka, lagia, shaka time. And this is a big hit. This is what you're talking about. There's no point keeping guys like this sitting on the bench. Nicely struck. Whacks this away. And it's Faisal Morose. Gets the boundary, gets his team into the 80s, 85s, eyeing up the 90 now. I was saying if Marsa can get to the 80, they'll fancy themselves. They've got the bowlers, this man included. Morose, the bowler's got to get it right up there. Better delivery, but a good hit. It's going, it's gone, it's 2-2. This is incredible. Marsa, they've been flat, they've been sat down, they've been quiet. All of a sudden now, they're up on their feet. They're getting the runs on the board. What a cracking shot this is. Well, what is he doing sat on the bench? What is he doing sat on the bench? Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu in on the chat as well. Marsa rubbing it in now. This is hurting the Blasters. This is hurting. Slower delivery. Gets the dot ball in. 85 is the score. Marsa looking to make it 90. Already this match is competitive. Already this match, I think, is looking like it could go to the wire. The ball up in the air. This is the catching chance. Negi doesn't want to take it. They don't want to take. Well, what do you do here? I mean, do you take the 2? the way he's hit those 2 big sixes? Well, maybe not. I mean, any one of these batters on strike would do for me. Fine Mughal on 49 says he'll take it. Last ball coming up. They're in the 90s. And it will finish with a Maximo as well. Balle, Bolo Shaba Shaba. Ginna Sona Rabane Balaya. Fire Mughal blasts this one out of the ground. He'll finish on 55 of 25 deliveries. Borbadanya Fire Mughal makes a fantastic half century, but more importantly, he gets his team to a score. Absolutely incredible finish to this match. They'll finish on 98. And just remember that the score at the end of 8 overs was 50. They scored 48 in the last 2 overs. So they scored almost the same amount of runs in the last 2 overs as they did in the entire 8 before it. That is crazy. And Marsa, just with that, look, I think if you were to say to the Bajiba Blasters, you're going to be chasing 99 for victory, they'll probably say, against Marsa, yeah, we'll take it. But they're not going to be on a high, you know, they're going to be on a flat because of the way this is turned around. There was so much that they did right, but so much at the same time they did wrong. For example, the fielding, the foot fielding, the catch they needed to take, they did. They managed to get rid of Kostler, but then Fire Mughal comes out. This was the run out, and it was very good work as Arslan Arshad gets run out. They just weren't able to get anything going, were they? This was another great catch from Negi. He gets the wicket of Mughal. And then, well, Fire Mughal started to turn it on, but it's the first ball, wasn't it, of that 9th over. The full toss that he was able to put away, and then after that he said, you know what, I'm going to take you on this one. You got to say, once again, runs were gifted as well, but there were some hits that just were magical. That over went for 29, but I still do believe the Bajiba Blasters, they're guilty of giving about 18 runs away because of some poor fielding. Marsa, the reigning champions, they do something extraordinary in the last 2 overs of this innings. 48 runs come off the last 2, 29 was the number of runs that come off Negi's over. And, well, they've got themselves in this match, and with runs on the board, they've got themselves in, I think, in pole position, because Bajiba Blasters, the way this finishes is going to hurt them, and they've only got a short period of time to get their heads around this one. They'll need a good start. They'll need something like Negi to give them a good start, and maybe they'll go with Gautam Singh once more up in the top of the order.
Hello and welcome back to the Master International Cricket Ground. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo back with you. And this is meant to be the last group match, match 60, between Marsa and Red Stars. But as you probably realised from match 59, this thunderstorm has rolled in now. It's been very, very violent. In fact, some of the loudest lightning cracks I've ever heard. And that has unfortunately forced the abandonment of match number 60. So the teams will split the points in this one. It means that Marsa will just kind of edge out the Blasters into third spot in their group. And of course, it means it's the end of the road for the Red Stars. Well, they did have a couple of big wins across the way, and so certainly hope that they go forward with their cricket. We see them again soon in the European Cricket Series. Well, that means that we know exactly what the quarterfinals are going to look like. And tomorrow is quarterfinals day. And you can see here that Strikers versus Mudday. Again, that'll be an entertaining one. Mudday just seemed to be hitting their straps a little bit, although just had some problems keeping the opponent. And then the defending champions, Gozo Zal, tomorrow 7:30 a.m. in GMT, which is 8:30 here in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. So unfortunately, it's a little bit of a wet and woolly finish to the group stage, but fingers crossed that the ground holds up overnight. There is a lot of rain expected. Of course, the teams in the top two, they'll be sleeping a little bit easier tonight because, of course, if their matches are affected and you can't get a result in the quarters, it is the higher ranked team that will go through. Just want to quickly say a big thank you to Corey Ruckers for his work over the last 3 weeks in the commentary. I know that he's finishing up here and we'll see him coaching Spain on the weekend, of course, doing a bit more commentary before the end of the year. So big thank you to you, Corey. Nish has had the day off there. He'll be back with me tomorrow. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, we'll leave you with some of the best bits here of the day. But on behalf of all of us, I hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Stay safe wherever you are around the world. We'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.